Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Umineko. We just resurrected Shannon, courtesy of Beato and George, but it looks like Chester45 is planning on capping someone else after having taken out the last two sacrifices. Yeah, last time on Seagull Zed. I'll have to use that for the next time. 45 data received. Firing preparations concluded. Ammo type selected and loaded. I believe the smaller text on that is Cyrillic, so Russian. Alright, 410 firing. That's really loud, by the way, their voices. At least it seems like it to me. The gold snake arrow fired by the Chesters weaved its way through the bushes in the rose garden, weaved its way through the hedges, and climbed the stone steps towards the mansion's entrance. Climbed, aiming for the keyhole. It weaved through the corridors, flew into the keyhole on the door to the parlor. It happened in an instant. One could hardly blame Beato, who was completely worn out, for not noticing it beforehand. Right before Beato's eyes, the gold snake flew in through the keyhole, surrounded the two lovers, and pierced the two hearts in the blink of an eye. Furthermore, the gold snake faithfully pierced a hole through Shannon's chest once more. The two hearts were pierced by that gold snake, by the gold sewing thread of the new brutal witch's furniture. And it happened in an instant, mocking the amount of effort it took to revive Shannon. It's unfortunate, but Beato did voluntarily give her the powers, so here we are. Beatrice is fine. Before Beato's shocked eyes, the two fell over and landed on the floor.
George?
George? Shannon?
Sano.
Thank you. Thank you, Beatrice, for letting us be. Even for a short one. Thank you. George spent his last breath thanking Beato and died alongside the one he loved. The gold snake, which still sewed the two in place, spun like a large cyclone, revolving around the inside of the parlor, searching for further prey in the room. The tip of the snake met Beato's gaze, and in that instant Beato was prepared to die. But at that moment, Virgilia stood in front of her, the fingers on both her hands drawing a seal. Instantly, the gold-colored leaf buried the inside of the parlor. Gold-colored gold leaf, sorry. It was like a blizzard of gold. Beato, run while you still can. Why does Beato care? This is regular Beato, who voluntarily gave her the powers. No one can escape from the Chester's golden bow. 410, target lost. Magical chaff. 445, roger that. Modifying search algorithm, switching to anti-personnel image based tracking. Target lock reacquired, data linked up to 410. 410 data received. Too slow, predecessor-sama. Kill me, kill me, kill me. Impact. Prey targeted by the Chester Sister's golden bow did not escape. Until it does, right? It couldn't be blocked until it can be. No magical barrier could dream of blocking it without being multi-layered. Oh, there we go. Without being multi-layered. They already gave a case for how to block it. The gap opened during the instant of confusion caused by Virgilia's deception. Magic was Beato's only chance to escape, and it was the only chance to make the sisters confuse Virgilia for Beato. As Virgilia spread her arms wide, blocking the way to her beloved disciple, the gold snake pierced right through her heart. After sneaking in through the keyhole, the snake shot through George, Shannon, and then Virgilia in an instant, completely failing to notice Beato as she used the instant to escape. That's fine, Virgilia's died before. In fact, she wasn't even ever revived. As soon as Virgilia saw Beato had gotten away, she died. The strength left her body, and like gold dust drifting with the wind, her form was erased. Beato completely erased all traces of her magical power, became gold butterflies, and passed through the wall, escaping to the wind and rain outside. Damn it. You bitch. Well, that sucks for you this timeline, Beato. Honore. Interesting how Honore is a you bitch now. Beato felt regret from the bottom of her heart. Why? Because she'd been attacked by the new witch? Probably not. Of course she hated losing her teacher. And more importantly, she was enraged at the barbarism that boorishly stole away the reunion between two lovers, but she loves doing that too, so be consistent, Beato. Beato poured out almost all her magical power to reunite them, and even though the result had been a miracle, the time it took to steal that away had been so ridiculously short. Beato trembled at the barbarous cruelty that had brought about such an abrupt end. Besides, this was the true form of the acts she herself committed up to this point. Just as strongly as Beato hated the new witch, she also looked at her previous self with disgust. I mean, she's only irritated because she spent all this effort and energy because she doesn't have her powers anymore. Alright. But now she had to escape. If she was targeted next, she would probably lose her life. Anyone else feel like stories of people who are evil changing when they get a slightly new perspective or experience any struggle? It seems like increasingly ridiculous in real life. Like, we can literally watch Elon Musk fuck up time and again live on the internet via his Twitter debacle after debacle and his other bullshit, and it's not like he suddenly goes, oh wait, I've been an asshole, I need to stop. It's just like he keeps being a fucking dumbass and an asshole and doesn't change anything. Like, it's really weird, because, like, it's a nice story, but, like, having seen how actual, like, rich assholes are, like, this wouldn't change their this wouldn't change their opinion on what's good and bad. They'd just be mad that they didn't have power. Like, if this was Elon Musk and not Beatrice, they'd just be pissed off that they didn't have their fucking infinite magic anymore. They wouldn't be like, oh man, I've been an asshole. They'd just be like, fuck, I need more power. Like, fuck, I need more power to do whatever the fuck I want to, so I don't have to deal with this BS. It's like a weird feeling where you're just like, I wanna like the story and the way this arc is kind of going. But the older I get, the less realistic the arc seems. It's a weird feeling to be like, I would have liked this. Reality is often much more unbelievable than fiction. Yeah, it's like the arc that would have seemed very believable to me like 5 years ago seems completely unrealistic now. It's like powerful assholes never change their way, even if something goes wrong or they lose their power. They're just assholes. Like, my faith in people's ability to in people who are like inherently assholes because they can be to change is like pretty fucking low right now. If you're like that way because you maybe didn't know, I have a bit more faith. But if you're just like flexing on people because you like to be like a powerful asshole, like you're not gonna change that when you lose your powers. You're just not gonna be able to be you're just not gonna be as able to like dunk on people. It's like there's two kinds of people who are jerks or whatever. Like, it's like there's the people who are like rude or whatever, or like insulting or whatever because they don't like understand it something. But then there's people who, like, when you explain shit to them, they just like tell you to fuck off and decide and keep being their stuff because they like being that way. That said, I'm not gonna make a judgment on Beato. In any case, I probably shouldn't judge Beato that way. She seems to have been utterly lacking empathy and is magically acquiring it from talking to Battler. The intersection of someone who doesn't believe in magic and someone who's inherently magical maybe causes character development. That seems like something that's at least interesting. Alright, if she was targeted next, she'd probably lose her life. To think that a chess player had descended thinking they were like a god, only to be attacked by the pieces. I feel like that's your fault, Beto.
45着弾確認標的資産
45, impact confirmed, target scattered.
間違いなく先代様を撃破しました
Without a doubt, we crushed predecessor Sama.
また私たちの撃墜気象が増えちまうね
Looks like our pile of kill medals is gonna get bigger again.
にひ愛し合う二人
What was that about loving
引き
couples?
裂いて一度合わせて二度もう一度引き裂いて三度楽しめる
You got to enjoy tearing the two apart by death, reuniting them, and tearing them apart again, right?
そのついでにあのクソうるさいババアまでさよなら
And
で
along with that, I get to say
最
goodbye
高
to
に
the
ご機
fussy
嫌よ
old hag.
ラノウェイ文句ないわよね
I bet you don't have any complaints, right?
ございませんとも、ベアトリーチェ様。
Beatrice-sama.
あいつは魔女の碑文の儀式を妨害したのよ
They interfere with the ceremony of the witch's epitaph.
第
you
一
see?
の番の生贄を勝手に蘇らせて私の儀式を妨害したわ
You revived a sacrifice from the first twilight without permission, obstructing my
文
ceremony.
句言われる筋合いなんかなん
He's
に
got
も
no right
な
to
いわ
complain.
よしかしずるいなあいつは死体を残さないのねあのババアも思いっきり何度も無限にいじめ殺して遊んでやろうと思ったのに
And I thought I'd be able to torture the old hag to death over and over endlessly. Alright then. That scene went about as well as could be predicted.
ジョージが
George did.
来てないわよいつ降りたのよ
I didn't. When did he come down?
いつって
When you
あれ
said.
は何時くらいだったっけ
What hour was that again?
確か4時か5時くらいだった
Around
か
4 or
な
5?
最低でも1時間以上は前
At
だ
the
よ
very least, it was more than an hour ago.
俺たち眠くなってその後
Got
は多分
sleepy, probably dozed off
居眠り
after
してた
that.
しでも多分ジェシカの言う通りだと思うぜ
But I think it's probably like Jessica says,
1時間か2時間くらい前だった
about 1 or 2 hours ago.
私もそのくらいの頃だと記
I
憶して
also
いま
remember
す。コ
something from around
ー
that
ヒー
time.
のおかわりはいるかと聞かれま
I
し
was
た
asked
か
if
ら
I
な。
wanted more coffee. Something hard to believe had happened. Apparently, when Aunt Ava had left for a second to wash her hands, Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi had disappeared. There's no way they went hiding somewhere. Of course, the doors and windows had all been rigorously checked and were all locked from the inside. Not one of them was broken, and that wasn't just true for the first floor. The second floor was the same. Again, all the doors and windows had locks built in a way that made it impossible to lock them from the outside. In other words, there's no way that Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi had gone outside, and yet they couldn't be found. Furthermore, they weren't the only ones who disappeared, so had George of all people. George Anarchy had left saying he was going to get more coffee, and had gone downstairs more than an hour earlier. We assumed he was having a conversation with Aunt Ava and the rest, but Aunt Ava, who'd been in the lobby the whole time, said that no one had come down. Since all the doors and windows were locked from the inside, it was unthinkable they'd gone outside. However, 3 humans had evaporated from this barricaded guest house, which had become a perfect closed room. In a situation like this, we couldn't imagine this was because they were playing hide and seek and trying to scare us with a prank. It was probably reasonable to assume they'd been caught up in this crime. When Aunt Ava learned her only son was missing, she'd gone half insane, running from room to room, yelling his name. And Jessica, who'd suddenly lost both her parents, had chased after her. Cries of George, George, Mom, Dad, had continued to echo through the guest house for some time. I think George said something about wanting to see Shannon's dead face. It would be reasonable to assume that he snuck out of the guest house and went to the mansion. But I didn't have a clue about Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi. Did they see him leave and then go to the mansion to search for him? Without even telling Aunt Ava? Is everyone dead? Hold up. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we start planning to leave the guest house to go search for them. Just gonna check how many people are left alive. We got a few deaths left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 5. There's 5 people left alive. Everyone's dead. I mean, everyone's dead to complete the resurrection ritual. So the ritual of resurrection's done. They're all it's banquet time. It was. I didn't miscount, right? Yeah, 1. She's dead. So 2, 3, 4. Wait, there's actually less than people. It's usually 5 survivors. There's actually only 4. Because George randomly got murdered too. Alright. I guess it's only a matter of time before we plan to leave the guest house to go search for them. When that time comes, I'll agree. Why? We thought staying holed up in the guest house would be safe, which was why our big happy group of 12 people locked themselves up here this morning. And yet now there's only 4 of us left. That means staying here is no guarantee of safety. However, there's only one thing we can't afford to forget. All the doors and windows were locked from the inside, and this is a closed room. How did they vanish from this place? We searched around thoroughly. However, we couldn't find any traces of someone hiding. The 3 of them had almost certainly been taken outside the guest house. I wonder how it was done. You don't think there might be something like a hidden door? A hidden door? The windows and doors were built in a way that makes them impossible to lock from the outside. Even if you used a fishing line, it would probably be impossible with the way they're constructed. Maybe reasonable to assume they left via something other than a window or door. You're right. Does make logical sense. No one can be certain that no hidden doors exist. However, before leaving to that conclusion, I suspect a simpler possibility. And what would that be? For some time, Battler had been opening windows, opening shutters, and checking outside, repeating this for each window. This window's pretty quiet. I see. Unlike the other windows, because of how the building's shaped, the wind doesn't blow into this one. Seems to be the case. It's strange, no wind or rain comes in even though there's so much of it outside. Nanjo. Nanjo, when I opened the window just now, did you hear a sound? No, I didn't notice. I believe it's well oiled. In other words, it's possible to slink through a window in the hallway when no one is looking. Furthermore, the wind doesn't blow in through this window. So the air pressure wouldn't cause the curtains or a door to make a sound. It'll be quiet. Battler leaned forward and looked at the ground below. He was searching for some sign George had jumped down, but at a glance he didn't see any mark like that on the grass in the middle of the pouring rain. There might also be a window like this on the first floor. It would be possible to go outside without anyone noticing. However, not only the doors, but the windows too are locked, and the shutters are even down as well. It may be possible to go out, but you can't lock them afterwards. Oh, sure you can. Just like this. Like, Battler closed the window and locked it as though this was perfectly obvious. You weren't saying. If someone inside locked it afterwards, this closed room, well, it's as easy as pie. That means... Nanjo turned pale and shook his head several times. Because the thing Battler had said forced him to face a fact that was frightening even to imagine.
俺の想像したトリックならな。
It's only if the trick I'm thinking of actually happened, okay?
しかし、こんなトリックを使えば、怪しまれる人物は極
However,
め
with
て
this
限定
trick,
される。
only a very limited number of people could be suspected. He didn't want to say it in front of Nanjo, but after eliminating Jessica, who was with him the whole time, only Nanjo and Ava could have done it.
私はそんなことをしませんぞ。
I didn't do anything of the sort. Nanjo's like, oh, I'm sus. I'm always by
叱っ
myself.
てもいい。
I swear it.
となると、エヴァおばさんと南條先生のアリバイ合戦
And
っ
in
てこ
this
とにな
case, it
る。
becomes a battle between Aunt Ava and Dr. Nanjo for an alibi. Nanjo has been pretty sus. He disappears all the time. But so does Ava, and the minute Ava disappears, bodies start dropping. Or in this case,
俺
disappearing.
たちは二人とも怪しんで、
We just gotta
それぞ
suspect
れを
both of
別
you.
々に監禁すればいいだけの
And
話。
confine the two of you separately.
逆に言えば、このトリックはもっと生存者が多ければ有効
To
か
say
も
it
し
the
れ
other
な
way
いが、
around, the more survivors there are, the more effective this trick may be.
これだけ人数が減った状況下
But
で
our
は、
numbers are shrunk so
大
so
して
much,
有効では
it's
な
not
い。
effective at all. On the contrary, there'd be a chance of having your own neck strangled by using it. It would have been more advantageous to make it look like the culprit was outside. To intentionally leave a door unlocked or break a window.
もしこの失踪劇が今日の昼にでも起これば、
If this disappearance drama took place midday
俺は自
today,
信満々にこの説を発表しただろう
I'd be able to claim this theory with full confidence. However, at this stage, I'm not confident at all.
全
Yeah,
然
why
自
do
信が
this
持て
when
ない
there's
ぜ。
only 4 people left alive? That means they have like a... They just have to pull a gun, and anyone who pulls a gun on someone has a 1 in 3 chance, assuming they're not the murderer, of killing someone, or the right person. Or if you just roll the dice, you could literally 25% chance it into killing the culprit.
何なんだこいつは。
What's going on here?
一体何を意味してやがるんだ。
What in the world does it mean?
この密室はよ。
This closed room.
やはりそ
You
の
don't think,
なんだい南條先生。
what is it, Dr. Nanjo?
思いつきでもいいから言ってくれよ。
Even if it's a thought, please just say it. Nanjo looked like he's trying to swallow his words even though he thought of something, so I urged him on. After Nanjo refused several times, saying it was just a foolish idea, he finally said it aloud.
いえその
Well,
やはりこれは本当に
don't you think this might actually be
魔女の仕業ではない
the
の
work of the
か
witch?
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
魔女なんているわけがねえぜ。
There's no way witches exist.
魔女は私たちに訴えたいのです
Witch tries to make her case to us.
人間にはできないことをやってのけるから
Specifically,
こ
she's
そ
doing things people cannot do.
自分を魔女だと認めさ
She's
せた
trying
い
to
に
make us
違いない
accept her
の
as
で
a
す
witch.
私はこのゲストハウス全体の密室からの失踪は
To me, the
そういう
disappearance of the
魔女
closed
からの
room
メッ
of
セ
the
ージ
entire
だと感
guest
じて
house
います
feels like that kind of message from the witch.
考えてはならないのです
It's something I mustn't think of. On a completely unrelated note to what Nanjo says, where on earth are the direct influence of the of Lambda Delta taking place? Is Lambda Delta what is Lambda Delta actively doing here? I was suspecting she was involved with the younger Ava, but it hasn't been revealed to be the case yet. So I'm like a little bit uncertain what Lambda Delta is doing and what, if anything, Burncastel's doing on this game board. None of them have said anything since indicating they would participate directly in the game. Are they perhaps waiting until Act 4 to make a move? Just pointing it out that they're being pretty quiet. For considering how talkative Beatrice is. Both
意
of
味な
them.
んてきっとないのです
Surely it can't mean anything.
私は恐ろしい
As Dr. Nanjo shook with fear, it looked like he was trying to erase the fearsome thoughts he kept imagining one after the other. When we went down the stairs, Aunt Ava and Jessica were enraged, and each were persistent in their desire to leave the place and search for their respective families. It was a desire that naturally hits those who can no longer see their family. I mean, Aunt Ava's known way too many secret things and has way too much of a motive, but they don't know that, so they can't really accuse her. That said, of the people who stand to gain, Jessica doesn't seem to stand to gain from anything here. Ava gets headship. The headship she's always wanted and has professed a desire for, but I'm not sure the kids are aware of that because she killed all of the people who did know she wanted headship. They're in a tough spot, I think, because Battler's been incredibly passive this route. Same with Jessica, so we'll see what happens. We're down to the last 4. Aunt Ava told Dr. Nanjo and me to stay here, but I shook my head and started walking. I've been shut up inside for a long time already. Started wanting to breathe some outside air. We're going, let's go quickly. There's no way I'm keeping myself shut up in a place like this anymore. Let's go and find Mom, Dad, and George right now. The blood had all risen to Jessica's head. I hope it doesn't set off her asthma. Does she have her inhaler? If anyone wants to stay, go ahead and stay. We'll search outside. Why is she searching when she knows they're dead? Like the 3rd time she's wanted to search for people that she already knew was dead. What about you, Nanjo? Are you watching the place by yourself? No. Allow me to join you. Rather than holding up alone in the guest house whose security was by no means guaranteed, it'd be better to enter a danger zone as a group of 4. Aunt Ava had a gun. Moving separately from her was like asking to be made into the next victim. In this way, the 4 of us decided to leave the guest house. Even though it should have been safe to barricade ourselves here, we lost 8 people after doing so. To be honest, you lost 8 people. What, 5? 5 of which voluntarily left the place? No, 6. 5 of which voluntarily left the place? 6 if you include George, but they don't know that. So I mean, like, most of the people who died in the safe barricaded place died because they left it. I'm just saying that's not a great reason to leave. Like, it wasn't a good reason to leave at the start. It's almost as though this is a holding cell from which the sacrifices could be killed one after another. We removed the chain, unlocked the door, and opened it. It was already pitch black. While there were some lights outside that dimly lit the pathway, they didn't have enough power to pierce the darkness that some suspicious person might be hiding in. I'm going. If you fall behind, you're on your own, okay? Still holding her gun, Aunt Ava dashed out without an umbrella. Jessica followed after. After glancing at each other, Dr. Nanjo and I pursued them. Alright. What in the world is happening in this mansion or on this island? I've been shut up in the guest house with the rest of the cousins since yesterday, so I don't know anything about what's going on outside. Just what's happening that I don't know about. Outside this room in the mansion on this island? Everything is happening and proceeding, and everything ends without my knowing it. Somewhere in my heart, I've already started giving up. Most likely, not one of us will see tomorrow morning. When the seagulls cry, nobody will be left alive. How much are we advancing the clock by? No time at all? Okay. Okay. Perspective to Beatrice? No? No? We just continue this scene. Okay. Dad, Mom? Was that just like a scene spacer? Who would do something like this? I mean, Ava's right beside you. That said, Mom, Dad, who would do something like this? And she started wailing. Jessica's woeful voice echoed throughout the rose garden. Perhaps it was the intuition of a person who lived on this island. After checking the part of the rose garden where Aunt Rosa and Maria had fallen and seeing nothing, she went to look in the arbor next. Normally, the arbor was probably a wonderful location to enjoy tea peacefully while appreciating the roses on a good sunny day. Maybe even Uncle Kraus and Aunt Natsuhi had days when they relaxed and enjoyed their tea together here. In that arbor lay their corpses. At least they aren't drenched in the rain like Aunt Rosa and Maria had been. But there's no way I could say that out loud to Jessica at the moment. What do you think, Nanjo? Strangulation, I believe. Come, look at this.
何か細いもので締めた跡が残ってい
On
る
their necks, there are distinct markings. Something thin was used to strangle them.
だな。
Right.
まさかこっちが主たる死因のわけはねえだろ
I
うよ
doubt these things were the primary cause for their deaths. Right there lay two stake-like weapons decorated with an occult design, which had been found driven into Uncle Krause's thigh and near Aunt Natsuhi's calf. When we found those sticking out of my parents' forehead and chest, we decided to preserve the crime scene and leave them for the police. But Jessica didn't care about such matters and immediately pulled the stakes out of her parents' forsaken bodies.
これで頭、胸、腹、膝、
And now bodies gouged in the
足の
head,
5
chest,
つをえぐられ
stomach,
た死体が出たわ
knee,
け。
and leg have been found. Well, the witch is coming up next, my friend.
犯人
Yeah,
め
let's do it.
殺してやる
I'll kill that murderer. I'll kill him. No, no, we need you to do the classic delay 10 seconds. Not that your bullets will matter, but we need you to lose because you delayed.
第8の番まではこれで終わったわ。
With this, the 8th Twilight's been
続
completed.
くは第9の番なの。
Will this continue on to the 9th Twilight?
魔女は
Seems
よみ
so.
がえり、誰も生き残れはしない
The。witch will be revived, and none will be left alive.
上等だぜ。
Bring it
魔女
on.
がよみがえるってことは、
If she comes back,
犯人が堂々と姿を現してくれるってこと
it
なん
means
だ
the
ろう。
culprit makes their grand appearance, right? Yeah, but we already know they're bulletproof, so good luck.
何が誰も生き残れないだ。
No one's gonna be left alive?
私が殺してやる。
I'll kill him.
父
Good
さん
luck.
と母さんを殺した犯人を
I'll definitely kill the culprit who killed mom and dad. With my own hands? Okay. Jessica let her emotions float as she howled furiously. To avoid being crushed by grief, she'd do nothing but resist it with anger.
まだジョージが見つ
Still
かっ
haven't
てない
found
わ。
George.
ジェシカちゃんたちはここにいたければいるといい。
Jessica, you children had better stay here.
私は屋敷へ行くわ。
I'll go into the mansion.
エヴァさん、バラバラに行動してはいけない。みんなで一緒に行動しなくては危
If
険
we
で
don't all
す。
stick together.
兄さんたちはもうどうしようもないわ。
There's nothing we can do for Nissan or his wife.
でもジョージはまだどこかで生きているかもしれない。
She might be alive somewhere. Ava's on so much copium, I don't even know how to explain it to her. Like, imagine, it's like every time someone disappears, they wind up dead, and you're like, well, George isn't safe, he's not in the room, he's clearly dead, and she's like, he might be alive. Like, I'm gonna run off on my own, he might be alive. Damn, Ava, you dumb as fuck.
ここで時間を潰してる暇はないのよ。
I have no time to waste here. Yeah, sure. As Aunt Ava screamed this, Jessica glared at her. Ava had no more time to bother about the dead. She's more concerned for the safety of her son, who'd yet to be seen.
ジェシカちゃんはここでお父さんとお母さんのそばにいるといい。
Stay by your father and mother's side.
私はちょっと屋敷に行ってくるわ。
I'll make a short trip to the
バ
mansion.
トラ君も南條先生もここにい
Battler
て
and
くれてい
Nanjo,
い。
stay here as well. The place where all the people got murdered. Just hang out there for a bit. You'll be fine. After arbitrarily saying this, Aunt Ava rushed out of the arbor. I called out to stop her, but there's no way she'd listen. However, being alone in this situation meant nothing short of death. If we silently watch her leave, it's the same as letting her die. And since Aunt Ava's unwilling to stop, we had no choice but to follow her. It also means we're dead, because presumably we think the guns can protect us, right? Well, it may be cruel to say so. Uncle Krause and Aunt Natsuhi were already dead. So there was nothing more we could do for them. In the end, we had no choice but to console Jessica and head for the mansion together. Fortunately, Jessica stood up. Perhaps she'd been able to break free from her grief? But what had surfaced in its place was an expression like a demon's. Okay.
私がこの手でぶっ
I'll
殺して
kill that person with my own hands. I'll definitely
必ず
avenge
敵を
them.
取ってやる。
Okay, Dante.
行こうぜ
Okay,
バトラ。
Shelter. Let's go, Battler.
犯人を見つけたら邪魔をす
If
るな
we
よ。
found the culprit, don't get in my way. It's okay. The culprit's killed like 15 people at the. He's killed like 13 people at this point. 14? The culprit's killed 14 people. I don't think one person's gonna stop them.
私が絶対に
I'll
殺
definitely
す。
kill them. Good luck.
俺も親父たちの仇
I
があ
got my
るん
own parents to
だ
avenge.
悪いが早いもん勝ちだぜ
Sorry, it's first come, first serve. Right.
そうだな。ぶっ殺してやろうぜ。
Let's kill him. At my words, Jessica finally seemed to feel like we sympathized with her emotions. She still had that dark expression, but I felt that Jessica had regained some of her sanity. We took off. Away we go, chasing after Aunt Ava. Through the rose garden, up the stone steps, running at full speed towards the mansion whose large, intimidating shadow flashed in the lightning. And with this, the murders of the epitaph have reached the 8th twilight, and then on the 9th, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. I will most likely lose my life, but at the very least, I want to burn the truth into my eyes. The only thing motivating me to move right now. We were able to meet up with Aunt Ava, who was having trouble with the lock to the front door. It seemed all the blood had risen to Aunt Ava's head. That was probably making her fingers clumsy. It looked like she couldn't even handle the simple task of inserting the key into the lock. Seriously? And this is the person you gave the gun to? Then there was a faint sound, the sound of the door unlocking, as though it waited for all the survivors to unite before opening. It felt to me as though the malicious mansion was trying to swallow the remaining humans all at once. Perhaps the stench that erupted outwards the instant the door opened couldn't be described as just a smell. It wasn't just the charred smell from Grandfather. I think it may have also contained the regrets of the servants in Dad's group. All of the dead. What did it mean as it floated out, overwhelming us? Was it the cry of the dead telling us not to enter? However, Aunt Ava didn't even flinch at something like that. And we who had to choose after, I'm curious if we're ever going to see Aunt Ava, someone else, and the witch Beatrice in the same scene. Guess we'll find out shortly, right? We were forced to step into the mansion, even after receiving that message.
Georgie?
George?
Georgie?
Yeah, George, good luck. You can hear me answer.
Georgie!
George! Aunt Ava shouted at the top of her lungs. Considering the situation, it's probably far too optimistic to imagine that he's alive. When we started following Aunt Ava's example and calling out George's name in loud voices, baiting the killer to end us. Oh, sorry. It's perfectly sensible. Never mind. Aunt Ava spotted something and stopped walking. She was standing in front of the door to the parlor. What's this?
Nanjo sensei.
Nanjo, come here for a second.
何事ですかな
I heard about the eerie magic circles written on doors like the one on the parlor from the adults. Eerie is the only word to describe that thing, which was scribbled with a deep red paint reminiscent of blood, so it slowly dripped down. However, that had supposedly been there since this morning. Wondering why Ava, who had seen it already, would think it odd now, Jessica and I stared at the door.
確かにこんな数字が書かれていた記憶はありません
Certainly, I have no memory of numbers such as these being written here.
なかったわ。
They weren't, right.
不気味な魔法文字みたいなのは書かれていたけど、
Eerie magical
数字は
characters
書
were
かれ
written
てい
here,
なか
not
った。
numbers. From what the two of them said, only the magic circle had been there this morning. However, right now there were 8 digits written near the upper part of the magic circle. What, 7, 15, 11, 29? I didn't know what it meant. But I didn't want to imagine that someone had been thinking when they wrote it. It was drawn with the same paint as the magic circle, but it had clearly been written very recently. Is this a clue to... Is this a clue to the, is this a clue to the location of the gold? I wonder what it is. 7:15 on the at 11 on the 29th? That doesn't quite work. We'll see. The way it dried and the condition of the color was completely different from the other magic circles.
どうせ魔法的な意味があるんだろうぜ。
I'm sure it just has some magical meaning.
深く考えたって
No point
意味なん
wasting
かあ
time
るわけ
thinking
もない
about
さ。
it. You sure? Jessica intentionally spat those words in an attempt to push aside the eerie feeling it gave off.
ある種の数字遊びに魔除けが宿るという考え方です
It could be a magic square, the idea that a ward against magic can reside in a certain sort of number play. I don't know the numbers for magic.
どの列を足しても同じ数字になるみたいなものを皆さんも見聞きしたことがおありでしょう
Everyone's heard of the one where adding all of the numbers in each row leads to the same sum?
あれは四角形の中に埋めた数字の話じゃな
Is
かっ
that a
た。
group of numbers buried in a
これは
rectangle?
横一列だもの。
It's just a single row.
何の意味があるのかさっぱりだわ。
Yeah.
多分ジェシカちゃんの言うのが正解よ。
What it could mean, what Jessica said is probably right.
私たちが深く考えたところで
There's no point
意味
wasting
なんか
time
何
thinking
も
about
ない
it.
わ。
Even though she said that she probably suspected it actually meant something, Ava was definitely writing that number down on an old receipt or something with a short ballpoint pen. Unless it had some obvious pattern, it'd probably be tough to memorize a code made up of an 8-digit number.
これ
Could
日にちとか
this be a date
な
or something?
日にち
Date?
何の話？
What are you talking about?
いや偶然だろうけどな。
It's probably a coincidence, but 7:15 and 11:29. Is that Beatrice's birthday? 7:15, 11:29.
俺の誕生日
It's a coincidence, but my
7月
birthday
15日なんだ。
is July 15th.
0715が7月15日を示すのかなって
Once I
思っ
thought
た。
that 7:15 may refer to July 15th.
1129もほら11月29日って読んだらちょうど語呂がいいかなって思ってよ。
11:29 stood for November 29th. That'd fit perfectly. July 15th and November 29th.
そして11月29日ってなんだよ。
Why would your birthday be written in a place like this? And what's up with November 29th?
俺が知りてえぜ。
That's what I want to know.
まあ
It's
たま
probably
たまの
just a
偶然だろう
coincidence.
けどな。
It doesn't have to be that. It could be 11:29, Beatrice's birthday, right?
そう考えたらなんだか不気味に
When
な
I
っちま
thought
った
about
ぜ
it, it started to feel a bit creepy.
11月29日が誰かの誕生日だったりとかするのか。
What if someone's birthday was November
うちの
29th?
家族は違うぜ。親父もキリエさんもエンジェも違う。
That's not the birthday of anyone else in my family, not Dad or Kyrie or Anche.
もちろん俺のお袋もだ。
Not my mother's either.
心当たりがありませんが
Nothing else comes to
金
mind.
蔵さんの誕生日でも
Could be a
デ
pair
イ
of
ジさんの
coordinates.
誕生日でもないはずだ。
Could it be coordinates 07 mark 5 07 mark 15, 11 mark 29? I don't believe it's Kinzo-san's or Genji-san's birthday.
うちの家族も違うわよ。
Not from my
ロー
family.
ザやマリアちゃんでもないわ。
Not Rosa or Maria-chan's.
うちの家族だって違うぜ。
Can't be my
カノ
family.
ン君も違うし、シャノンも違う。
It's not Canon-kun or Shannon's.
私、使用人の人の誕生日にはちゃんとプレゼント渡してるからみんな知っ
I
てる
always
けど、
give servants presents on their birthdays, so I know for
11
all
月
of them.
29日に誕生日の人間なんて知らな
I
い
don't
ぜ。
know anyone born on November 29th. Once we started imagining the 8 digits weren't meaningless, but actually 2 dates, it started to look that way. However, its true meaning may be something completely different, or there may be no meaning at all. Anyway, we don't have any real clues. It's probably pointless to stand around here worrying about it. The inside of the parlor is much more important. This morning, behind each of the doors with a magic circle drawn on it was the body of a victim. So if something new was added to this door, does that mean something new has been added inside the parlor? When Ava tried to open it, she felt the resistance of the lock. She immediately took out a master key and put it in the keyhole. No more butterfingers this time. As soon as she opened the door, Aunt Ava let out a high-pitched scream and ran inside, and that alone was enough to tell us what happened inside the room. Nanjo and I looked at each other, and I shook my head slightly as we entered the parlor.
ジョージ
George! Oh no.
ジョージジョージ
Hang in there.
南條先生早く
Nanjo, quickly! Copium, copium, copium. George Aniki lay there crumpled alongside Shannon's corpse. His chest was stained bright red, and judging by his still opened eyes, I'd hate to say it to Aunt Ava, but I couldn't pick up any signs of life. After moving to take George's pulse, Nanjo shook his head, wordlessly reporting George was dead. Would the, 3-inch hole in his chest not make it obvious? Maybe he's just bad with anatomy. I know you have to check the pulse, but still, it's kind of funny. It's like this person's been decapitated. Checks for pulse. I think he's dead. We should probably give him a minute and see if he starts breathing. Maybe perform CPR? Brushing him aside, Ava once again crouched beside George Anarchy and started crying at the top of her lungs. With Anarchy's death, one thing is certain: the murderers hadn't ended on the 8th twilight. The epitaph was being carried out in its complete form, including the 9th twilight. None shall be left alive. I was really starting to lose track of things. For some reason, Aunt Ava's half-crazed cries actually made me cool down. Crestfallen and exhausted, I flopped onto the sofa and plunked my feet up on top of the table. Maybe all the murderers numbed my heart. Instead of being frightened, I just felt confused. Once Dad and Kyrie-san are dead, and the people have been killed off one by one, starting with the servants. There's been a lot of them by now. I don't know when the first murder happened, but they've been killed at a rate of about 1 person per hour by now. We believe the boat will come for us around 9 tomorrow. There's still 12 hours until then. How many more sacrifices to the witch will there have to be for us to survive? With the 4 of us, if 1 goes each hour, we won't last longer than 4 hours. We don't even know if we'll last until midnight tonight. Yesterday after lunch, we came into this parlor, and just as they started talking about serving tea Aunt Rosa had bought, we decided to take a walk. Mario was jumping around, right? Didn't Shannon bring us some cookies? Yep. She said Kumasawa baked them or something? Would have been hilarious if she baked some mackerel into them, wouldn't it? That's right, I'll never hear Kumasawa Ba-chan's mackerel jokes again, will I? Oh right, if I only remember stuff about Kumasawa Ba-chan, that wouldn't be fair to everyone else. Why did Dad and Kyrie-san even go outside? It's not like going without food for a day would kill us. They were really, really obsessed with going for food. They didn't even try looking for anything else. It was like a weird choice of theirs. Why did Gluttony get a hold of them and make them go out for food? I'll bet that fearless dad of mine just started complaining about being hungry. Kyrie, you're supposed to be the brakes for my reckless dad. Why didn't you stop him? What about your daughter, Anche? Anche. She's just like 6 years old. Don't tell me you planned on leaving her in my care. After all, it's doubtful now whether I'll even be able to leave the island alive.
やめなさい。こんな時に争ってどうするんですか。
Why are you fighting at a time like this?
ジェシカさん、やめなさい。
Stop. It's been kind of noisy for a while. By the time I looked up to see what it was, Jessica and Aunt Ava had suddenly started fighting each other. Or maybe I should say Jessica was grabbing at Aunt Ava.
エヴァおばさんが父さんたちを殺したんだ。
Aunt Ava killed Dad and the rest.
他に説明がつかない。
There's no other explanation.
何をバカなこと
How
を
foolish.
あんたのお父さんたちなんか知るわけないでしょ
How should I know anything what happened to your parents? What happened to your
ゲ
parents?
ストハウスの1階にいたのは誰だよ。
Who was on the first floor of the
エ
guest
ヴァ
house?
おばさんだ。
エヴァ
1階のロビーには父さんと母さんと、そしてエヴァおばさんがいた。
Dad and Mom were in the first floor of the lobby, along
生
with
き
her.
残ったのは誰だ。
And
エ
who
ヴァ
was left
お
alive?
ばさんだけだ。
Only
どう
Ava.
して？
Why?
あんたが犯人だからに決まってるじゃないか。
Obviously, because you're the culprit.
父さんと母さんを殺して外へ運び出して白々しく鍵を閉めて
You killed Mom and Dad, carried them outside, and shamelessly locked
魔
the
女の
door,
仕業なんかを装い
trying
や
to
がっ
make
た
it
ん
seem
だ。
like it's the witch's doing?
じゃあジョージはどうしていなくなったのよ
Why do you think George disappeared?
1階には降りてきてないのよ
He never came down to the first
じゃあ2
floor.
階でいなくなったっていうの
Did he disappear from the second floor? Whoa, 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 whoa. First of all, the only evidence we have that he never came down to the first floor is your statement, and if we're accusing you of being the murderer, you telling us anything is complete BS. So, yeah, if we accuse you of murdering your own son, that's fine. If we're saying you're the killer and you've killed everyone so far, including your husband and son, because you're gold mad, yeah, that's okay. That seems to follow, honestly. Did he disappear from the second floor?
2階には誰がいたのよ
Who was on the
あ
second
なた
floor?
たちがいたんじゃない
You people were right.
あなたは知ってたんでし
You
ょ
knew, didn't you?
ジョージがこっそりゲストハウスを抜け
You
出
knew
すの
George slipped out of the guest house?
それを自分は何も知らないような顔を抜け抜けと
You've...
あんたがジョージを
Ava
止めて
did...
てくれれば
Ava, you... Oh, sorry. No one's there who's aware of that. No one's there who's aware of that, but Ava has slipped out every single time that someone has died. Every single time someone gets murdered, Ava runs to go do something else, like she's fucking Superman or Batman, and suddenly bodies appear. It's like so unbelievably suspicious, but unfortunately anyone who could suspect her is fucking dead because nobody wanted to suspect anything other than an external force. If you'd stop George, he'd be what? He'd be dead anyway. I said stop. Jessica was in the cousin's room the whole time. Ava was in the first floor lobby the whole time. Neither of you is responsible for anything. On to the witch time. What we have here is simply the sadness of losing family members. The culprit's no one, nowhere. And this is why nobody will ever solve anything, because everyone refuses to believe that the culprit exists or could possibly be killing them. There's so much copium. We're on chapter 3 and there's so much copium about the murder. That said, we're not on an answer arc, so nobody's going to come up with an answer for you. Oh, the witch's fault. Stop hating each other, you two. The witch's fault, huh? I wonder if that's a good way to cool down the situation right now. I finally understand why 3 people evaporated from the guest house, when all the doors and windows were locked from the inside. This is what they were after, making us think the culprit was inside and sparking this ugly mutual hatred. Or you mean, I mean, that's a perfectly good plan for, it doesn't matter for a witch. The witch can kill you anyway. So the only reason they're doing this is because they want to keep the heat off themselves. How about that one? Has to be the culprit, the witch's goal. But if that's the case, how did the culprit lock it from the outside? Well, it's not possible. So either it's magic, or it's either magic, or one of you is a killer, and or accomplice to murder. You'll have to make that decision for yourself, Battler. When Dad's group was attacked, their master key was definitely stolen, but the doors and windows were built so you couldn't lock them from the outside no matter how hard you tried. That master key could have nothing to do with the guest house closed room. Jessica and Ava were turning their sadness at losing their blood relatives into anger with the person in front of them. Dr. Nanjo was trying to step between them. And I sat in the sofa staring at the ceiling, thinking about things that didn't even matter anymore with a worn-out expression. I just couldn't believe this is the same parlor had been so warm and pleasant midday yesterday. So at what point does Battler actually make a move in this game? It seems like he's been quite passive. But maybe he won't make one. For a short time before the typhoon hit. The sudden sound of a gunshot shook me out of my half-asleep trance. Smoke was rising from the barrel of the gun Aunt Ava held. Jessica had fallen to the floor, covering both her eyes. Aunt Ava and Nanjo were looking down at her in shock. Are you okay, Jessica? Jessica? It wasn't my fault! Ah yes, good response, Ava. It came after me because you came after me even after I told you to stop? Ah yes, shooting your niece and nephew, proving that you're not a murderer. Wait a second, what's going on? Ava's going into endgame, right? So did Jessica grab at Ava, which turned into a scuffle? Did they start fighting over Ava's gun? Did some kind of impact cause the trigger to be pulled? I don't know if the bullet grazed or if she'd been burned by the discharge. Either way, Jessica was covering both her eyes, screaming it hurts, and rolling on the floor. Don't worry, calm down. It's not a serious wound. Get a hold of yourself. My eye hurts. My eyes hurt. I can't see. Dr. Nanjo let Jessica borrow his shoulder, saying he'd tend to her in the servant room. The servant room in this mansion had a bed and a first aid kit and was able to function as an infirmary. You killed Mom and Dad? It wasn't me, it wasn't me. Alright. That's getting less believable. I guess the witch randomly fires guns now. That's cool. I mean, someone else could have, if you want to acknowledge a fifth person. That said, we've already acknowledged that there's no more than 18 people on the island at any given time, so either a battler needs to poke someone who has red text to verify if furniture counts as people, and witches count as people on the island, or you're just shit out of luck.
Jessica,
you'll aggravate the wound, don't move about. Let's go to the servant room. Jessica continued cursing on Eva as her parents' murderer. It seemed Eva couldn't conceal her trembling at the fact she pulled the trigger, even if it had been an accident. I mean, if you're the killer getting people in a room by yourself... It wasn't my fault? Okay. I didn't kill anyone. More importantly, who killed George? That's right, who killed George? This is some good deflection, honestly. If she's the killer, she just screams about who killed... She kills George because she's planning on killing everyone for the gold. And then just screams about who killed George. Because she hasn't really mentioned whining too much about Hideyoshi dying. Like, Hideyoshi died, and she's like, wanted to check out his body, and then didn't really comment too much. Now she's using George's death as an excuse to shoot people, which is interesting. It's not my fault. Wait, Eva. Don't go off on your own. I don't know if it was because Eva couldn't bear her mistake, or if she'd given up control of her body to anger at the person who killed her only son, or if it was both of those mixed together. At any rate, she ran out into the corridor yelling, fearful and screaming. I was also worried about Jessica's condition, but right then I couldn't leave Aunt Eva alone. Why would she go off on her own into this mansion of all places? Is she suicidal? I mean, she's disappeared at regular intervals every time someone's going to die, so this doesn't surprise me. Did we lose track of her? Dr. Nanjo took Jessica towards the servant room. I chased after Eva, dashing into the depths of the mansion. And she's disappeared? Or do we run into with her witch self? Let's see, what happens first? Ah, here we go. After sitting Jessica on the servant room bed, Nanjo told her several times not to touch her eyes and examined the affected area. The barrel had probably been near her eyes. It was possibly the flames from the discharge that injured her corneas. There was no threat to her life, but it would probably be necessary to take her to a doctor as soon as possible. Nanjo applied emergency first aid, covering the affected area with gauze and wrapping it with a bandage. As a result, Jessica completely lost her vision. Is that okay? The wound may hurt or itch, but you mustn't scratch or rub at it. When tomorrow comes, let's go to an ophthalmologist as soon as possible. This is really trying to kill me? If the angle was a little bit off, I'd have been killed by now. I'll definitely turn her into the police. Eva would not do such a thing. I don't know. I mean, it's some pretty obvious deflection to like make Eva disappear every time someone's getting murdered, but it still looks pretty bad. So I'm waiting for the other excuse. I mean, Nanjo is the other person who could be the killer because he kind of believes in the witch, but we haven't seen too much evidence other than his disappearance. Whereas there's a lot of motive and connection for Eva. So they've built up there's a solid circumstantial case for Eva that no one's looked into yet. That was an accident. You called it an accident? You killed dad and mom? There's no way any 19th person or witch exists on this island. Behind everything? He's the only one on the first floor of the guest house. George Nissan must have seen her kill mom and dad, and she killed him to keep him quiet. Same with grandfather and the servant. Didn't they all have like a mutual didn't kill agreement? You'll have to have a slightly more complicated solution than that, Jessica. That said, I'm not in the position, so I'm not in the position Jessica's in where there's lots of pressure and things are really suspicious, but it's pretty hard for Eva to kill anyone when she's actually been in the conference the whole time, unless she did the killings during a bathroom break, perhaps? Maybe that's what happened. If you want to like really go all in for Eva killing everyone, maybe during a bathroom break she took an hour out and axed all the servants. That might work. I don't know. I don't know about how much time you need to kill them and set up the room situation. But yeah, maybe she kills them on a bathroom break or something. You could probably disappear for 30-45 minutes on a bathroom break, right? Maybe you're making tea for yourself and you come back with some. I'm sure she snuck out of the family conference last night and killed them. Good luck, Jeff. If that's the case, we'll find about it as soon as the police investigate. It is unlikely you will survive if Eva is the killer. Nanjo, there's like a 0% chance you survive to get to the police if Eva's the killer, considering you're unwilling to consider her as a killer and she's running around with a gun. That's a pretty bad idea. The police are incredible, and with their powers of discernment, there's nothing that can't be understood. That is overconfidence in the police. There's going to be no prints whatsoever. Everything is covered in mud and pouring rain. They'd have to find some other physical evidence to link them to the killer, and it's not like fingerprints of any of the people here would be unusual. It might take 30 minutes to walk to the chapel, let alone drag Cannon's corpse there and get back. Cannon's like 14. You can. Cannon's like like what? How old's Cannon? 16. He's probably not and he's a small kid. He's not fully grown. Aunt Ava does martial arts, which includes working out and general fitness, so she's probably more fit than your average person. As you have to be reasonably fit to work out. I think she could carry the body. I also don't know how long the walk to the chapel is, though. There's a chance it takes 30 minutes, but I think it's more like 5 minutes or so, because they can run there, right? Since random people can run there, I think it's reasonable to say it's probably not a 30-minute walk. That said, it is outside in the pouring rain. So it might be noticeable if you try to bring a corpse back, out and back. That said, I think the solution for the locked room was previously suicide for one of them, right? So you didn't necessarily need to kill or carry anyone to the chapel. You did need to lock the key, though. You did need to lock the chapel from the outside, but you didn't need to kill all the people, right? So if Cannon walks there voluntarily, you shoot him. Like Cannon walks to the room, you shoot him in the back and close the door or something. That could be like a 5-minute trip. That said, it would be the longest of the routes. And you have one accomplice and they commit suicide for you. It would take a while, but I think it could be like doable. But I hadn't thought about the chapel being a long trip. That's a good thought. Like I'll just add like 5 minutes for the chapel route. It's still pretty like iffy if you're going to be killing everyone as Ava, but at the very least then there's someone to lock doors if it needs to happen. But like the room was solved by nobody outside the locked room situation for the 6 people, right? Because if all of them go into the rooms and at least one of them kills themselves, then the problem's solved, right? The problem is solved. I think if one or more of them kills themselves, you get the locked room dilemma. So it could be as little as 5 minutes ever to run to the chapel, lock it, and leave. No need to suspect or hate anyone? Okay. The police will resolve everything. That is a very positive outlook considering how many bodies there are, Nanjo. For now, Jessica, devote yourself to resting your body and keeping your eyes safe. Of course. If you wrinkle your forehead too much, it will do nothing good for your eyes, not to mention your beauty. Is there a knife in You know what would be funny? If Beatrice is bragging or something, and because Jessica's fucking blind, she can't see it, so she takes a knife and just fucking eviscerates Magic Beatrice. That'd be a funny ending. Like, she can't be afraid of her being a witch because she can't tell that she's dressed differently or actually has magical powers or guards or some shit. So her lack of belief in witches works as effective armor regardless of what she shows off. And she can just go like full armor of what is it? Wait, was that Black Prism? No, that was that the fucking Night Angel trilogy? That had armor of unbelief? Oh well, you can just deny the witch. Anyway, she'll roll her deny the witch from 40k really high. Plus d6 to deny checks, you know, because she's fucking blind. That'd be great. I think armor of unbelief was magical damage reduction caused by obsessive disbelief in magical abilities in one fantasy novel trilogy that an enemy army had. They were just fanatical anti-mage people. They hated magic so much they refused to acknowledge its existence, and it dealt less damage as a result. It's like everyone else gets killed by fireball, and then the same guys, because they just claim they don't believe in magic, it does like half as much damage and just sets them on fire. Alright, if you wrinkle your forehead too much, it'll do nothing good for your eyes, not to mention your beauty. When Jessica's abuse of Ava reached a crescendo, she actually had started glaring instinctively, and the pressure on her eyes hurt her. She herself realized that the more she talked, the more the wound would hurt. In regards of whether she had overcome her suspicions of Ava, she regained her composure for the time being. She killed them. Dad and Mom. And Shannon. And Ken-kun. The chapel is a building on Rokkenjima. It's situated in a grove behind the mansion and can be reached after a short walk. That is not very clear what a short walk is. Yeah, how do you define short? Some people define short walk as an hour long, some people 5 minutes. And me, I describe a short walk as the trip from my desk to the fridge, which is about 5 meters. She heard that Cannon had been killed in the chapel. Jessica hadn't seen his face after he died. She was now less fearful about the fact she was blinded and more frightened that the police would carry Cannon's body away while she still couldn't see, and that she'd have to say her final farewell without being able to look at his face. Her anger at the culprit and her sadness at the death of the person she'd liked, the mixed emotions started her crying. Right now, tears were actually painful for her, so she wasn't even permitted to leisurely remember his face in bygone days. Jessica could do nothing but sit on the bed and let her head droop, withstanding the pain. Now I'm more worried about Eva-san. I hope she isn't too shaken by this. Realizing Jessica had calmed down for the time being and letting out a sigh, he stuck his head out into the hallway to look for a sign of the others coming back. And then their eyes met. Nanjo, unable to understand who this person was bewildered for an instant.
視力を失った人間って反魔法力も対魔法抵抗力もゼロになるんですって。
I hear people who've lost the power of sight have zero anti-magic power and resistance power.
つまり今のあんたはアイソレーテッドポーン。
In other words, you're an isolated pawn.
意味がわかるかしら。
Understand what that means? Nanjo had no way of understanding who the person in front of him was, much less what she had just said.
Nanjo sensei,
Dr. Nanjo? What's going on? Unable to see, Jessica had to rely on voices alone to make out the situation, but since she heard Nanjo say something in an uneasy tone, she tightened up, thinking something bad might have happened. Stop, please. Don't kill me. I have a sick grandchild. I mustn't die. Help me. Nanjo sensei. Nanjo. Jessica couldn't do anything except call out from the bed. Judging by the tone of his voice, Nanjo was in the corridor confronting someone, and he was scared. His life must have been threatened just a second ago. Oh, stop it!
第9の晩に魔女は蘇り、誰も生き残れはしない。
And on the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. The witch pointed the end of her gold staff at Nanjo, and even though he didn't know what she was planning to do, Nanjo assumed she must be trying to take his life.
Nanjo sensei!
Dr. Nanjo!
Nanjo sensei!
Jessica stood still.
そこに誰がいる？
Someone there?
返事をしろよ！
Answer me.
やめてくれ
Jessica hears someone begging for their life and screaming in terror, and is like, I wonder what's happening. I'll just say his name. Hey, Nanjo, what's going on, man? Bro, what's up? Hey, you doing all right? I'm dying, help me! You doing okay, man? Help! I think he's got a sprained wrist. Maybe an ankle? I can't tell. Bang! A sharp sound echoed. And just as sharply, the tip of the golden staff tapered and stretched, slicing into Nanjo's forehead. Jessica, who could only try to grasp what was happening with her ears, had no clue what was going on. But even so, she realized with that sound, Nanjo had died. That's what you call panic, though? Maybe. That kind of works. But it's still funny, because it's like, how is this useful? You're like yelling at his name, but he's clearly gonna die in a second. She could tell the person was now in the corridor, right in front of the servant room. Furthermore, since she couldn't see, she wouldn't be able to run away, much less resist. And knowing she was a mouse in a trap and in a life or death situation, Jessica shuddered.
ああ、ジェシカ。
Oh,
かわい
Jessica.
そうにね。目を怪我しちゃったのね。
You've had your eyes
な
cut
ら
injured.
あなたは逃げることもできないわね。
Yeah, you can't even escape.
今から南條の死体でたっぷり遊ぶわ。
I want to play a whole bunch with Nanjo's
それに
corpse
飽
now.
きたら次はあなたを殺してたっぷり遊んであげる。
When I get bored of that, I'll kill you next and play a
い
bit
い
more.
え。せっかく目が見えないんだもの。
If I've got you blind out here already,
殺してからだけじゃない。
I won't wait until
殺
you're
す
dead.
前にもたっぷり遊んであげるわね。
I'll have lots of fun with you before I kill you. I think it's a kind of a nice touch that we can't see Eva Beatrice when we're seeing things from. We can only see the door handle when we're seeing things from Jessica's perspective. Yeah, most people would panic in a situation like this, especially if they were blinded 5 minutes beforehand. Yeah, probably. But I mean, maybe you could just pray that they don't know someone else is in there, and the minute you realize the guy's like begging for his life, instantly hide. But she started screaming, notifying people that someone else was in the room. I feel like your first thought, if you're blinded and in a situation where there's likely a serial killer around and someone starts screaming, is to be like, well, unless I'm gonna charge literally blindly at them, I'm gonna be hiding behind like the nearest, behind like whatever I can find that hopefully, even though I'm fucking blind and can't tell if it properly conceals me, might give me some chance to survive, right? Instead of giving away your position, because all you can do is try to hide here if you think you can't fight. But, I mean, and she's probably a bit off balance because she lost her eyesight and just got shot by her aunt. Then again, she also heard, for what she knows, she might have just heard Ava kill Nanjo as well, judging from the potential gunshot sound.
そこでしばらく震えながら待ってなさいね。
Wait there shaking for a while, okay?
南條の死体で私がどんな風に遊ぶのかをたっぷり想像しなが
Try
ら。
to imagine all the ways I'm playing with Nanjo's corpse. Jessica was struck with fear and let out a frail scream. She wanted to scream in a much louder voice trying to get someone to help her, but she couldn't. When faced with true fear, it clogs up a person's throat, and right then Jessica could barely even breathe.
助けて助けて
Help me, help me. She searched around with her hands, trying to find some way to escape, but even though she should have known this room well, being unable to see made it like a closed room of darkness. She ran into a shelf or something, and things like candy jars and bottles fell down, hitting her on the head. As she was now, it would have been tough for her to even guard her head to block it. She was painfully aware of how powerless people became just by losing their sense of sight. Of course, she had no time to be impressed by this fact. She crawled around at random, trying to escape from that place. I'm just sitting here thinking, is that not incredibly unproductive if you know there's only one entrance and exit to the building? To the room? Like, okay, he left through the door, which is in that direction. She came in through the door. If she wants you trapped, she's standing at the doorway, so you know the only way out is through her. I'm not sure what you do here, but running, screaming like a chicken with your head cut off, or crawling in circles on the ground is kind of like the dumbest thing to work. Why are you thinking logically towards the actions of a blind person in fear? Because blind people are not stupid? Blind people are lacking one of their senses. But that does not mean they're dumb. So, like, when she's crawling around at random trying to escape from the place, she needs to take a second and think, I'm in the servant room. The servant room has one entrance. One door as an entrance. It doesn't matter if I can't tell where the walls are, I'm in trouble. Because I heard Nanjo open the door, and then he started screaming and begging for his life, so he's presumably the killer is in that direction. When you're just blind, you're really confused. It's happened to you a few times. It's terrifying. I mean, I haven't actually been blinded myself. But I feel like you can still act somewhat rationally, and she's had a couple minutes. Although she's very worked up. I can understand not taking the most sensible actions. But I feel like you should immediately think to yourself that, like, if you're not confident you can escape, you probably shouldn't go anywhere quickly while blind, as it's unlikely to be productive. Maybe I'm just too calm. Maybe I'm just too calm. Like, it's very confusing. I'm sure it is very confusing, and like I wouldn't expect her to be like, ah yes, I'm gonna walk 3 paces straight forward, turn a left, and run 10 paces, then take a right. Like, that's insane. Nobody's gonna do that. Like, I'm not expecting her to be like, boom, I'll map out this place in like 1 second. I can count the paces. Like, that's insane. But I mean, like, knowing the room you're in would help. You'd definitely be the best person to be on a murder scene. I mean, I'm not saying I'd be useful. I'd probably just be really slow to react and die anyway. That's my prediction. Cause I'm actually just clumsy as fuck and slow and a little bit slow on reactions. So that would not be. I would not be a great survivor for this, but at the very least I wouldn't be panicking all the time. All the time, I hope. I'm nice and calm. That doesn't always help. That doesn't always mean I'm super useful though. Alright. But she kept bumping into things she didn't understand, getting hit by various falling objects. And it felt like the entire room was alive, bullying her and refusing to let her escape. I mean, sometimes panicking can be real useful. Right? Yeah, I'd be calmly understanding how screwed I am. Yeah, I wouldn't exactly be in a better place. She's panicking because of the unknown, and I'd be like, huh, I'm in the servant room. The person in front of me is possibly Ava with a gun who just blew Nanjo's brains out or shot him in the chest. Like, he's fucked. Unless he magically grabs her and gives me an opportunity, I'm probably dead. And I'd probably be 50-50ing whether or not I could just walk at them and try to kill them, but I try to escape past them, which is probably gonna kill me anyway. But it's like, it's not like there's any cover. I'm sitting on, not an actual bed, by the way. You're sitting on, like, one of those fold-out mattresses. That's not gonna stop a bullet. as I believe the servant bed has been explicitly stated to not be a real bed. And it's a foldable. It's a traveling one. Ah, you're traveling the opposite direction, but you're not driving? Nice, nice. Much nicer to be relaxing sometimes. In the car with a partner, or on the bus, or on a plane maybe? Yeah, it felt like the entire room was alive, bullying her and refusing to let her escape. I mean, if she was like in an open field or something, this blind panic run might actually be okay until she runs into like a fucking tree or some shit. Yeah, it's like, yep, there's definitely a bullet slowly flying towards me. Yep, I'm screwed. Yeah, it's like, if someone has a gun already pointed at you and you're 5 feet away, you're probably dead. You're probably dead. Or getting injured somewhere. Especially when you can't tell where their eyes are tracking you or where the gun is, right? Because you don't know if she's holding it, she's like resting, because she knows you're not gonna thinks you're not gonna do anything, or if she has it pointed at you because she's about to pull the trigger, right? Like, you have no clue. You don't have a clue if she's resting her arms, because obviously, like, you're recently blinded, right? So I can't assume people know, like, would be able to notice like an audio cue, like them resting their hand on their hips or something like that, or hearing the cloth move as they move their arms or some bullshit, right? So I'm like making the assumption, all I know is entity in front of me. Entity in front of me, likely armed with a gun. And since it sounds vaguely like Ava, it might be Ava. Who I just suspected of killing literally everyone else in the fucking family and just shot Nanjo, so it's looking pretty fucking grim for me, because it's not like they're gonna hesitate to murder me because they've killed like 12 people already. Oh well. Oh well, we'll go through this scene. It is what it is. Her panic's a bit exaggerated, but, you know, it's okay. Sometimes panic run could work, like I said. In an open field, this might be useful for a bit. You might get really lucky and run for a bit, and get out of range of the gun. Make her chase after you, where you have a slightly better chance of doing something. 5 feet might be close enough to grab the gun as long as they don't have trigger on the finger. Yeah, slightly higher range is worse. Yeah, she's actually in the range. She's actually within the range where if you have a gun holstered, you should not pull it because it will not be out fast enough if your opponent has a knife. At 5 feet, if your gun is holstered, it is not useful. But like I said, I don't know if the gun's aimed at her head right now. The second she makes a move, she might just go, she might just move forward, bam, dead. Like, it might be like that fast. The second her opponent acknowledges the movement, they might be dead. It's like one thing if they're super relaxed or something, but she doesn't quite know. That's why I said it's like, it's close enough you might be able to do it. That's why I said, like, I don't know if you popped in earlier, if you just popped in, if you were in for 5 minutes, but I did say if I was here, I'd probably be, judging on the layout of the room and the fact that the person before me has likely killed fucking everyone else in my family and is more than willing to kill me, and probably intending to do so anyway, I'd be like 50-50. Should I try to rush them? Or should I pray that, like, Nanjo's not dead and distract her for a second or something? Those would be, like, my choices. It's like, am I waiting for a distraction or am I dying? Because there's no cover here and I'm blind. Like, it'd be like, is there something within 3 feet of me I can throw at them? Because maybe you could throw in their general direction, as like, even if you don't know exactly where someone is, you just need to hit their body somewhere, or at least distract them, right? You know, even if something's not actually gonna hit you, if it might hit you, like if it's, you know, right beside, if it's gonna fly right past your head, you might duck. And that might be a good distraction to rush them or try to escape. But since there's no escape from this room, your only option is through them. Or, like, you know, begging for mercy like Nanjo just did before he got shot, which isn't going to work. And then a footstep could be heard from that presence in the hallway. Ah, instant knowledge of where they are. And then a voice. She probably poked her head into the room since Jessica had been so loud. You really are noisy. Act like a lady and wait there at the bed. I'll give you a wonderful blood red death outfit. befitting for such an
あ
honored
な
daughter.
たを見つけた人が失神してしまいそうになるくら
Something
い
good
の
enough to make the person who finds you faint, okay? Also, on a somewhat related note, it is really bad for Jessica to be screaming and making all these annoying panicky noises because she has asthma and she should know better than this. I know she's 18, right? I think she's 18? I think she's 18. She's like 17, 18 or something like that. Because I think she's the same age as Battler. She should be aware right now that triggering your own asthma is like literally the worst thing you could do here. It's like, you want to trigger an asthma attack when you don't bring your inhaler around with you. Like, you should be like, oh fuck, if I'm screwed, but if I also trigger an asthma attack and literally cause myself to pass out, that would be terrible. Because she has like some really bad asthma. But it seems to be triggered by her panicking more than anything. So her panicking is counterproductive, and her screeching is likely to trigger a panic attack. Because it's usually when she gets really high-strung and starts ranting that her asthma sets in. So she should... Now, I know she hasn't in the past, because that's how we know what seems to cause her asthma, but she should really be trying her best not to do that. Until just a second ago, she had sworn she'd kill the culprit if she found them. Well, however, she was now very powerless. Thanks, Ava. She couldn't do anything except let out a scream, crawling around on the floor, bumping her head into the bed and legs of desks. Again, she hasn't even tried to identify the location of the person or anything in the room, really. Come on, focus, Jessica, for 2 seconds. Focus for 2 seconds. Dad, Mom. Battler? Oh, God. Cannon-kun? Cannon-kun. Dude, your parents and Cannon-kun are dead. Oh, I don't even know how he's on the list of people who could help you, but alright. In the corridors, the witch thought of how to toy with Nanjo's life. A single gold butterfly secretly watched the scene from the corner of the hallway. It was Beato who barely escaped with her life once before. Gold butterfly softly returned to human form. She's transparent, clearly low on energy. It was faint and transparent, like a lace curtain. By now, her power was so weak, even maintaining this form was difficult for her. Right next to her, Ronove also appeared. It's unlikely Jessica will survive. Of course, there were to be no survivors from the very beginning. She's grown feelings of love for Canon. I toyed with them at times. However, such behavior was shameful for a witch. Why is it shameful? Is it shameful because you secretly like Battler? Love is the single element. Romantic love is even more pure, more sacred. But for some reason you seem to despise it thoroughly, milady. Perhaps because it's killed her the last 2 times she was been alive in her own land? Teacher told me. Magic exists to bring people happiness. That's something I must have been aware of myself in the past. Ever since I forgot that I stopped being a witch. And so I lost the right to be Battler's opponent? I can hardly believe it, milady. You actually intend to rescue Jessica? It'll be dangerous. I know. Even if I do save her, she'll be a plaything of the witch's banquet when the door to the Golden Land opens. She's got less than 4 hours to live anyway. I don't see any particular reason for Beato to save her. It's like, on a practical level, it seems pretty pointless since she's already dead and is doomed. Like, she's gonna be, like, murdered repeatedly anyway, like, who cares? Like, what are you gonna do here? What does this serve? What goal does this serve, Beato? You've lived over 1,000 years and tactical thinking is not your forte? Yep, you haven't got any calm rational thoughts here? I can't tell if there's actually any stakes for this Beato, by the way. Like, is this gonna kill Meta Beato? Because this is supposedly Meta Beato stepping down into the game realm as a piece? Or is this just this instance of Beato who's gonna be moderately irritated if they fucking die? I have no clue. I guess if it's the one who's gonna be moderately irritated when they die, then and go back to being the meta self, then like I guess why not? See if you can do it. If you feel like doing it, just try to, because fuck it, there's like no stakes for you here. Even so, that death would be far more compassionate than what that person would do to her. I don't understand. Can someone please explain how this works? We've had it demonstrated here that the witch can supposedly revive the dead at will perpetually to torture people. We've even seen Beato do that. The battler. Like, in what way does opening the door to the Golden Land make things anything better? She can still revive you and kill you. It seems inconsistent, but okay. Or it seems kind of pointless, like, you kill her, she just gets revived and brutally murdered anyway, 2 seconds later. Like, you've, put her out of her panic for 5 seconds and drawn the attention of the person who's gonna revive her and kill her anyway? It seems unproductive. Like, what? Unless you think she's just gonna be like, ah, alright, she's dead, bye. Like, why? More compassionate? Is the death more compassionate? It doesn't matter because she's going to be suffering infinite deaths anyway, or an arbitrarily large number at least. Witch's Banquet steals lives in a terrible way, but it does not do so more than once. Yeah, but you can still be revived. Like, the beasts just eat you. It does not toy with life and death. It doesn't matter if the beasts do, the witch can. And we know for a fact that you can still be tortured after being killed at the banquet, because that's what's happening to Meta Battler and everyone in their family on the second route. Just remember, Rosa and Maria and co got killed, and then in the afterlife, their whole family's being brutally resurrected and murdered, including Maria, and Rosa's being tortured there forever in purgatory. Like, it doesn't make sense to say the banquet only steals your life once. She'll get murdered, and then Beatrice can just grab your soul and revive you. And get back to the torture. That's what we started this arc with. Weird statements, Beatrice, but alright. The rules of magic are very flexible in this setting. Today, the banquet means you can only be killed once. Yesterday, and the day before, it meant you could be killed N times. Tomorrow, it might be back to N times, or it might be once. We'll find out when we get to the next chapter. However, that person's different. He kills over and over. He kills for fun. Okay. There's not even a trace of compassion there. I want to save Jessica from that kind of cruel fate.
確かにそれを行うことは良き魔女として称えられることでしょう。しかし、新しきベアトリーチェ様はすでにお嬢様のことを敵視なされています。もう一度姿を見られることがあったなら、今度は
If you were to be seen by her again, you would not have any method of escape this time, correct? When I reunited George and Shannon, finally understood
魔女
what a
そ
witch
して
is.
魔法とはどういうものなのかを
What magic is.
わらわは魔女だ
I'm a
魔女
witch.
であらねばならぬ
I must act as a witch.
そしてバトラーに対戦相手だ
And
と
I must be
認められ
acknowledged as Battler's opponent.
今度
Making
こそ
Battler accept me as a witch this
バ
time
トラーに
around.
魔女だと認めさせなければそのための道は
The goal, the
長く
road.
険しいかもしれない
The road to the goal may be long and difficult.
しかし今ここでその一歩を踏
If
み
I
出
don't
さね
take a
ば
step forward here and now, I won't be able to call
わらわ
myself a
は魔
witch.
女を名乗れぬのだ
I still don't understand her rationale, but alright.
お気持ちはわかりますが、
Confusing her
ど
means
うや
for
って
her
お
goals
救いに
seems,
なる
does
つ
seem
も
to
りで
think.
す。
I understand your feeling. How do you plan to
今
rescue
のお
her?
嬢様の身に使える魔法は多
There
く
isn't
あり
much
ません。
magic your body is capable of now,
シャ
milady.
ノンを蘇らせる時ですら、
Did you not have to
George の
borrow
力を
George's
借りたで
power
は
when
あり
you
ません
revived
か。
Shannon?
うんだからこそジェシカ
And for
だ
that
けは
reason,
救える
I
かも
might
し
be
れ
able
ぬ
to save Jessica.
今あやつはカノンに助けを求
Right
め
now, she's begging for Canon to save
そ
her.
の思いの力を借りればわらわの魔力にてもう一度
If
冥
I
府の
borrow the
扉を
power of that
叩けるか
emotion,
も
my
しれない
magic may be able to knock on the doors of the land of the dead once again.
叩けはするでしょ
You may be able to
う。しか
knock.
し、魔力を使い切ります。
But you'd use up all your magical
新
energy.
しきベアトリーチェ様にもし見つかったら、本当
You're
に
able
逃れ
to be
る術は
spotted
あ
by
り
the
ま
new
せんよ。
Beatrice. You'd truly be without a method of escape.
私はすでにお嬢様の執
I'm
事
no
ではあ
longer
り
your
ま
butler,
せん。
milady. Why don't you use the power of that magic to summon a new servant? As in, you need to summon a servant who is significantly better than the agents at her disposal. Can you use that love to summon someone better than Canon?
いざという時、
Understand,
お
I
助け
cannot
するこ
assist
とは
you
で
if
き
the
ません
situation
ので
worsens.
ご了承を。
承知しておるわらわはこれまで数えることもできぬほどの命をもてあそ
By
び
now, I've toyed with and taken more lives than
奪
I
っ
can
なら
count.
ばその罪は
I may not be able to make up for it, except by
同じ数だけの
saving the
命
same number
を
of
救う
lives
こと
and
でし
bringing
ょ
them through that door.
あがないのもとよりわらわに失うものなどない
I
わ
have nothing to lose in the first
名
place.
も魔力も引き継ぎ今や魔女とも認められぬ
I'm
た
merely
だ
an
の黄金の蝶
I'm merely a gold butterfly who's passed its name and magic power on and is no longer acknowledged as a witch.
バトラ様はどうな
What about Battler?
ゲームの途中です。
You're partway through a game with him.
彼はお嬢様がお戻りになるまで
He said he'd
待
wait
つと
until
おっ
you
しゃいまし
returned.
た。ここで果てるようなことがあっても良いのです
Are
か。
you truly satisfied to end it
お
here?
嬢様にはバトラ様の向かいの席に戻る義務
You
が
have
あ
a
るのですよ。
duty to return to the seat across from Battler-sama, milady.
だからこそだ
For that very reason.
わらわにしか救えぬ命があるならばわらわはそれを救う
If there's a life only I can save, I'll save it.
そして魔女と認められるぞ
And I'll be accepted as a
わら
witch.
わは
I
魔
have to
女に
become
な
a
こ
witch.
れが試練であるな
If
ら
this
ば
is training, it's a
こ
very
れまでの
childish
悪行
thing.
に見合わぬ幼稚なものよ
Nothing that compares with the evils I've committed before now. Okay.
さあ姿を消せロン
Vanish,
か
run
つて
away.
黄金の魔女と呼ばれた一匹の蝶の最後となるかもしれぬ魔法を見るが
Watch
いい
what may be the final magic of a single butterfly who used to be called a witch.
かしこまりました。
There's
黄金の魔女の名に恥じぬ魔法
Please show me magic.
拝見させてもらいます。
That will not disgrace the name of the Golden Witch.
願わくばそれが最後の魔法とならぬこと。
I pray it is not your final spell.
行け
Go,
も
my
し
friend.
インクが足りるなら我が愚かなる生涯を記して
If you can find
同
enough
じ
ink,
道
write
を
down
歩もう
this,
とする愚か者に手渡せ
write down the story of my foolish life and hand it to some fool who's about to walk down the same path.
さらばだ殿
So long, runaway. Alright. Hanon-kun.
そこにいるの。そこに助けて。
Help me.
助けてよ。お嬢様、
Hey, lady.
僕はいつだって
I'm always there by your
お
side.
嬢様。
Hanon-kun.
カノン君。
Hanon-kun? It seemed to Jessica as though she heard Cannon's voice just then. She looked around with unseeing eyes, but of course she saw nothing, and on the contrary, the action caused her head to hit the desk again. Oof.
カノン君。
Cannon worried.
カノン君。助けて。助けて。はい、お嬢様。
Help me, Cannon-kun. Yes,
僕
milady.
がお助けします。
I'll help you.
カノン君。
Marissa or Mordred, if she was Marissa or Mordred, she would have SMH. If she was Marissa or Mordred, she would have stormed in blindly and died like a true Pepega tomboy. Mordred would have died. I should at least point out that there is a blind effect that does happen in one of the Toho games. And you can play as Marissa in that one and still beat the boss. Marissa would probably not lose since I think you get credit for all the things Reimu's done, because you can play as Marissa or Reimu in all the Toho games. So if she was actually like Marissa, this would be a reasonable fight. It's only an endless witch after all. They're just a decently powerful wizard. The immortality stuff is not too crazy. There's like what, at least 2 true immortals and a fuck ton of OP overpowered as shit wizards and bullshit in Toho. In fact, like half of the wizards are mad OP. That's like just how it is in Gensokyo. Like everyone in Gensokyo is like half the people in Gensokyo could obliterate a fuck ton of mages. Right? Cause what? The vampire mages oh, you're referring to the character? Cherno beats Eva? Yeah, probably. I was gonna say, like, half of the bosses are pretty fucking strong as far as OP characters go, let alone the extra bosses. That are just like, I control infinity. What? Your power's infinity? Yes. Actually, yeah, there we go. There is an endless witch. It's like literally there is an endless witch already. Who has the mage who has the power of infinity. And they are they're the boss of they're the extra boss of Imperishable Knight? Or no, the second root boss, my bad. Infinite Witch is already there. You can beat them up. Or actually, with all the true immortals who are infinite, you kind of just punch them until they decide to stop fighting because they're tired. You know, the usual. And you survived. This time she thought she heard his voice clearly. Jessica jumped in surprise, banging her head against the desk once again. Calm your heart and listen. Unfortunately, I'm not alive. I've already perished. However, the witch came to tell me of your peril. She gave me just a little bit of time so I could save you, milady. Calm your heart even more. If you do, my form will become visible even to you, milady. Yeah, hallucinating now. Jessica obeyed those words. She chased all idle thoughts from her head and relaxed her breathing. Of course, her heart felt like it was going to explode after hearing the voice of the one she liked and thought was dead. She resisted the excitement with all her strength. And when she did, she felt as though Canon-kun was really right in front of her. Even though she shouldn't have been able to see him with her eyes, she was able to sense him clearly.
僕が見えますか
Can you see
お
me,
嬢様
milady?
はあ
Yes,
見えるぜ
I can definitely see
確かに
Canon-kun.
カノン君が見えるよ僕は魂だけの存在です
I exist only as a soul now.
お嬢様に触れることは
I
できま
cannot
せん
touch you,
こ
milady.
うして言葉をかけることしかできな
I
い
can do little but talk to you like
それ
this.
だけしかできないか弱い存在ですがそれでも
My current weak
お嬢
existence,
様
I
の
can do a
力
little
にな
more
れる
than
はずで
that.
す
But I should be of some aid to you, milady.
言葉だけ
Only talk?
カノン君に触ることはできないの
Touch you, Canon-kun?
僕は今ろうそくの煙よりも
I'm
儚い
more
存
fragile
在
than
です
the smoke from a candle.
聖者であるお嬢様に触れられればたちまち書き消えてだからどうか
So much that
触れようとしないでください
if one of the living such as you were to touch me, I'd be wiped away instantly. Please don't try to touch me.
お嬢様に触れたい気持ちを
I'm
抑えているのですから
holding back my desire to touch you, milady.
あ
Okay.
それよりお嬢様
More importantly, milady, where is his edgy coat? Hold up, is he wearing his edgy trench coat? More importantly,
よく
milady,
聞いてください
listen well.
新しい黄金の魔女は残酷な心
The
の
new
持ち主
golden
で
witch
す
has a cruel heart.
必ずやお嬢様をひどい目に遭わせようと
She
するでしょ
surely plans to make you meet a horrible
うこの部
fate.
屋から逃げ出し
You must escape from this room and hide.
どうやって私は
I
目が
can't
見
see
えない
anything.
静かに
Quiet.
僕がお嬢様の目になりま
I will
す
be your eyes, milady.
僕がかける言葉に従って動いてく
Move
だ
in
さい
accordance with my instructions.
まずそのまま3歩履いてて
Crawl
そ
3
れから
steps
立
from
ち上
here.
がってくだ
Then
さい
stand.
今お嬢様がいるの
You're now
は
under a
机の
desk,
下です
milady.
そのまま立てば頭をぶつけます
If you stand there, you'll hit your head.
机の下だったのか
I was under the desk.
わかったよ
Okay. 1, 2.
2 3立つぜ
I'm gonna stand. She's speaking
お上手
aloud.
です
Anyone can hear what she's doing. Well done.
次は時計で言う
Next.
9時の方向を向いてくだ
Turn
さ
to
い
face 9 o'clock.
はいお上手
Well
で
done.
すなんだか恥ずかしいぜ
This is pretty embarrassing. You're speaking to an invisible ghost.
大丈夫ですか
Are you
傷
okay?
が
Does
痛
your
み
wound
ます
hurt?
か
I'm
い
fine.
や平気だぜ次は
What next? Jessica thought if this was a dream, she didn't want to wake up, and if she were allowed to, she would have wanted to take off the bandage covering her eyes and see him. However, she did that, Cannon might vanish like a frail candle smoke, just like he himself had said. She was afraid of that, so she satisfied herself with just listening to his words once more, repressing her desire to see him and to hold him. Therefore, what hurt her eyes now were tears of gratitude. Tears of gratitude for the god, or maybe the witch who'd given her this miraculous moment.
大丈夫なの
Is this okay?
こんなに喋ってあいつに気
If we
づか
keep
れない
talking like this, won't we be noticed by him?
声を聞かれな
Won't
い
our voices be heard?
隠密の結界を張っています
I've erected a secrecy
大
barrier.
きな音や声を出さな
As
ければ
long as we don't make any
誰も
loud
気づ
noise.
きません
Loud sounds or speak noisily, no one will notice us. How many spells can this Beatrice cast? She's like, I can cast maybe one spell. I can cast like one doorway to the underworld, and apparently anti-sound barrier too, and a vision spell.
だから誰も僕の気
Miss
配に
out
気
of
づけない
magic, casting like 5 more spells than she's supposedly able to cast. Alright. Alright, that's why people can't tell when I'm around.
なんだかわからないけどとにかく静かにしてれば
I get it.
大丈
But
夫
anyway,
ってことなんだ
fine
な
as long as you stay quiet, right?
次はどうするんだそのままゆっくり10歩ほど歩いてくださ
10
い
steps in that
ソ
direction.
ファーに触ります
You'll touch the
それ
sofa
に沿って進んでください
and continue
ゆっ
along
く
that.
りと
Slowly.
落ち着いて
Stay calm.
僕の言葉を信じて
Believe in my words.
あ
Sure. Weird.
不思議だぜ目が見えないってのはあんなにも怖いものだったのに
It's clearly Canon casting his bear. Canon said he cast it, but his magic has to come from somewhere, and he's a fucking spirit. He's an independently summoned spirit, so he's summoned with the magical power of the person casting the spell? Or is he actively pulling from Jessica's reserves? You know what, I'm not going to question it. I'm sure the author can hand-wave it since their magic is pretty... all over the place. It's weird. Even though it's scary not to be able to see, I'm not scared at all. If you're with me, Canon. That's the sofa. Trace it to the left while advancing slowly. There's a table just to your left. Careful not to bump into it with your shins. It was a very strange and bizarre team effort. Even though she would have been killed in an instant if the terrible witch noticed her, there was no fear in Jessica's heart. She was protected and guided by Canon, someone she thought she'd never be reunited with. It would probably just be a... reunited words. It would probably just be a momentary miracle. Even so, Jessica was deeply grateful for it. If she hoped for too much, she was sure he would disappear, so she tried not to ruin this faint miracle. And trying to engrave this moment into her heart for all eternity, she slowly continued to walk, obeying Canon's voice. If you walk 10 more steps, you will exit the servant room. Please start to face 9 o'clock and keep walking very slowly. Put your hand on the wall to your right and keep following that. I'll take you to a safe room. I go there? Canon-kun? Canon didn't answer, but his lack of an answer was enough to tell her the truth. In no way. I don't want to go. If you stay here, you're gonna be killed by the witch. I don't mind. If I'm killed, I can go to the world where you are, Canon-kun. My lady, please listen to me. The human world is too bright and painful for the dead like me. I cannot stay long. Please, milady, allow me to use the time I'm allowed to guide you to a safe place. Because after that, I will stay with you until my time runs out. Is that the best you can manage, Canon-kun? Yes. In exchange, I will stay by your side as long as possible. I'll stay with you and talk with you later. About what? What do you want to talk about? I don't care what. As long as you're willing to tell me, Canon-kun. Canon-kun. Man who likes not speaking at all. Alright. Well then. I'll tell you the story of a cowardly servant boy who lacked all courage. A foolish... The story of a foolish and pitiful boy who fell in love with a young lady as radiant as the sun, even when the lady confessed those feelings to him. He lost to his cowardice and was never able to be honest with his feelings. While he lived. Yeah. And I want to tell you a story. There are so many dramatic pauses in their dialogue that are not shown by these ellipses that I have to wait an extra 5 seconds to see if they're gonna say something. It's the story of a cowardly girl who couldn't muster the courage. Tell the boy she loved how she felt. Much, much more often.
そしてその男の子に再会できる奇跡を神様がくださって。
The story of how that girl, after being reunited with that boy by a miracle from
その
God,
勇気を振り絞る機会をもう一度与えてもらった女の子が
used that chance to finally muster up her courage.
勇
Alright.
気を。
僕も
I think she was actually still saying that
その
line.
話を聞きたいです。
I also want to hear that.
だからそのためにも行きましょう。
So for that reason as well, let's go
安全な場所まで。
to a safe place. Where is he taking you, you think? Is Kinzo's study a safe place? It might be unlocked right now. But like, if it's not unlocked, you need Genji's key, so where else is he taking her? Yeah.
カノン君と一緒ならいつまでだってどこまでだって歩くよ。
If I could be with you, Canon-kun, I'd walk however far, however long it took.
もう目なんていらない。
I don't need eyes anymore.
カノン君が踏み出せと言うなら崖の先へだって一歩を踏み出すよ。
If you tell me to step forward, I'll take the step, even if it leads off a cliff.
ありがとう。
That went from crush into obsessive real fast.
さあ、お嬢様
Thanks. Come, my
参り
lady.
ますよ。
Let's go.
最初の10歩。
The first 10 steps.
うん、
I don't
嫌
like
だ
it.
ジェシカって呼んでくれなきゃ。
I won't do it unless you call me Jessica.
わかりました。
Understood.
では、ジェシカ、
Well then. Jessica,
最初の10歩を。
take the first 10 steps.
カノン君。
Canon-kun. Very quietly, Jessica and Canon slowly snuck out of the servant room. Just around the corner, the witch could be seen cruelly looking down at Nanjo's corpse, but she didn't even notice their presence. However, Ronove, who stood at the ready by her side, met Canon's eyes. Canon thought, oh no, grimacing and blocking Jessica with his back. However, Ronove did not inform his master. He played dumb, just as though he hadn't spotted Canon in the first place. Or maybe he did appear to chuckle. For a finger on Ronove's hands, which were joined behind his back, a single small gold butterfly appeared, flying in front of Canon as though guiding him. It went unnoticed by the master he served. Canon was surprised at the magic the butterfly held, because it was far more powerful than the secrecy barrier Canon possessed. He may not have known it, but the power of his had originally been Ronove's. Or that power of his had originally been Ronove's. Okay. Canon's ability was an imitation of that which Kinzo had made and given to him. As the butterfly of secrecy magic scattered gold scales, it grew smaller bit by bit. It probably wouldn't last long, but without a doubt, even that would buy them enough time to get them far away from that cruel witch.
さあ、お嬢様、
Lady,
その壁に沿い、
let's follow
ず
the
っと
wall.
歩いて
Keep
いき
walking.
ましょう。
Keep
ずっ
going.
と。
Keep going.
カノン君と一緒ならどこまでも。
I can be with you, Canon-kun. I'll keep going on and on. Just like the Energizer Bunny. Led and protected by this small gold butterfly, the pair, separated by the wall of life and death, slowly walked away toward the end of the corridor. There was no way the evil witch could have had magic to notice their flight. Come again? Until they disappeared at the other end of the corridor, the witch didn't realize Jessica had vanished. You pull the disappearing act. By the time the gold butterfly Ronove had sent evaporated completely, Jessica had reached the parlor, and they can't prove that Jessica didn't teleport there, right? Even though it would have been a quick trip if she was able to see as she was now, it had been a very long adventure.
さあ、お嬢様、
Come with it.
客間にたどり着きました。
We've reached the
これ
parlor.
からお嬢様を窓際のカーテンの束の
I
とこ
will
ろ
now
までお
take
連
you
れ
to
し
the
ます。
bundle of curtains by the
その
window.
中に隠れればきっと安全です。
If you hide there, you'll surely be safe.
カーテンの中か。
Inside
う
the
まい、
curtains.
私も
Not bad.
昔よくそこに隠れた
Used
も
to
んだ
hide
ぜ。
there a long, long ago.
ベアトリーチェ様。
Canon called out the witch's name. Jessica looked around in surprise, but she obviously couldn't spot the witch when she couldn't see. Beato had appeared once again with a faint form. Cannon squared off against the figure of the evil witch, but Beato's expression was soft or even pitying.
どういう気まぐれで僕を蘇らせてくれたのか。僕にはあなたの気持ちがわからない。
I know not what sort of whim led you to revive me, nor do I understand what you're thinking now.
気まぐれに過ぎぬ。
It was nothing more than a whim.
いや、魔女とはこうあるべきなのだ。
Or perhaps this is how witches should be.
わらわがそれを気づくのに1000年をかけた。
It took me 1,000 years to realize that.
それだけの。
That's
愚
how
かしい話だ。
foolish it is.
誰
Was it?
がいるの
Who's there?
お嬢様、お静かに。
Lady, be quiet.
彼女は魔女。ベア
She's
ト
a
リー
witch.
チェ。
Beatrice.
僕をお嬢様にもう一度会わせてくれた
I owe
恩
her.
人です。
Because she let me be with you one more time.
魔女、
The witch?
ベアトリーチェ。
Beatrice?
わらわのことなどどうでもよい。
Forget about me.
それより、早くその女をカーテンの陰に隠すがよい。
More importantly, you should quickly hide that girl in the shadow of the curtains.
そなたに残された時間も、
You probably don't
長
have
く
much
ジェ
time
シカ
left.
と最後の語らいに費やすがいい。
You may spend it having a final conversation with Jessica.
カーテンの束の中で密会とは。そなたらもなかなか味な真似
A
をす
secret
る。
meeting inside a bunch of curtains? How clever you two are. Are these magically shielded curtains? I'm not sure how they're safe.
ありがとう、ベアトリーチェ。
Thanks. Beatrice.
カノン君に会わせてくれて。ありがとう。
Thanks for letting me be with Canon-kun. Jessica didn't know where Beato was, so she said it while facing in the wrong direction. Perhaps because she found that funny, Beato snickered. I'll now leave
あ
this
と
room
は
to the
愛
pair
し
of
合う
lovers.
二人にこの部屋を譲る。邪悪なる魔女に恋話は不要でな。
Evil wishes have no need for
退
tales
出
of love.
させてもらおう。
Allow me to depart.
ベアトリーチェ様、
Beatrice-sama.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
礼などいらぬ。
There's no need to thank
こ
me.
んなのでは償いきれぬほど悪行を重ねておることは、そなたがよく知っておろうに。
Can't compensate for all the evil I've done.
良き魔女には感謝を選別とします。
I offer my gratitude to this good witch as a parting gift.
今までがどうであったか、そしてこれからがどうであるかは知らない。
I don't know what has happened before or what will happen later.
しかし
However,
今
at
こ
this
の
moment-
瞬間、あなたは間違いなく
Or without a
Yoki
doubt, a
Maja.
good witch.
おべっかが過ぎるぞ、家具
You
めが。
flatter me, furniture.
次に会うときは、期待を裏切らぬ悪しき魔女であるかもしれぬぞ。
Next time we meet, I might be an evil witch who doesn't betray her expectations.
それでは、
And with it,
さらば。
farewell. Beato left the parlor and closed the door, and mustering the last of her remaining magical power, she sealed the door. The fact those two had escaped here would eventually be noticed, and now that the ninth twilight was reached, no matter how much they struggled, their inescapable fate had already been decided. However, until the final moment, they should be given the chance to speak with each other of their love. The witch poured out all her magical power to protect their time together, and so that no one would be able to defile their time alone until the last possible moment. At that time, Beato noticed something. Her body had been detected by a magical searching technique. The evil witch's furniture had sniffed this place out.
無粋なるは魔女のゆえんか。
So, boorishness is the witch's way of doing things after all.
若き二人に恋を語らせる気もなしとは。
I think she doesn't even intend to let those two young ones speak together of their love.
45データ受領。
45 data
標的
received.
照合。仙台ビアトリーチェ京都確認。
Checking target confirmed his predecessor
客の防御
Beatrice.
壁を解析。
Analyzing parlor
多
defensible.
層防御壁72層。構成防壁および魔法反応走行。
72 layered, multi-layered defensive wall, attack-proof barrier, anti-magic armor.
100万円の狙撃は不可能。
Sniping into the parlor will be
410
impossible.
データリンク。
Data link to 410.
410データ受領。
410 data received.
じゃあ仙台様を先に殺しちゃえばいいだけの
Guess we'll
話
just
だ
kill
に。
predecessor Sama first.
大ベアトリーチェ京攻撃許可を。
Right, Lady Beatrice, your firing permission, please.
撃ってちょうだい。
Go ahead and shoot.
ああ、急所は外してね。
Avoid her vital
ババ
areas.
アに聞きたいことがあるの。
There's something I want to ask the old hag.
410射撃
410, firing. Does she ask her sister's gold bow released a gold snake? It crawled down the corridor, starting from the front of the servant room, aiming for the parlor that drew a soft, snake-like curved line trajectory. And pierced Beato's chest. Gold butterflies gathered, and the cruel witch appeared along with her furniture.
先代様、
Predecessor
二
Sama.
度もの妨害、もはや許されませんぞ。
No further obstructions will be permitted. I didn't think they'd be.
しかしシエスタ姉妹も腕が落ちたものよ。
Still, the Siester sisters really have
わ
gotten
ら
rusty.
わを仕留め損なうとはな。
I think they failed to bring me
そ
down.
れも
And
二度も。
twice at that. Runabe spoke in a manner befitting the witch's butler, and she pushed her pain aside. Beato grimaced and spoke back.
申し訳ありません先代様
Apologies,
急
Predecessor
所
Sama.
を外せとのご命令です
To avoid battle areas.
ご指示があればすぐにでも貫きますとも
As soon as we get the order, we can pierce you anytime.
ピアスの穴でもおへその穴でもお好きな穴を
We can pierce a hole in your ears, a hole in your belly button, any hole you like. Gold snake that pierced Beatrice grew longer, drawing a funnel-shaped helix and awaiting its next order. It was prepared to pierce a vital spot as soon as the evil witch told it to.
残忍にかけてはわらわも一歩を取るそなたが急所を外させるとは。
And for what reason would someone like you, who's no less brutal than
どう
I,
いう風の吹き回しか。
make them avoid my vital area?
新しきベアトリーチェ。
New Beatrice?
聞きたかったのよ
Wanted to ask you something.
どういう術で逃れたのか知らないけど私たちはあんたを仕留めたつもりでいたのよ
I don't know what kind of trick you used to escape, but we thought we took you out, right?
そのまま隠れていれば逃れられたものどうして危険を冒してまた現れたの
Why is it you took... Though you could have escaped by hiding, you took the risk of appearing
ま
again?
さか若い二人をかばうためだけに戻ってきたわけ
Can't be that you came back just to protect those two young people, right?
さーてなあ。
Well, who knows?
さっきだってそうよ
And just a
どうし
second
て
ago.
恋人たちを蘇らせて再会なんて甘い真似を
Why'd you do something as soft as reviving the lovers and reuniting them?
聞けば聞くほどにあなたは私なんて足元にも及ばない邪悪の権下
The more I hear about you, the more I learn I didn't even reach up to your feet as an incarnation of
そ
evil.
のあなたがどうして急にそんな生ぬるいことを始めたのかって
If you're like that, why'd you suddenly start acting so mildly?
それを聞きたかったのよ
That's what I wanted to ask. Beatrice cackles back.
残忍ゆえにわらわは気まぐれなのよ。
I'm brutal, therefore I'm
そ
fickle.
れを問うことに意味などあろうか。
What purpose could questioning that possibly serve?
シエスタ姉妹ヌエ
She asked her sisters to sew her. When she ordered that, the golden snake that was curled in a helix and suspended in space moved as fast as a real snake going after its prey, so not necessarily that fast. And pierced Beato's body multiple times from both sides, its gold tail drawing an X shape. As the cruel witch ordered, it drew a cross stitch through Beato's chest. The gold thread made a squeaking sound and tormented Beato. Rather than a gold snake searching for its prey, it waited for orders like a sewing needle ready to sew Beato.
あんたに限って気まぐれなんてあるわけがない
It's you we're talking about, there's no way it could have been a
あ
woman.
んたのことを聞いたわ
Heard about
そ
you.
して知ったわ
I've learned.
あんたは私ですら足元にも及ばない
You're such
邪
an
悪の
incarnation of
権
evil.
下よ
I don't even rise up to your feet.
私はそんなあなたに実にふさわしい後継者だと思った
Thought I
の
was truly a fitting successor to you.
なのにあなたは邪魔ばかり
You've always been in the way.
ぬるいことばかり言って私を呆れさせる
You always say warm, pleasant things that shock
何
me.
があなたを変えたの
Changed you.
1000年間邪悪の限りを尽くしたあなたに
You explored the depths of evil for 1,000
その
years.
1000年を翻すような何が起こったのかそれだけを知りたくて生かしたの
And I let you
よ
live because I wanted to know what happened to make you change so much.
知りたくば そなたも1000年を費やすがよいぞ。
Well, if you want to know, I suggest you waste 1,000 years as well. How's this look? Not bad. The golden thread disappeared and okay. It's hard to tell what's actually happened here, but it looks like she's uninjured and is leaning against like a blood-splattered wall. Or like she got... Or like, I don't know. I'm trying not to say, but it's like some blood exploded out from her behind. Like it's like someone got shot, or that was some like really... Oh, never mind. I'm just gonna leave that. It's like there's a blood splatter on the wall behind her, like something hit it with a lot of force. But like... She got hit in an X pattern, and got a shot in the chest from like a knife, but there's no blood on her, right? Her dress is flawless, so it's not like she got injured. It's like something else got killed there. I don't know. Yeah, it's a rough day. Thanks, Taco Bell. But like again, her dress is clean. Her dress is way too clean for this scene. It looks like she got punched in the stomach and there just happens to be blood splatters behind her. If you really want to know, I suggest you waste 1,000 years as well. So. Beato's chest was once again sewn with a golden cross stitch. It tightened once again, squeezing fresh blood from Beato's chest. The intense pain it caused ran in conflict with its beauty to the eye. Might be one of those things that disappear when they die and don't leave a corpse. I'll kill you slowly. If you answer my questions honestly, I'll let you die easy. I'll give you a splendid, gorgeous death, perfect for my predecessor. I'll sink you in a coffin filled with water and roses. Isn't that wonderful? And you still won't tell? What the reason for your change of heart?
聞かれたことを答えぬもまた。邪悪なる魔女の優越よ。
Not answering when asked is another one of the evil witch's pleasures.
2つ。
So twice.
もちろん答えてくれなくていいの。
Of course, you don't have to
だっ
answer.
てそうやっていじめてるんだもの。
After all, that way I get to torture you.
無限の魔法は本当に素晴らしいわ。
Endless magic truly is
思え
wonderful.
ばこの世はすべからく有限。
When you think about it, the world's limited in every way.
人の世に無限などありはしない。
Endless cannot exist in the human
そ
world.
れは神が無限であるがゆえに人の世を見下すためすべての無限を取り上げたからよ。
Because gods are without limits, the human world's deprived of all limitlessness so they can be looked down upon.
なればつまり無限の力とは神の力。
In other words, this endless power is the power of the gods.
遊べば遊ぶほどにさらに楽しい遊び方を見つけられる素敵な力。
A wonderful power where the more you play with, the more fun ways of playing you find. It would be funny if Battler, by virtue of waiting, has to play the next Beatrice, but because he hates her, he just says, I'm not playing with you. And she's literally stuck in an infinite time loop here, while she has to become a better person. That would be a funny start to chapter 4, where she's like, wait, why is time restarting? And he's like, oh, you're Beatrice now, you have to play Battler, and he's not acknowledging you because you're a terrible person. So, you have to become a better person and undo the damage you've done in his eyes, or you're literally going to be stuck in this time loop for all eternity. That would be some funny shit. Where it's like, oh, I guess you fucked up. I guess you fucked up, Ava. That'd be a funny loop, right? Where she just like comes in, she's like, wait, are you serious? Like, I literally can't do anything else? Yeah. You're stuck, I'm stuck on these 2 nights for the rest of ever? And he's like, yeah. That's what Beato was trying to do for you. Sorry you killed her. Like, that'd be a funny next chapter. It's like, she's dead, yeah? And she was trying to make sure you didn't get stuck in an infinite loop? Uh-huh. Bad end for you. A wonderful power where the more you play with it, the more fun ways of playing you find.
その力を1000年も思うがままに使い暴れ回ったあなたが
You used that power as you pleased for 1,000 years and went on a
な
rampage.
ぜ今頃になって心変わりをしたの
And why only now?
まさか私に譲ったから惜しくなって
You aren't gonna say you
とか
regret
じゃ
handing it
ない
over to
わ
me,
よ
are you?
ね
惜しいものか。
Could I regret it?
そなたがそうだと信じている無限の魔法など魔法にあらず。
The endless magic you believe in is no magic at all?
真の魔法の力とはそなたなどでは到底至れぬ深淵にあるのだ。
True magic lies in a deep abyss you most certainly cannot reach? I don't understand how they're saying she couldn't have reached out, but alright.
それに気づいたから
And this is what you realize?
それは
Then what
何
is it? Wait, so she has infinite power here. How is she not the strongest? I don't quite understand that part. She can do all of the things without love, so she's still got more power, but apparently love is the answer. Weird answer, but okay. Okay, Ryukishi. Guys got some weird opinions, but it is what it is. What is it?
それに気づけず1000年をさまよえ。
Wonder
愚
1,000
かな魔
years.
女よ。
With it. Wonder 1,000 years without realizing, foolish witch.
ねえ今度は3つ
So, 3 times this time. Beato's chest had been embroidered with the gold thread. It tightened even more, causing her more and more pain.
まあいいわ
How fine is this thread? Because I thought the thread was like putting inch-wide holes in people. But like, is it actually like millimeter thread?
死に損ないのババアが何を達観したかなんてもう興味も何もない
It's fine. I'm no longer curious about what kind of revelations an old hag who refuses to die might have
もう
had.
飽きたからあっさり殺してあげるわ
Bored now, so I'll just kill
あ
you.
んたを殺せば客間の結界は解ける
If I do, the barrier around the parlor will dissolve.
そしたらカノンとジェシカもたっぷりいじめ殺してあげるわ
And
ね
I'll torture Canon and Jessica to death a whole bunch of
愛
times.
し合う二人を同時におもちゃにできるなんてこれは楽しそうよね
Yeah, but being able to have 2 lovers as my toys at the same time sounds pretty fun.
殺せ
Killer. Without missing by a millimeter, the gold sewing thread shot through Beato's heart. The intense pain was worse than all the pain before that put together, and Beato finally remembered the actual feeling of dying, which she'd forgotten over the course of 1,000 years. But she couldn't die. She mustn't die. If she died, that would mean handing over the 2 in the parlor to the cruel witch, so she definitely couldn't die. She resolutely refused to die.
新しきベアトリーチェよ。
New
頼
Beatrice.
みがある。
I have a request.
客間の2人の仰せは短い時間のものだ。
The lovers meeting between the 2 in the parlor won't last long.
砂時計で測れる程度の時間でカノンは冥府へ消えるだ
In
ろ
the
う。
amount of time an hourglass can measure, Canon will probably vanish into the land of the dead. She can revive him as corpses in the
そ
chapel.
の程度の時間を
Would you allow them that much time?
どうか許してはくれぬか。
嫌よ
Oh, wait.
愛し合う二人を引き裂くのって楽しいんでしょ
Isn't tearing apart 2 who love each other
あな
fun?
たが言ったわ
That it
だから
yourself?
私やってみたいの
Why don't you quit?
ならばその快楽貴様に味わわせるわけにはいか
I
な
mustn't
い。
allow you that pleasure.
楽しいぞ。
It can be fun.
恋人たちを引き裂く
Tearing
のは
apart lovers.
そうよね
Really?
きっと楽しいわよね
Sure it's fun. Sure it's fun.
だから邪魔しないで
I don't get in my way.
もっと縫え。
So
縫
more.
え縫え縫え
So.
にひ410了解
410 understood. The merciless gold sewing needle sewed gold thread through Beato's heart over and over again. However, no matter how much it tightened, the heart didn't stop.
まだまだこの程度では足りぬ
Isn't
な
nearly enough.
この程度では死んではやれぬ
Won't be dying by something like this.
何をしてるのこのババアのおしゃべりを止めなさい
Make this old hag shut up.
早く殺すのよ
Kill her quickly.
殺してます
We are killing her.
何度も心臓を縫い止めてるのに
Sewn her heart in place several
こいつの
times.
心臓止まらないんですあんた不死身なの
Are you immortal?
まさか
Of course
そ
not.
なたに無限は譲り渡した
I handed the endless over to you.
鼓動を刻める数な
My heart
ど
won't
残
beat
すとこ
many
ろ
more
も
times.
たかが知れているだがそれを一つ余計に刻むことでこの部屋の二人にわずかでも長い時間を与えられるなら
However, if by making it beat one more time, I can give the two in this room a little more time,
その程度の抵抗を
I'll
永遠に続けようぞ
I'll continue that resistance for all eternity. Oh no, Beato became a gimmick exhibition quest with infinite guts. They're like, God damn it, she's still at 1 hit point. Kill her already. We've tried.
縫え
So,
こいつの心臓が動きを止めるまで縫い続けよ
keep sewing until her heart stops moving. It's only one person's attack. They can only do so much. They can only attack once per turn. Stop doing brave chains, Eva Beatrice. Multiple people.
うなんでこいつ
Why
死なない
doesn't
の
she die?
ありえない
It's impossible.
心臓を縫い縛ってるの
Why
に
isn't her heart
なんで
stopping?
止まらないの
It's sewn in place. Why don't you just stab a hole in it, Siester?
ならいいや心臓を内側から爆破してやるに
Who cares? We'll make the heart explode from the inside. Yeah.
かわいそうに逆らわなければ綺麗に死ねたのに
How pitiful, and you could have died cleanly if you hadn't resisted us. As they said that, even though the gold needle and thread made round trips over and over, Beato still didn't die. The cruel witch eventually grew pale at how bizarre it was.
お前一体何者な
What
の
in the world Jeez. New Beatrice, you're very inefficient.
そうだったには
You probably can't understand.
わからぬだろうなわらわにもわからなかったさ
You and I didn't understand.
だ
And
が
yet,
などうやらこれが本当の魔法というものらしい
somehow or
ぞ
another, it seems that this is true magic.
つまり
In other words,
わらわは今こ
I've
そ
now
なった
become it.
本当の魔女に
I've become
なった
a true witch.
心臓内部で爆心固定
Firing explosion center in the heart interior.
瞬間準備よし
Use preparations ready.
爆破
Explode! Aiming wannabe failed on a 1 HP guts. There was a terrible sound, and gold leaf was scattered around the area, as long with a cloud of gold butterflies. Listen, I'm telling you, quick NP quick extra is 3 guts, whereas Buster quick is only 1 gut. Buster quick extra is only 1 guts. If you need to cut through guts, you gotta put NPs in the middle of your attack chains, okay? If you're gonna be doing brave chains all the time. Alright, a cloud of gold butterflies. Beato's chest opened wide from the inside, and from that, gold butterflies and gold leaf poured out, staining the surrounding area gold. Then Beato's flesh crumpled. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, she crouched down and crumpled. However, a gold heart, tied by gold threads, floated in the air and continued beating. What the? Monster. When the Siester sisters saw that, they fell on their butts in shock. Somehow, even though Beato had become nothing more than a heart, it still kept beating, continuing to protect the barrier to the parlor. It was an immeasurably vast, magical power. Impossible to measure, in other words, endless. I'm the endless witch, right? Why is the old hag still after this? Your minions are furniture and not endless. Also, as I recall, all of her, in her fight against old Beatrice, she said that her own furniture would be completely useless. So, you have to be, like, pretty fucking strong to do anything to an endless, to even, interact with an endless anyway. Why is she still alive? She's nothing but a beating heart and she's still alive. Very impressive. How's it going, my dude? Siester sisters. Smash that heart. Quickly. It's impossible, my apologies. I can't do it. Indeed, it will probably be impossible. No number of people could crush that heart, grinding 3 gachas at once. You're being efficient. Unlike these Siester sisters, who were doing brave chains against someone with infinite guts. You gotta get through gut stacks quickly. And certainly not the soldiers who serve under His Highness the Dragon King.
Nara!
In that case, endless witch like me should be able to crush it, right? My power is that of a god. Yes, funny ears. I'm afraid to say. That your power cannot leave a single wound on the endless of Beatrice-sama. What do you mean by that? As there can be no light without knowledge of shadows. There can be no infinite without the power, or without the knowledge of the finite. For Beatrice's true, endless power, you have frail magic is quite lacking. Sorry, sucks to be you, your magic sucks. What's that? The cruel witch was surprised and stepped back. It was thinner than a lace curtain, but Beato's form... Beatrice's form was still standing there. Even after being laid bare so tragically like this, she refused to let evil through the door. At that time, a shadow just as thin as Beatrice stood behind her. It was Canon.
Beatrice-sama.
Beatrice-sama.
ありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
このご恩は忘れません。
I won't forget what you've done for us.
恩の数が恨みの数を超えたら
I'll hear those words.
言葉をもう一度聞こうぞ。
Once the number of my blessings has surpassed the number of grievances I've
も
caused.
う良いのか。
Was that long enough?
はい。
Yes.
本当にありがとうございました。
Thank you very much.
そして、ベアトリーチェ様も、
Beatrice-sama,
もう、大丈夫です。
you've also done
どうか、
Please
お楽になさってください。
be at peace. That's so.
も
Is this
う良い
enough?
のか。
何よ。
What's going on?
なんであんたたちは先代のババアをベアトリーチェと呼ぶのよ。
You guys still calling that old hag Beatrice?
ベアトリーチェは私の名前でしょ。
Beatrice is my name.
新しき黄金の魔女、そして無限の魔女である私の名前のはずよ。
It's gotta be, since I'm the new Golden Witch and Endless Witch, right?
無礼な。
How rude.
ベアトリーチェ様の名を語るな。
How dare you claim Beatrice-sama's name?
恐れながら
I'm afraid to
ベアト
say.
リーチェ様の名は無限の魔女を冠せられるお方が名乗られるべきも。
The name of Beatrice-sama belongs to the one crowned as the Endless Witch.
今や先代はあなた様を指すものでございますよ。
Right now, you are the predecessor. What did you say?
さらばだ。か、
Hello, Cannon.
どうせすぐに出会うさ。
I'm sure I'll see you soon.
新しき悪夢でな。
Her transparency is a little weird. Did they layer it unusually? It seems like there's multiple layers stacked up here. Yeah, there are. There's actually 2 sprites here. I don't know if that's a bug or not. Probably. I'm sure I'll see you soon enough in a new nightmare.
新しい夜の悪夢にて再びベ
In
ア
the
トリーチ
nightmare
ェ
of a
様
new
の
night,
元も
I will once again be your companion, Beatrice-sama.
これで失礼いたしま
With
す。
that, if you'll excuse me. Cannon's form grew faint, and he disappeared into thin air. After watching him go, Beatrice's form also grew faint, and before disappearing, it slumped over onto the floor. Then there was a splat, and the golden heart that had been floating in midair lost its sparkle, became blood-stained flesh, and fell to the ground. How frail it was. It was ragged and full of holes, but until a moment ago it sparkled so much and continued to beat so forcefully that heart just barely still managed to beat. However, it was only a matter of time before it stopped. Beatrice, whose form had become fragile and faint like incense smoke, lay on the floor, steadily watching her own heart. And there the cruel witch could be seen.
何が無限よ。
What do you mean, endless?
現にこうしてぶっ倒れてるじゃない。
Aren't you actually collapsed in a heap right here?
有限のある無限なんてそんな矛盾存在するわけもない。
How can there be a finite infinity? That is a contradiction. It doesn't make
これ
sense.
があんたの魔法の限界な
This
の
is the
よ。
limit of your magic.
有限は無限に劣る。
The endless is better than the finite. Beatrice no longer even had the will to respond. On the contrary, it was doubtful the words of the cruel witch even reached her ears.
あんたが本当に無限の魔女なら立ち上がってみなさいよ。
You were a real endless witch? Try
ど
standing
う
up. How's it
立
going?
てないでしょ。
Can't stand, can you?
どうして立てないと思う。
And why do you think you
あ
can't
んた
stand?
が無限の魔女じゃないからよ。
Because you aren't the endless witch. The cruel witch poked Beatrice's heart with her fingernail. Beatrice had no words with which to respond to that provocation, but instead of words she returned a single expression. It felt humiliating only to the cruel witch. Wait, because she had gently curved her mouth and smiled. Footsteps were approaching that place. There was no way she misheard it. The rough squeaking sound of heels was the sound of battlers' footsteps. Battler, is it?
バトラか。偉そうなことを言っても、
After talking so tough,
わらわは
I ended
こ
up
の
like
ざ
this.
まよ。そなたの言う
I've been trying to become
本当の魔
the
女と
true
いう
witch you
の
talked about
をわらわなりに
in my own way.
頑張って
あ
Yeah,
あ、見てたぜ。
I was watching.
なあ。
Hey,
これでわら
やば
わはい魔女に
been able to become
なれたかな。
a witch?
そなたの対戦相手の資格
Have I earned
できたかな。
the right to become your opponent?
ダメだな。
Useless. Battler said it unbelievably bluntly. As Beatrice breathed painfully, she saw this and sneered at herself as though she should have expected it. I see.
そう、本当の魔女への道は まだまだ険しいな。
The road to becoming a true witch will be much, much longer than this.
だが、わらわは屈しぬぞ。
However, I will not surrender.
そなた。
Just like you never surrendered to
わ
my
らわの
torture.
苛波に決して屈しなかったように、必ず本当の魔女になって、
I will definitely become a true witch
そなたの対戦相手に
and be accepted as your opponent.
認め。
ああ、ダメだな。
Yeah, it's
全
useless.
然ダメだ。
It's all useless.
お前は俺の対戦相手じゃない。
You aren't my opponent. The cruel witch raised her foot high. Below it was Beatrice's frail heart.
死ねよババア。
Dialed head.
ぐちゃっと潰れて、それでも無限が示せるってんなら示してごらんなさいよ。
Let's see how endless you are when you've been crushed to a pulp. Alright.
魔女は私よ。
I'm the witch. You are? Alright.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェは私なのよ。
For someone who claims to be the Golden Witch Beatrice, you seem very insecure of your position. Probably because you're new to the role.
死ねー。
Die, die, die. Alright. Alright. They're going for that good old die yell.
ああ、ダメだ。
That's
全
useless.
然ダメだ。
It's all useless. What?
これは
What's this?
ここは。
席につけ。
Get in your seat.
俺の対戦相手はベアトじゃない。
Beto isn't my opponent.
てめえだ。
You are.
バトル。これは何の魔法なの？
What kind of magic is this?
どうでもいいわ。知ったことじゃない。
Who cares? It doesn't
シ
matter.
エスタ姉妹。
Yes, your sisters.
45了解。カッコ射撃。
45 understood. Attacking everywhere.
410了解。死ねバトル。
410 understood. Die badly. The Shiester sisters each readied their own golden bows and fired golden arrows. The two only pulled the bowstring together when using precision guidance. If they were fighting against an enemy before their eyes, they fired their bows at the same time, and their might did not suffer in the slightest. It was deflected.
結界はないよ。抵抗だけで弾いた。
There's no barrier. It was deflected by resistance alone.
45標的測定。
45 target analysis.
45了解。
45 understood. What?
これは
Did I break
私
down?
が故障しているの？計測値が暴走して。
Am I insane?
対魔法抵抗力エンドレス9。
Anti-magic resistance power endless 9.
標的は神話級魔法攻撃でも通用しません。
Even mythical class magical attacks won't be effective against the target. Golden bow warheads can penetrate any magical armor through reciprocal corrosion. When one tried to block them with anti-magic resistance power, even 8 digits were not sufficient to prevent their penetration. By the way, even famous gods that appear in myths rarely reach as high as 9. For that reason, 9 digits is enough to measure pretty much all sensible values. The battler buried all 9 of those digits with 9s.
愚かな。
How
本気の
foolish.
バトラ様の前に魔法の矢など髪の毛を揺らすことさえ及ばぬのに。
When battlers somehow get serious, magical arrows and the like aren't enough to make even his hair tremble. The Shiester sisters dropped their golden bows in shock. To Battler himself, it was as though a pair of dragonflies flew past his shoulders.
何やってんだ。
What are you
遊んでる
doing?
のかよ。
Is that some kind of game?
化け物。
雑魚は下がっていろ。
Stay back, small fries.
席につけ。こ
Get in
の
your
エセ
seat,
マジョ
fake
メ。
witch.
てめえの化けの皮は俺が剥ぐ。
I'll tear off that mask of yours. The Shiester sisters couldn't hide their fear at Battler's ferocity, and they backed up as though they'd been struck. Beatrice watched this scene in shock.
これは
Battler? What is this?
何の
Oh.
真似なのか。
What's supposed to be?
見ての通りさ。
Just like
俺
you
の対
see.
戦相手はお前じゃ
You're
な
not
い。
my opponent.
そいつだ。
She is.
そこにいる。お前の名前を語る偽物さ。
That imposter over there is using your name.
俺は魔女と戦っている。
I'm fighting against a
そして
witch.
対戦相手に魔女を名乗る者を据え、そいつを打ち破ることで魔女を否定する。
I face off against an opponent who claims to be a witch, and I deny witches by
てめえ
defeating
の
them.
傍若無人はたっぷり見させてもらったぜ。
I've seen more than enough of your arrogance. Then Battler's eyes grew sharp as blades as he stared down the cruel witch.
何が魔法だ。
What are you calling
何
magic?
が魔女だ。
What are you calling
て
witches?
めえは魔女じゃない。
You're no witch?
俺が化けの皮を剥いでバラバラにしてやるぜ。
I'll rip that mask off and tear it to shreds. Alright.
戦闘準備だ。
Virgilia, get ready to fight.
了解しました。
Understood.
準備よし。いつでもどうぞ。
Preparations complete. Whenever you're ready.
ベアトリーチェ、
Beatrice,
あなたは下がって休みなさい。
stay back and rest. Indeed.
うん。
Beato looked at Battler timidly. She still hadn't been acknowledged as his opponent. Was she qualified to watch the game board from the sidelines?
ベアト、下がってみてろ。
Beato, stay quiet.
俺がハグ。
I'll
こ
tear it
の
off.
エセ魔女を徹底的に分解してやる。
I'll thoroughly dismantle this fake witch.
こんな奴を魔女とは名乗らせられね
I won't let someone like this call
え。
themselves
お
a
前
witch.
は本当の魔女の名誉を守った。
You protect the honor of true witches.
わらわわ。
何も言う必要はない。
No need to say anything. She's just like, Battler's white knighting me. What do I do now?
黄金の魔女の名は決して安っぽくないってことをお前に代わって教えてやら。
On your behalf, I'll teach her that the name of the Golden Witch definitely isn't that cheap. Battler.
大まかなルールは以上でございま
Those
す
are。the general rules.
ありがとう、ロノウェ。
Thank you,
大
Rose.
体のルールは分かったわ
I。get most of the rules now.
なるほどね。魔法では勝てないから魔法以外で決着できる世界で私に一騎打ちを挑んできたわけね。
You can't win with magic, so you came to face off with me in a world where victory is decided by something other than magic.
愚かな連中。
Foolish
へり
people.
くつで私に勝てると本気で思ってるのね。
You really think you could win against me with twisted logic?
ああ、思ってる。
I do.
てめえのへりくつを俺が全て叩き潰してやるぜ。
I'll crush all your twisted
エヴ
logic
ァお
on
ばさ
David.
んよ。
Say the line. Say the line. Hello? I'm not Ava?
それは私の古い抜け殻の名よ。
That's the name of the old shell I share.
私は彼女のうちに生まれた本当の魔女。
I'm a true witch born inside of her.
ごまかすな。てめえの正体は魔女でも何でもない。生身の人間だ。
Oh, don't try to trick me. Your true form isn't a witch or anything like that, but a flesh and blood
人
human.
間の犯人だ。後宮エヴァだ。
The human culprit is Shiromiya
ワルゲリ
Ava.
ア、第二の番を再構築。
Virgilia? Reconstruct the second Twilight.
了
Time
解。
time to do our crime scene investigation at long last. Here we go. Understood.
第二の晩はバラ庭園にてローザとマリアが殺されました。
On the second Twilight, Rosa and Mari were killed in the Rose
当
Garden.
方はそれをエヴァ犯人説にて処定。
We'll begin by applying Ava culprit theory for that case.
はあ、バカバカしい。さ
Ridiculous.
あさあおいでなさい。思い出してごらんなさい。
Come on, arise. Try to remember.
後宮秀吉がどんな姿をしていたのか。
Does Shiromiya Hideyoshi have?
何の真似をしやがった。
What's this supposed to be?
死者の召喚だ。
It's the summoning of the dead?
魔女は証言台に死者を立たせることもたやすい。
A witch can easily bring even the dead up to stand for testimony. On the opposing side, a transparent Uncle Hideyoshi was summoned. Talk about convenient. He looked as though he couldn't see what was going on here, almost like a person on the other side of the TV.
証人喚問。
Witness
後
summoned.
宮秀吉の証言よ。
Shiromiya Hideyoshi's
さ
testimony.
あさあ秀吉、お話しなさいな。
Come, Hideyoshi, speak.
わしは部屋でずっとエヴァの看病をしとったんや。
I was taking care of Ava in our room the whole time.
もちろんエヴァが部屋を出るわけもあらへん。
Of course, Ava didn't leave the room.
エヴァおばさん、ここじゃ。赤くねえ証言は、への役にも立たねえぜ。
Around here, testimony that isn't red isn't worth crap.
赤で再度の復唱を要求する。
I demand he repeat that in red.
ああ、そうだったわ
Oh,
ね。
that's right.
いいわよ。赤で言ってあげなさい。
Sure, say in red.
わしはずっと部屋におったで。
I was in the room the whole time.
事件の前後の時間帯は全てや。
Both before and after the time of the crime.
さあ、ほら。
He did not say with Ava. See, look? I'd just like to point out his testimony did not include with Ava. He said he was in the room the whole time.
これでエヴァが犯人ってことはありえなくなったわ
Makes
よ。
it impossible for Ava to be the culprit,
どう
right?
かしてくれるのかしら。
How do you counter this?
バカバカしい。く
Ridiculous.
だらなさすぎて、あくびが出る一手だ。
The move's so lame I could yawn.
ベアとは一度たりとも、こんな子供騙しな一手を打ったことは
Beato
な
never
い。
used such childish tricks, not even once. Wait, I'm pretty sure she did. Wasn't that like whatever? What is that? Wasn't that like the first? I swear that was like the like first murder of this assassin or something. She tried to do that, where it was a lie of omission, where she rephrased something and he called her out on it. That's not true at all, Battler.
復唱要求。
Repeat
エ
it.
ヴァおばさんも、事件前後の時間帯は全て部屋にいた。
Aunt Ava was also in the room for the entire time before and after the crime.
秀吉おじさんはただのアリバイ工作員だ。
Hideyoshi was just there to create an
あ
alibi.
んたはおじさんに留守番をさせて、こっそり部屋を抜け出していたんだ。
He made him stay in the room and stealthily snuck
そう
out.
でないなら、こいつが赤で言えるはずだぜ。
If it isn't true, this guy should be able to say so in red.
復唱拒否。
I refuse to repeat it.
秀吉の証言だけで十分よ。
Hideyoshi's evidence is sufficient.
それを復唱する必要はないでしょ。
There's no need for me to repeat that, right?
降りてきましたね。
He is
容
refused.
赦は無用です。
You need show
こ
no
れで
mercy.
チェック。
This is check.
ああ、いただきだぜ。
It's
ちょ
about
ろいあ
a
いつだ
little。slow.
チェック。秀吉おじさんは終始部屋を出なかったろうさ。
Uncle Hideyoshi didn't leave the room the whole
しかし
time.
あんたを看病していたというのは真っ赤な嘘だ。
But saying he was taking care of you the whole time is a bright red lie.
よってあんたのアリバイは存在しない。
This is like, if this is actually like how it's gonna go, this has got to be the easiest solution for the murder possible. It was like really on the nose, but all right. We have a few of these. A few of these are obvious, right? You play Danganronpa, you play Higurashi a few times. The murder is just really obvious, and you're kind of like, there's a twist, right? And then it doesn't happen. Because the twist is that there is no twist, and you're expecting a big old twist. No, therefore, no alibi exists
あん
for
たに
you.
は部屋を抜け出してローザおばさんたちを殺すチャンスがあった。
You had a chance to slip out of the room and kill Aunt Rosa and
か
Mario.
わせるってんなら赤でエヴァおばさんは部屋から一歩も出ていないと宣言してみろ。
If you think you can dodge that, try proclaiming in red, Aunt Ava didn't take a step outside
で
of her
きねえ
room.
だろ。
You can't,
チェ
right?
ックメイトだ。
Checkmate.
何よそれ。わけがわかんな
I
い。
don't get it.
悪いなおばさん。
Sorry, Aunt Ava.
たとえルールに不慣れであっても全力で叩き潰すのがこのゲームの流儀だぜ。
Even if you aren't used to the rules, beating your opponent down with all your strength is how this game is played.
なあベアト
Right, Beto? Oh. Indeed.
魔女側リザインでございま
So
す。
which side resigns?
次のゲームに進みましょう。
Let's continue on to the next game.
続きますは第4から第6の番でござい
Next
ま
is the
す。
4th through 6th Twilights. It seemed the witch still didn't understand how to make a winning move, and she lost her composure and irritation. She was probably also angry a shot had been taken at her while she still didn't get what was going on. However, I won't go easy on her at all. Just like she didn't go easy on the victims at all, I won't go easy on her.
ワルギリア次の事件だ。
Vergilia, next
親
crime.
父たちの事件を再構築。
Reconstruct the case with Dad and the rest.
了解。
Understood.
ルドルフ、キリエ、秀吉の3人は屋敷へ向かい、そこで殺されました。
Rudolph, Kyrie, and Hideyoshi went to the mansion and were killed there.
俺からの指し手は変わらない。
My move doesn't
エ
change.
ヴァおばさんあんたが犯人だ。
Aunt Ava, you're the culprit.
今度は秀吉おじさんのアリバイすらねえぞ。
This time you don't even have an alibi from Uncle Hideyoshi.
あんたはたった一人で部屋で寝ていたと主張している。
You claim, I was sleeping in my room all by myself.
しかしそれは虚
But
偽
that's
だ。
not true.
赤で宣言できるものならしてみやがれ。
If you can proclaim it in red, just try it.
拒否するわ。
I refuse.
なら教えてよ。
So tell
エ
me.
ヴァはただの女よ。
Ava's just a woman.
そして殺されたのは銃を2丁も持つ大人が3人よ。
People who died were 3 adults with 2 guns,
彼
right?
女がたった一人でどうやって殺
How'd
した
you
とい
kill
う
them all
の？
by yourself?
凶器の杭でどうやって？
How'd you do it with those stakes as weapons? The stakes are used posthumously, everyone knows that.
話によく出る杭の射出機ってどんな構造をしているの
Like
よ。
everyone keeps asking, how is this stake shooting device constructed?
それを説明してよ。
Wait, who asked you about the stake shooting device? How does she know that? Explain.
それが説明できない限りエヴァにアリバイがないとしても
Unless you can explain it, even if Ava doesn't have
エ
an
ヴァに
alibi.
殺人が可能だったことにはならないわよ。
It doesn't mean it was possible for her to commit the murders.
説明拒否。
I refuse to explain. Why? Because it doesn't need to happen.
悪魔の証明だ。
It's a devil's proof.
説明不能だからといって、
Yep.
未知の殺害方法、もしくは未知の凶器の存在を否定できない。
A lack of an explanation does not deny the existence of an unknown murder technique or even an unknown weapon.
つまり、
In short,
俺が杭の射出機の構造を説明できなくても、その存在を否定することにはならない。
even if I can't explain how the stake shooting device is constructed, it doesn't prove it doesn't exist. Ah, okay, that's where we're going.
何よそれ。
The hell?
そんなめちゃくちゃって通るの？
Is that ridiculousness even count?
悪魔の証明
Your
有
devil's
効で
proof
す。
is valid.
同じく
Agreed.
悪魔の証明有効です。
It's a valid devil's proof.
バトラ君はその射出機の構造を説明する義務を負わずにその存在を主張できます。
Lagoon can claim a stake shooting device exists without bearing the responsibility of explaining how it's constructed.
魔女側はこの手を反論できません。
Which side cannot object to this move?
やるではないか。なんと強
How
引な。
pushy. And Beato's probably just thinking, these are bad arguments. Which side, please stop throwing? If I was Beato, even if I just got murdered and wanted Balor to win, I'd still be looking at things from my own perspective and be like, good lord, these people, good lord, this witch is throwing so hard. Please stop, you're making me look bad. It's like when you give someone, you know, you're playing Yu-Gi-Oh with your friends, and you give someone your deck, and they don't know what the fuck they're doing with it, and they're like losing, and you're like, oh my god, they have an OTK. They can kill him right now. Please just kill him already. And they're like, I normal summon and pass, and you're like, oh no, no, not like this. Not bad, how pushy.
どこぞの性悪魔女にたっぷり鍛えられたからな。
There's this ill-natured witch. You trained me well.
これでチェックだぜ。
Check, okay?
エヴァおばさんが部屋から一歩も出てないと赤で言ってみ
Stay in
ろ。
red. Aunt Ava didn't take a step out of that room.
そうさ、言えるはずはないのさ。
You shouldn't be able to say it.
言えないならば決まりだぜ。チェ
You
ックメ
can't
イト
say
だ。
it. It's over. Check.
なんて暴
So
論。
irrational.
こんなのめちゃくちゃよ。
This is messed up.
そういうルールのゲームでございますの
Those
で
are the rules of this game.
まずは紅茶でもいかがですかな。
Some black tea
美味
first.
しいクッキーもございますよ。
And some delicious cookies as well.
いらないわよそんなの。
I don't need all that. Doesn't like cookies. Bad taste, Ava Beatrice.
あーイライラするわ。
Pisses me off.
魔法で勝てないからってこんな卑怯な戦いで。
You fight like a coward because you can't win with magic.
イラつくなよ。
Don't get
紅
irritated.
茶でも飲めよ。
Bring some black tea or
俺
something.
はストレートでもらうぜ。
I'll take mine straight. Well, at least Battler has a good taste. No need to add milk and sugar to tea. Just drink it straight.
ベアトは
Those things are reserved for coffee. What about you, Beato?
わらわは良い。
I'm fine.
それよりバトル
More
油
important.
断するな。
Battler, don't let your guard down.
向こうがルールに不慣れなだけだ。
Your opponent He's only unfamiliar with the rules.
向こうが要領を掴んでからが本番だぞ。
This will really only start once your opponent gets the gist of it.
だが潰す。
But I'll crush her.
徹底的に潰す。
I'll thoroughly crush her.
なぜなら奴は魔女では
Because
ないからだ。
she isn't a witch.
あいつを魔女だと認めたら、
If
お
I
前の
accept her
通
as
した
a
1
witch,
が通らない。
your stubbornness will count for nothing.
いかなる暴論であろうとへりくつであろうと。
I don't care what kind of irrational argument or twisted logic I have to use. Wait, this logic and the arguments have not been irrational. They're fairly sensible, to be honest. We were calling it from like the second Twilight. It was like, oh, that's Ava. Okay. Like they weren't even subtle. It's like Ava finds it. Ava sends as a witch. Ava starts killing people, and you're like, is Ava the killer? Oh yeah, Ava's the killer.
俺が全身全霊で叩き潰す。
I'll crush her with all my heart and soul. Battler's side then struck with Ava's culprit theory again to explain Kraus and Natsuhi, the 7th and 8th Twilights, in the exact same way. At the time, there had been no one on the first floor except for Ava and the victims. As before, no one could establish an alibi for Ava, and back then, Ava had claimed they disappeared while she went to the bathroom. But there was nothing to support that, and the witch side couldn't repeat it in red either. Using the same style of argument as that question regarding the stake shooting machine, the witch side asked once more how Ava could have strangled both of them at the same time by herself. Of course, Battler splendidly counterattacked by refusing to explain because of the devil's proof. Under the storm and stress of Battler's spirit, the witch side was completely swallowed up, having to resign 3 times during the short period of time she had to grasp the rules. But she should do a little bit better for George's death, right? Alright, laughter time.
なるほどね。
Now you have to go to Battler's death, right?
ようやく
Battler's
コツが分かってきたわ。
I'm finally starting to get the knack
も
of
う
it.
あんたの思い通りにことは運ばせないわよ。
I won't let you have things your own way anymore. I mean, this was the first argument. I think those were pretty clear cut with like no good arguments for them unless she couldn't explain that in red. Or like was doing a lot of misdirection to keep him off of that. So this next murder will be the first one where he's, or it's not like super clear cut.
今度は私から仕掛けさせてもらうわ。
This time allow me to take initiative.
ロノウェ第4から第6の番を再構築。
Renovate, reconstruct the 4th through 6th Twilights. Oh, we're going back to these. Can you do that after conceding?
後ろ宮桐江をピックアップ。
Pick out Ushiromiya
こ
Kirie.
こで一度第4から第6の番のルドルフ桐江秀吉の殺人に話を戻させて
For
もら
now,
う。
let me... That was a long fucking sentence. For now, let me return to the murders of Rudolph Kirie and Hideyoshi during the 4th through 6th Twilights. Can you even go back once you've conceded? Oh. What is she thinking? Well, we'll find out.
一度はリザインした局面を。
Why would she return to the situation where she lost?
なるほど。
I see.
あなたが刺さない珍しい攻め手です。
It's an unusual attack, one you don't.
注意して。
Be careful.
当時生存者たちはゲストハウスへ籠城していたわ。
At the time, the survivors were barricaded in the guest house.
食料がなかったけれど彼らは安全を考え翌日まで食事を抜く覚悟さえあった。
They didn't have food, but out of concern for their safety, they were at least prepared to go without eating until the next day.
けれど結局3人は食料を求めて外へ出るわ。
In the end, the 3 of them went out for food.
そうだな。
Correct.
結局3人は食料を取りに表へ
In the
出。
end, 3 people went outside to get food.
面倒だから赤を交えて語るわよ。
It's a pain, so I had some red and
キ
say
リ
it.
エは食料はいらないと考えてた。
Kirie didn't think they needed food.
1日くらい食事を抜いても死なないのだからと。
Since going without food for a day wouldn't
ゲ
kill
スト
them,
ハウスを出ないべきだと主張していた。
she claimed they should not leave the guest house. But she wanted to go anyway. She said she wanted to go, at least in the previous scene, but yeah, sure, okay.
にもかかわらず彼女は
And yet
自
she
ら
herself
食料を取りにゲストハウスを出ようと提案する。
Suggested they leave the guest house to get food.
これは矛盾しない？
Isn't that a contradiction? And
はい、見事に矛盾しま
a
す。
spectacular contradiction. Suggesting an ulterior motive, correct.
キリエの行動式に矛盾します。
A contradiction exists in Kirie's pattern of behavior. Yep.
その矛盾は
And that
私
contradiction
が魔法で作り出したの。
was created by me with magic.
つまり私が魔法でキリエを操ってそう言い出させて生贄たちが外出するように誘導した。
In other words, I controlled Kirie using magic and made her say that to lure the sacrifices outside.
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
そんな魔法あるわけがね。
There's no way that kind of magic exists.
悪魔の証明よ。
That's a devil's proof, right? It is.
バトラ君が知らない魔法だからといって存在を否定することにはならない。
Just because you don't know about that magic doesn't deny its existence.
そしてその魔法を私は実演する義務も負わない。
And I don't bear responsibility of acting out that magic for
そ
you.
れでいてさらにあなたには反論の余地もない。
And yet you have even less room to counter this argument. I mean, the easiest way to say it, if someone ever changes their opinion on something, the easiest way to put it would be either A, they went out for another motive, like trying to solve the riddle, or B, she reevaluated their priorities and realized that someone was sick and may need the food to survive. As, you know, typically when someone announces one opinion and then when asked again answers another one, either they were lying at some point or they changed their opinion. And depending on whether you believe they're acting out of malicious intent or were lying is whether or not you think their opinion actually changed. Alright, let's see what she's got. I wonder if it's okay to fight this way.
はい。
Yes,
実にお見事な一手です。
it is a spectacular move.
バトラ様、受け手をお願いいた
Your
します。
response, if you please.
おかしな論法に持ち込んできやがった
An
ぜ。
unusual strategy she's taking.
つまり
So what's
どうい
this?
うことだ。
後宮キリエの行動式に対して駒を打ってきました。
She places a piece attacking Shiramiya's pattern of Shiramiya Kiria's pattern of behavior, and the thing you have to do is I think she's asking you to justify her behavior, as it's contradictory. All right.
すでに説明がある通り、
As has already been explained, I mean, you could, since you can conjure witnesses, you could conjure Kirie and ask her why did you choose to leave the house? But I assume that will be refused. As has already been
キリエ
explained.
は食料を屋敷に取りに外へ出るべきではないという行動式を持っていました。
Kirie's pattern of behavior has her saying they should not go outside or head to the mansion in order to get food.
にもかかわらず、
And yet
彼
she
女
took
は
the
率先
initiative.
して
She took the
食
initiative,
料を取りに行こうという矛盾した行動をとり
taking
ま
the
す。
contradictory action of going out to get
この矛
food.
盾が説明できない限り、それを魔法であると主張する暴力的な手です。
Unless you explain the contradiction, she will use this violent move to claim magic was the cause. Yes, that, okay.
そりゃ最初はキリエさんもそう考えてたんだろう。
Probably what Kirie thought in the beginning.
しかし多分その途中でいろいろと考え
He
て
probably thought through a few things midway.
やっぱり食料は必要だろうと心変わりしたってことなんだ
I'm
ろう
not sure that one's a good answer, Battler. Then just change your mind and decide that food really was necessary. I think there was a secondary motive to that food gathering expedition.
いざという時空腹で力が出ないってんじゃ意味ないだろうし。
It'd be bad if when things got tough we were so hungry we had no energy and well,
その心変わりが魔法によるものだと主張しているのです
he。claims the change of heart was due to
つ
magic.
まり非常に困難なことですが、キリエが心変わりした理由を説
In
明
short,
しな
well,
ければ
it
ならな
might
い
be
のです
extremely。difficult. You must explain the reason for Kirie's change of heart. Okay, so if you insist on saying she changed and actually wants to go for food, my argument would be that she is not positive about the duration of the typhoon or if the boat will arrive on time and they'll be able to make it. She's like, we're not sure if the boat's going to be there or if we'll be able to communicate with the boat because we're trapped here, so it might be an extended... We might be trapped in the place for a while. If that's your insistence on the food requirement, that would be probably where I go, where I'm like, she thinks, she might have realized that we may need to be here for longer than a day. And that progressively longer scenarios would be problematic. That might be my explanation. As they also didn't just take like a handful of cans of food, right? Like, it wasn't like they just grabbed like a couple fist, you know, it wasn't like she just, you know, put like, I don't know, like grabbed a handbag and shoved like 6 cans of food in and was like, fuck it, this'll hold us over for the day, right? She was like, I'm getting an entire fucking cart, man. I'm getting like a fuck ton of food. Right? Because like, if you get some canned food, like how many cans of fucking like beans do you need to feed someone? Like I don't know, like how many cans of soup feed 10 people? 5. Heck, you could probably get by with less. You could do like 4 cans of like large cans of soup, not the tiny ones. You'd probably want like 1 small one per person, maybe. One and a half or 1 per person, depending on how much. Like, but even like 1 per person, that'd be like 10 cans. Like, you could probably carry that without a massive cart for a meal. She's getting way more food than is necessary, so she's either hiding something among the food, is there for an ulterior motive, or is thinking they're going to be there for longer than a day. That's what I'd go with, if you're going to argue that point. What would you argue? Why would someone change their opinion? So they're trapped, they think they're going to be leaving in a day, and not, it's noon. You haven't eaten breakfast. It's noon. You think you're going to possibly be able to escape a typhoon the following morning at 9 a.m. There is a murder on the loose, so you're basically trapped in your guest house because you don't want to be fucking murdered. Why would you change your opinion? What would change your opinion about going to your main house for food? Because there's no food in the guest house. It would probably be the thought that you might be there for longer than a day. It's either some urgent need to get something, you think you're going to be there longer than a day, or you're trying to do something else. Right? It's like some urgent need, going to be there longer than a day, something else you're doing that's not food related. Has to be one of those 3. I don't think there's another option. If someone can come up with it, I'd be glad to hear it. But hey, like I'm not opposed to it. I'm just seeing like those are the options I see. I don't really see any other major options. What are you saying? You're talking about the inside of Kirie-san's head, right? Can I also summon Kirie-san's ghost and question her? Beato? Can you call Kirie-san here or something? She cannot. That is a move permitted only to the witch side. Sorry. Fair enough. Don't need her. Ah, fuck. Actually used fuck in this spot. Alright. No! Come on, Battler. Put it together. Put it together. She was probably thinking of us kids and on the whole thought the food was necessary. Present your claim through objective means. Present your claim through objective means she had like a couple hours. Why would someone do this? You'll need concrete proof Kirie changed her mind and decided food really was necessary for some oddly specific reason. For example, if someone heard her say that, or it was written down somewhere. Too bad. The reason she changed her mind was not passed on to anyone, nor was it written down. Too bad. Therefore, you could only speculate as to what was inside Kirie's mind. And we can come to a reasonable deduction, I think. But I think you could also... I think a safe argument for prove what someone was thinking would be to say that what someone is thinking is unknown at any given moment, is to say what someone's thinking at any given moment is completely unknowable. Except in response to sudden stimulus, regardless of what they're actually doing. I mean, I could be cooking dinner, right? I could be cooking dinner, and I wouldn't be thinking about cooking dinner. I could instead be thinking about what I'm going to do after I cook dinner, which is not something you necessarily know I'm doing. Or I could be thinking about the past, right? Like, think of a simple automatic action that you can do, and then ask someone why, like, what they're thinking at that exact point. And if they answer truthfully, it might be completely unrelated, right? So you could say the mind is unknowable, but in this case, a reason might be knowable. It'd just be difficult to... Concretely proving it is impossible unless it's written down, but you could make a series of educated guesses.
つまり証明は不
So it's
能。
impossible to explain.
私の手に対し、あなたは一切の反撃
You
の
don't
一
have a
手を
single
持た
counter to
な
my
い。
move.
今度はあんたがリザインする番なのよ、バトラくん。
Isn't it your turn to resign, Battler Kid? Well, you're correct. If it's impossible to if it's actually impossible to explain what someone's thinking at any given point in time, then it's impossible to say what they were thinking. Beatrice, Ava. But I don't think that's the case here.
心変わりの理由など無限に想定できる。
It is possible to hypothesize endlessly as to the reason behind her change of
そ
heart.
してその無限の可能性を全て潰しきることは不可
And
能。
it's impossible to crush those endless possibilities. Oh no! Are we going to change to our level 2 talent, the proof by contraposition?
肉肉しいほどに
A
見事な
detestably
一手でござい
spectacular
ま
move.
す。マトラ様にこれを切り返す方法があるとすれば、
If Battler were to have a method of countering, it would probably only be that move.
その手とは何なのか。
Beatrice is suddenly acting like she can't answer, like she's bad at this game.
さて、
Beatrice, why are you taking the timid sidekick role now?
どのような手でございましょう
What
ね。
kind of move it could be? I have the feeling it was Milady's specialty, but I can't remember.
ケチケチしないで話せ。
Being stingy and tell me.
ベアトリーチェ、
Beatrice.
自らの思考を停止させる者に与えられる答えはありませんよ。
No answers will be given to those who stop thinking for themselves.
考えなさい。
Think,
あなたなりの考えで。
think in your own way.
とっととリザインしたら
He's thinking of how to phrase the argument because arguments utilizing proof by contraposition are annoying as fuck to composite in actual dialogue rather than formal dialogue.
ついでにさらに赤で追い詰めてあげるわ。
I'll corner you even more with red.
キリエはね、死ぬ最後の瞬間まで食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かないという行動式を維持していたわ。
Until the last instant before she died, Kyrie's pattern of not going to get food, it implies not going to the mansion, was maintained. So you're saying just negate both of those and invert them? So, you know, the usual going to the mansion. Going to the mansion implies going to get food. So they went to the mansion, therefore they're getting food. Therefore they needed to get food.
にもかかわらず率先して屋敷へ向かったわ。
And yet she took the initiative and headed towards
台
the
車
mansion.
を押して食料を運ぼうとしたわ。
So I think the argument that he's going to present is just the usual contrapositive argument, right? Where he's going to the mansion, therefore she's going to get food. Right? That's what they're going to say. Because she went to the mansion, she's getting food. And you probably didn't need to red text that, because that made it even more obvious exactly what lines of dialogue he was going to throw out. Also, you shouldn't use equals for logical arguments like this, it's annoying. Please use arrows. Please, the arrow. If you can't type the actual arrow character, just do do dash and the horizontal chevrons above and below, or above comma and period. Great. She took the initiative and headed towards the mansion, pushing a cart ready to
そ
carry
の矛
food.
盾はなぜ？
By the contradiction?
私が魔法で操ったから。
I controlled her with
こ
magic.
れこそが私の魔法が実在し、私が魔女である証拠なの。
Proof that my magic exists, that I'm a witch. Shut the hell up.
黙れ。 心変わりでさえないっていうのか。
You're saying she never even changed her
キレ
mind?
様、死ぬまでずっと食料はいらない、屋敷には行かないと思ってた。
Till she died, she thought we don't need food and we won't go to the mansion.
なら、なんで自分から進んで食料を取りに行こう、屋敷に行こうなんて言い出すんだ。
Why did she step forward herself and say they should go get food, go to the mansion?
魔法でキリエさんが操られていたっていうの
Are
か。
you saying No, she said her pattern of behavior: not going to get food, not going to the mansion. Her opinion that she wasn't going to get food and okay, we'll see. Are you saying Kyrie was being controlled with magic?
そんな
That's stupid.
どうやって
How should I bring
どう
fruit?
やってこの魔法を。キリエさんがここにいてくれて、一
Only
言
if Kyrie were,
心変わりの理由を言ってくれれば。
if only she were here and told us the reason behind her change of heart. Nope.
心変わりすらしてないと
I've been told she never changed
や
her
つに
mind.
赤で言われちまった。
Wait, oh, you've been told she never changed her mind and she never wanted to go there for food? Well, obviously she has another
どう
plan
すり
then.
ゃいいんだ。
She gave you a hint, man. What should I do?
人間側には反撃できる一手が
There's
ね
no move the human side can counter with. Oh
この
no.
ゲームって知れば知るほどに魔女に有利なルールよね。
The more I learn about this game, the more advantageous the rules seem for the win.
たとえいくつの局面で負けたとしても、たった一つだけ勝てれば、それだけで魔女は存在を誇示でき
If I
る。
lose in a lot of areas, I can win in just one. That alone can display the existence of a witch.
つまりバトラ君には完全勝利以外に魔女を否定する方法はないの。
Battler has no way of denying witches other than a complete
こ
victory.
こまで私のことを散々エヴァ呼ばわりして追い詰めてきたつもりのようだけど、
How truly funny, even though you thought you could corner me and call me.
あなたの尊敬するキリエさん一人の頭の中の話だけで全てがひっくり返っちゃうなんて。
It's all been spun around by nothing more than the inside of your respected Kyrie-san's head, right?
しちゃいなさいよ。
Still
リザ認めちゃえば。
If only you'd
負け
accept
ち
it.
ゃえば。
Only you just lose.
くっそー。人間には証明不能だ。
Impossible for a human to
死者
prove.
が何を思って行動したのか。
I can't
なんて
hope but guess at what the dead were thinking when they acted.
しかも推測程度じゃ魔法を否定できない。
Furthermore, I can't deny magic based on conjecture alone. I mean, the issue is I think the issue is if you say I mind controlled them to do this, then you could say I mind controlled myself to do. Then everything was mind control. In every single situation. Bad idea to use mind
魔
control
法
too.
を打ち破るためには、キリエさんがどうして心変わりしたのか、客観的な証
Breakthrough, and I need
拠を。
objective proof as to why Kyrie had a change of heart.
でも畜生、どうして食料が欲しいと心変わりしたのか、その証拠は存在しないと赤で言われちまってる。
It said in red, no proof exists as to why she changed her mind and wanted food.
どうすりゃいいんだ。
Dude,
畜生、畜生。
バトラさん、
Battler-sama.
リザインで
Is
よ
this
ろ
your
しいですか？
resignation? Nah, but Battler, come on, this is a pretty weak defense. Like you're panicking because you're facing a new opponent. An unknown opponent that's
食料を取りに行かない。行
not
こ
going
う。
to food means
屋敷
we're
に
not
行
going
か
to
な
get
い。
means we're not going to the mansion.
Damn.
Yep.
実際には矛盾したこのキリエさんの考えをどう理
How do I
解すればい
understand
いんだ。
Kyrie-san's thoughts, which actually do contradict each other?
理解なんかできないわよ。
Can't
理
understand.
解不能、解釈不能。
And impossible to
その
interpret.
闇は全て魔女のもの
The
だもの。
darkness is all of the witch.
さあさ考えても無駄よ。おやめなさい。
Come on, it's useless to think, so
あ
quit,
なた
okay?
に魔女を否定することなんて
You
で
just
き
can't
や
deny
しな
witches.
だって私はこうして存在するんだも
After all, I
の。
exist right here. The dangerous thing about claiming mind control made someone think differently is that basically you can now use any argument as mind control, and it's kind of lame. So like you could say, oh, why did these three people agree to go? I mind controlled all three of them into going. Prove that all three of them independently thought of this, and you're like, okay, now prove that I didn't mind control all three of them to have that conversation. and say every single line of dialogue they ever spoke, and you're like, wait, what? Mind control's a bad decision to claim here. Because then you could just claim every single decision ever carried out in the course of the game was as a result of mind control and ask them to prove that it was not, which doesn't make sense because you have no actions to base their actual rationale on. That would also work. You could say, okay, who's to say that her saying she didn't need food wasn't mind control? And then you're caught in this explanation where she's like, well, I have to say I didn't mind control them for everything. I guess. You can argue every single line they said and every action they took was mind controlled from the start of the game. It would be a good move to prove witches, because you can't beat it. No, it casts doubt on witches because it casts doubt on witches because it's too unreasonable. Like, is the witch going to admit that she mind controlled literally? Like, okay, is the witch going to claim that she mind controls everything in existence to prove her own existence? Unlikely. That's what makes it magic. So here's what you say. You're like, it's like have the characters take an independent action, and you're like, okay, sure, they've taken independent action. You're like, it's like, would they all have done magic? It's like every single action they've ever taken was I guess you could argue predestination instead of magic. I don't know if predestination counts as magic though. I don't know if you could argue predestination in that case then, but you could still, I still think it wouldn't be a great logical proof, but you'd be able to say like, okay, well, every action in existence has ever been shaped by witches and magic, and they would say, well, that doesn't make sense. Because even a witch would say they don't control absolutely everything down to the last atom, and you're like, well, okay, then witches don't exist because, you know, you can't reasonably. Because if you want to acknowledge everything is mind control and have me prove every single person's action, I can't do that. It's not a reasonable proof to ask someone to prove that every thought, including their own thought in the current game, is not being mind controlled to be a thought, right? It's like, if mind control exists, it's like, if mind control exists, who's to say that I'm not being mind controlled into thinking mind control? Into thinking that witches aren't real. But she's seeing it because she's unreasonable? No, I'm saying, like, the argument doesn't work because it's not a provable. It's not, like, provable positive or negative, so she'd have to red text that. She'd have to start using red text to disprove it. Otherwise, you just say, like, you'd start doing the same thing you did with Devil's Proof, where you're just like, oh, everything they do that you don't like is mind control. Right? That's why the red text got introduced, to eliminate Devil's Proofs, where you're like, there's hidden doors. You can't possibly know that, and you're like, well, now I can say everything's mind control. It's like the witch can say everything's mind control, and it makes it like pointless game. Because you're like, well, it could be some unknown mind control tech as they experimented with it in the US. There you go. Like, all sorts of foreign governments are continuously working on mind control devices, and one of them perfected it. And everyone who does weird things is being hit by mind control rays bouncing off the fucking moon. Right? It gets really stupid when you want to, like, introduce random mind control shit. I think so. She has to start spamming red text, which would make it, like, really hard for her to do anything, because you'd always know what they were thinking. Either that, or she'd have to like stop demanding you prove everything everyone's thinking at all times. Neither of which would result in like a good or interesting game. So she's asking for a very difficult proof. But if you're like, well, okay, if I have to prove everything, is everything mind controlled? And she's like, no. And you're like, okay, well, red text, they're not being mind controlled every single time. It's like red text that they're not being controlled by foreign government agents. She's trying to win, not have a good game. Okay, play to win then. They like everything was mind controlled. and just be like, ask Battler to prove that every single action of every person in the game functions. I'm pretty sure the rules of the game would say you can't ask someone to justify every single action in the game, right? I'm pretty sure that the rules would say you couldn't ask someone to justify every single action in the game they took, from start to finish, and every single and tell you exactly what action they took. She's asking for one of them, but the request does not scale up. The request does not scale up in a game, so it would probably not function as a rule long term. She can do it in this situation because there's a contradiction, but for non-contradictory actions, I don't think she can ask those. I don't think she can ask for this proof. I'm the Golden Witch. I stole the name from the former witch over there. Basically, she can't ask you to justify what someone's thinking outside of a contradictory request. If she does, it becomes unfeasible and it devolves into a proof for literally everything that happens, as Battler has to demonstrate that someone's not being mind controlled without having any information about the person's actual actions, which is an impossible proof. It's like demonstrate you are. It's like I'm gonna ask you a real question in real life. Demonstrate that you're not being mind. Okay, it's like a new user pops up in chat. Demonstrate they are not being mind controlled into typing that, whatever they typed. And you're like, I have no way of telling if they're acting out of character or not. How would I do this? I have no information and no way of interacting with them or telling what they've done. There's zero way to prove or disprove anything they act is under their own volition. Right? It's like, you could have an alien brain parasite controlling all your actions, but I can't prove that if I've never seen you without that parasite, unless I can look at the parasite. It would get into another debate, like the same style as magic, where they're looking at outcomes. They're using outcomes and logic and arguing whether or not it was magic or real life based on like the outcomes of what happened. You'd basically be doing the same thing, but with like a mind control if you did it with anything that wasn't contradictory. Alright, you're the Golden Witch, you stole the name from the former witch over there. You can't deny I'm Beatrice. It's the important reason this is actually working in this game is because it's contradictory. That's the point I'm trying to make, is like it only works because there's a contradiction in what she says. Anywhere else would result in a breakdown of the game system. They're like sort of building. Because it would result in someone having to use a lot of red text. It like requires a ton of red text, or at least you to say like, you know, the same usual, it's a locked room scenario, it's a Beatrice locked room scenario, blah 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 blah, like the implication of like 5 paragraphs of text to say like they weren't mind controlled into doing every single action via some unknown technology or brain parasite. I can't deny your Beatrice. Damn it, Battler, come up with the answer. You have no right to use that name. Battler is so tilted that he's not thinking straight for a minute. And yet, I can't think of a move to deny it. Battler could no longer counter this witch, who was laughing insanely in triumph. He didn't want to give up, but no move appeared. He ground his teeth, making fists with both hands, but even so he couldn't think of a brilliant counterattack. Battler-sama. Your time limit's over, will you resign? Think, Battler, think! Where's that think meme? From, wow, I just forgot what that is. Invincible? It's black. Human side has no move in response. It will reset. Wait. There is a counter. What did you say? What kind of move could possibly exist, Predecessor-sama? I think they were just looking for an excuse for Beatrice to back Battler up here, because I feel like Battler could have gotten this one. But you know what? I'm willing to accept that he didn't get it because he's kind of a dumbass. What kind of move can deny this magic of Beatrice's?
できないわ。そんなこと不可能
You
よ。
can't. It's impossible.
食料を取りに行かないイコール屋敷に行かないという命題を
Yeah, I saw
それ
that
単
come
体
in.
で説明できないなら
I literally gave this argument right the second they announced it. Alright. If the proposition not going to get food means not going to the mansion cannot be explained by
わらわは
itself,
それを
I'll explain it with the
待遇で説明する。
contrapositive. Yes. Going to the mansion implies you're going to get
つま
food.
りそれでも屋敷に行ったイコール食料以外の目的でとも説明できるのではないか
Not going to get food it implies she's not going to the mansion. And sure, you can explain it with the she went to the mansion, therefore she had a goal other than food. Yeah.
これはわらわの得意手のヘンペルのカラスというよりはバトラの得意手のチェス盤思考術よ
Am I not reading this right? She's not going to get food means she's not going to the mansion. Cannot be explained by itself. You explain with the contrapositive, which is reverse both of these and invert the order. Going to the mansion implies going to get food. She went to the mansion implies she had a goal other than food. Oh, she reversed one of these. It's not contrapositive. Okay. It's more Badler's specialty chessboard
キリ
thinking.
エが食料を目的に屋敷に行くことがありえないなら
Yeah. I was gonna say that it doesn't quite work with that. But she said it's confusing because she says contrapositive and then doesn't immediately do that. Alright. If it was impossible for Kyrie to have gone to the mansion with food as the goal,
それでもなおキリエが外へ出る他の目的があったと
we
説
can only
明する
explain
しか
that
な
she
い
had another reason that got her to go outside despite
つま
that.
りその目的が証明できれば魔法は否定できる
If we can prove she had a goal, we can defeat this magic. I see.
なる食料を目的に屋敷には行かないが
Yeah, she didn't go to the mansion with food as the goal. She had a different goal. Their explanation of how they're reaching these things is somewhat confusing, but I'll accept it since this was one of the arguments I had. Either they're going with food as a goal or they had another goal. It was a pretty straightforward one.
それを偽るために食料を取りに行こうと言い出したわけか
She said she wanted to go and get food in order to disguise her real goal.
確かにそれなら説明がまだ可能かも
True
しれな
enough.
い
It might be possible to find an explanation that
しか
way.
し
But
どうや
how?
って
お師匠様キリエの死亡現場の再構築を
Teacher, reconstruct the scene of Kyrie's
例
death.
の召喚はできぬが死体の検証は人間側の権利のはず
But inspecting the corpse ought to be a right allowed to the human side.
ええ問題ありませんよ
Yep, no problem.
後ろ宮キリエの死
I'll
亡現場を
reconstruct the
再構
scene where
築します
Kyrie died. Alright, we're in the entrance hall.
私たちはキリエの霊を呼び出すことはできないけれど
We cannot call Kyrie's ghost
キリエが何を残したかを知ることでそれを武器にできるかもしれない
By finding out what Kyrie left behind, we may be able to use that as a weapon. What's on the food cart?
いいわよ。好きなだけを調べなさいよ。
Fine, search as much as you want.
何もわかるわけがない。
There's no way you'll learn anything.
さっきも赤で言ったわよ。
I said it in red a short while
キリ
ago.
エは何も書き残してはいない。
Kyrie did not leave anything written down.
何を見つけたところで何もわかるものか。
No matter what you find, how could you possibly figure anything out?
何も見つからないかもし
You
れ
may
ない
might find nothing.
でもバトラは歯を食いしば
The
って
battler's grinding his teeth,
そ
thinking
な
of
たを打ち破
if I
る
could
一手
think
を
of a
思い
move
つ
to
こう
break
と
through to
戦
you.
っておるわらわにできることは
That's all I can do.
こんな程度しかない
Yes, Eva and Beatrice. Eva Beatrice! Beatrice landed on her feet in the reconstructed hall, approached Kyrie's corpse and wandered around observing.
人間側の戦い方は今一
I'm
つ
clueless when
勝
it
手
comes
が
to
わからぬ
fighting on the human side.
確か
You need
物
evidence,
証
right?
が必要だったなれば
What do I
何
look
を
for?
探せばいいのか
大ベアトリーチェ教ともあろうお方が床に膝をつけて這い回って
Right, Lady Beatrice is getting down on her knees and crawling
みっともなく舌やさりとはね。
She's even indecently searching. Wait, don't you play games with corpses? Eva Beatrice? The look suits you? Oh, say whatever you want. I can do no more than this. I care not how I'm despised. Bring it. I cannot throw a battler away. He's fighting for my honor. You don't have to crawl on the ground and search through dead flesh. I must answer to that responsibility. Bathed in the witch's sneers, Beato searched through Curie's corpse. She fished through the pockets, taking what was inside out and laying it on the floor. Laid on the floor, a handkerchief, tissue, key to her house, the stub of a boat ticket, a lighter, a cigarette butt, and a single 100-yen coin. There was no special suspicious object, though Beato was down on all fours being sneered at. That was all she could find. Jacket pocket. Breast coat pocket. What's that seedy looking trash? Yeah, most of those are pretty straightforward. How do you think you can break my magic with that stuff? Are you a moron? You'd be so lame, and right after you cut in between us talking so tough. How pathetic, how embarrassing. He's may not be looking for an item, may be looking for knowledge. If only you'd give up and die. The witch fell over laughing, lambasting Beato. Beato hung her head, trying to withstand this shame. Lady? Are you finished with your inspection? Indeed. I will not find more than this. Can you make any counter from this evidence? You could say she was looking for information based on the evidence that there is nothing here. That's a little bit dubious, as she said she was going for food, and we don't know if she actually took any actions other than going for the food. If not, the human side must be fine. Obviously, you don't have any room to argue. I'm a witch. Cannot break through my magic. Nothing but a former witch. A loser who isn't even allowed to take the name Beatrice anymore. Pile up as much trash and rubbish as you like and try to break my magic. You can't, right? You can't, can you? You can't. And why is that? Because I'm a witch. And it's because you're a loser without a name. Alright. Next person cut in. Something should be here. Something? I won't lose heart. I won't lose heart. No matter how much I'm sneering. Battlers fighting for my honor. That's a good plan. I think it's a good thing to do at the start of all the crime scenes, actually. Try to accumulate more information than you had when you saw the murder. For the sake of his honor, I must not lose heart. As Beato held back tears at the words of humiliation she was being showered with, she tried to find if Kyrie was holding something else, to find something that could save Battler from his plight. Searching earnestly, however, nothing more came up. Please, Kyrie. Save your son from his plight. Please. You're dead. Lend me power for his sake. However, Kyrie's body did not answer. It was only natural a corpse would remain silent. No dead person existed that would answer Beato, who lost the endless magic. Okay, Dio, Mr. Muda. It's pointless.
死者をもてあそべるのは魔女だけの特権よ。
Toying with the dead's only a privilege for witches.
魔女でもなく、そして人間ですらないあんたに力を貸してくれるものなんてどこにも存在しない。
For you who is neither a witch nor a human, none exist who will lend a hand.
あんたは永遠に一人ぼっち。
You'll be alone for all eternity.
魔女にも人間にも味方はなく、誰もあんたを助けてなんてくれないの。
You have no human or witch allies. No one will save
悔
you.
しければ泣い
It's
ちゃえ
frustrating.
ば。
Why don't you cry?
役に立てなくてごめんなさいって詫びちゃえば。
If only you just apologize, saying, I'm sorry, I'm so useless.
すまぬ
Sorry, badly.
バトラわらわでは
I couldn't help you at all.
何もそなたの力になれぬ。
いや、
Ah, that's enough.
十分だ。ありがとう、ベアト。
Thanks,
お前
Beato.
の努力を俺は無駄にしな
I
い。
won't waste your efforts.
慰めなどいらぬ
Don't
わ。
be consoling.
このガラクタの山で一体何を反論できるというのか。
How could you possibly argue back with this pile of rubbish?
あやつに嘲笑われてまでかき集めたこのガラクタがどうやって一矢報いれるというのか。
How could you possibly strike back with this rubbish I scraped together while she sneered at me? In front of Beato, who was still crawling on all fours and hitting the pile of objects Kyrie had left behind with her fist, Battler also crouched. And after patting her on the shoulder in thanks, he moved the hand to the ground and picked up the cigarette butt, holding it up over his head.
そのゴミが何だというのか。
Trying to stay with that trash.
キリエさんはタバコを吸わない。
Kyrie doesn't smoke. But Kyrie also had a lighter on her. True, she didn't have an actual box of cigarettes, but at a glance it naturally looked as though Kyrie had a smoking habit.
親父は吸ったが、キリエさんは吸わなかった。
Dad smoked, but Kyrie
でも
didn't.
親父のタバコに火をつけるために、
But she did walk
ライタ
around
ーだ
with
けは
just
持ち歩いてたんだ。
a lighter to light Dad's cigarettes.
だからなんだという
So
の？
what? We're getting there.
夫がタバコを吸うんなら、たとえ吸わなくても、妻がタバコを持ってたとしても不思議はないわ。
The husband smoked, even if the wife didn't. Wouldn't it be strange for her to be holding a cigarette?
あるいは喫煙マナーの悪い夫の捨てた吸い殻を拾っただけかもね。
Maybe she just picked up the cigarette butt of the husband who had bad smoking
そ
then.
れがなんだっていうの？
What are you trying to say?
私の魔法とどう関係があるってい
What
う
does
の？
this have to do with my magic? Were they out for a smoke break?
何もありゃ
Seriously?
しない。
Is that the argument they're gonna make? Yeah, I hope not. Because Hideyoshi also smokes. That might be the argument. Rudolph and Hideyoshi are smoking, and they're going out for a smoke break. Which, I mean, that sounds really stupid, getting yourself killed over a smoke break, but remember, we did just have someone get murdered. 2 people get murdered over an obsession with inspecting flowers, so it's not completely unbelievable. Although these are grown-ass adults. What does this have to do with magic? Nothing at all.
さらに言おう。
I'll say
こいつ
more.
は、親父の吸ってるタバコの銘柄と異なる。
This is a different brand of cigarette than what Dad smokes. In fact, it's almost like it's the brand Hideyoshi smokes.
すまないがベアト。
Sorry,
親父
Beato.
の遺体の懐を見てくれるか。
Should you look into the pockets of Dad's corpse too?
Oh.
Indeed.
これか。
I mean this?
銘柄を確認。
Checking the brand.
吸い殻と銘柄が異なります。
The brand is different from the cigarette
キ
butt.
リエが持っていた吸い殻はルドルフの吸うタバコの銘柄ではありませ
The
ん。
cigarette butt Kyrie is holding is not of the same brand that Rudolph smokes.
だからどうしたとい
And
う
so
の？
what? I bet it's Hideyoshi's.
キリエは綺麗好きのいい子だから、落ちてる吸い殻を許せず拾っただけかもしれないじゃ
The
な
Kyrie
い
is。just a good girl who likes things to be clean, so she couldn't leave a fallen cigarette butt alone and pick it up.
私は嫌だけど。
I wouldn't though.
ベアト、すまんがもう一人頼む。
Beato, sorry, but one more time,
秀
please.
吉おじさんの懐だ。
Hideyoshi's pockets.
親族でタバコを吸うのは、親父と秀吉おじさんだけな
In
んだ。
this family, only Dad and Hideyoshi smoke cigarettes.
あったぞ。
It's here.
これか。
Is this it? Beato found a cigarette box in Hideyoshi's pocket, took a single one out and held it up.
銘柄を確認。
Checking
吸
brand.
い殻は秀吉の吸うタバコの銘柄と認めます。
We acknowledge the cigarette butt is of the same brand that Hideyoshi smokes.
だからなんだというの。秀吉の吸い殻がキリエのポケットから見つかると、私の魔法がどう破られるっていうのよ。
How can you break my magic? Because you found Hideyoshi's cigarette butt in Kirie's pocket.
そうさ。
That's
こ
right.
の吸い殻がキリエさんのメッセージだ。
This is a message from Kirie-san.
この吸い殻こそが
The cigarette butt
キリエさんがゲストハウスを離れた理
is
由
the
なんだ。
reason Kirie-san left the guest house.
ベアト、ありがとう。
Beato,
お
thank
前
you.
がこいつを見つけてくれなかったら、俺はここで
If I
屈
hadn't
してい
found
た。
this, I would have given up here. Virgilia. The truth is, they went out for a smoke and got murdered.
状況を再構築。
Reconstruct the
第2の
situation.
番。ローザおばさんたちが殺されたことが発覚した後のゲストハウスだ。
Reconstruct the situation in the guest house after it came to light Aunt Rosa and Mari had been killed on the second twilight.
了解。
Understood. Go.
再構築します。
Reconstructing
ロー
now.
ザ、マリアの死亡後、残った生存者はゲストハウス内すべての戸締まりを再
After
確認。
Rosa and Maria's death, the remaining survivors rechecked all the doors and windows of
バ
the
リケード
mansion,
を構築。
constructed a
牢城の
barricade,
結束を再確認。
and confirmed their defenses were solid.
何も不審なところなんかないじゃない。
Nothing suspicious about that at
何
all.
が言いたいの？
What are you saying?
第4の番以降の話をしているのに、なんで第2の番の直後を蒸し返すのよ。
Why bring up the second twilight when we're talking about the fourth and after? Well,
親父は携帯吸い殻入れを持ち歩いてる。
Dad carried a portable cigarette butt holder with him.
キリエさ
Does
ん
it
が
exist? Okay.
わざわざ自分のポケットに吸い殻を入れる理由がようやく見えてきた。
I'm finally starting to see why Kirie-san went out of her way to put a cigarette butt in her own pocket.
その吸い殻に意味があるからさ。
It's because it meant
その
something.
吸い殻こそがキリエさんが俺た
That
ちに
butt
残
was
した
a
メッセージだ。
message left by Kirie-san for us.
聞こうじゃない。
Let's hear it.
その吸い殻一本で
How do you plan
ど
to
うや
decide
っ
me?
て私を否定してみせるというの？
The single cigarette butt? I'm ready. I'm
聞
ready.
い
Lay
て
it
の
on
通
me.
りだ。
As we've
第
heard,
2の番以降、ゲストハウスでは全ての部屋の点検が行われた。
after second twilight, an inspection was done of all rooms in the
こ
guest
の
house.
時、キリエさんはあってはいけない場所にあってはいけないものを見つ
At
けた
that
んだ。
time, Kirie-san found something that shouldn't exist in a place where it shouldn't be.
あっ
He
ては
found
い
a
けない
cigarette butt of Hideyoshi's somewhere it shouldn't be because he claimed he was in the room the whole time holding her hand?
とは
What
何
do you
な
mean
の？
by that?
こいつさ、
It's
この
this,
吸い殻さ。
this cigarette butt.
こいつが秀吉おじさんのいた客室の灰皿に置かれていたんだ。
It was set in the ashtray of the guest room that Uncle Hideyoshi was in. Ah, okay, I see where this is going. So, it's set in the ashtray. 1, Hideyoshi says he was always holding her hand and with her. 2, Ava hates smoking. So that is not going to be true. He wouldn't smoke unless Ava was not there. That is probably where he is going now. So let's see if that's what happens.
はあ？灰皿に吸い殻があってどうおかしいってのよ。
What's wrong with there being a cigarette butt in an ashtray?
おかしいのはあんたの頭の方じゃないの。
Are you sure there isn't something wrong with your head?
エヴァおばさんは大のタバコ嫌いだ。
There we go. Aunt Ava hated smoking.
そのおばさんが体調を崩して寝込んでるのに、
There's no
吸い
way
殻があ
there'd
るわけがないんだ。
there's no way there'd be a cigarette butt there while Aunt Ava was sick and sleeping.
しかし、灰皿には吸い殻があった。
However, there was a cigarette butt in the
それを見た
ashtray.
キリエさんはすぐに気づいたんだ。
When she saw that, Kirie-san noticed immediately. What the fuck is going on? Okay, so they're trying to prove what Kirie was thinking because she said they didn't need food and then suddenly changed her mind like an hour later saying they needed food when they were basically just gonna be held up for a day. They found a cigarette butt on her corpse that did not belong to her. So they're coming to the conclusion. What it looks like they're going to come to the conclusion is that she found the cigarette butt somewhere that there shouldn't be because basically the person he was supposedly in the room with the whole time hated smoking. And would you honestly want to like freaking hotbox yourself with cigarette smoke? Like that sounds like a terrible idea. If you hate cigarettes and you're sick. and supposedly smoking. Like, that's really bad for you. So I think the argument is going to be that the argument is pretty straightforward from this point forward. The second you know that, like, he found it in the ashtray, you're just like, oh, okay, the person who he claims he was in the room with wasn't actually there, because they totally would not have stood for the fucking smoking. Alright. Hideyoshi was lying. He realized Aunt Eva hadn't really been sleeping. She snuck out of the room. Repeat it. This cigarette butt was crushed out in the ashtray of the room where Aunt Eva and Hideyoshi were resting. Refuse. I've got it. I've got it. Thank you, Beato. It's like, of some use. Yes. Yes, you're alright, Beato. Yeah, you were. Alright, it's time to tear that mask off the fake witch. From the cigarette butt, Kirie realized Hideyoshi was creating an alibi for Eva's sake. Hideyoshi had been tasked with watching over the room to create an alibi, and during that time he was unable to withstand the tension and smoked. Then Kirie had confessed that to Rudolph. She confessed there was a good chance Eva was the culprit and Hideyoshi an accomplice. Wasn't Beatrice supposed to be the bad guy? How come she's become so mellow? She's simping for Battler really hard. That's the real reason, but she also kind of lost her magic and has gone on like this redemption arc, sort of. Yeah. This meta redemption arc where she lost her powers and the Eva Beatrice, the Eva Beatrice is the new Beatrice, and she's like a psychopath. An extra crazy psychopath, sorry. That's how it's been. You've been out for a bit. Alright, so she confessed there was a good chance Eva was the culprit and Hideyoshi an accomplice. Pretty straightforward. I mean, we were suspecting that already. Next, Kirie-san proposed they go get food. She then asked Hideyoshi to lend a hand. Let's see. Were you there for the wizard fight last? Yes, this is the same timeline as the duel of wizards. We're in the same timeline. She then asked Hideyoshi to lend a hand. This could only mean one thing. Kirie-san planned to isolate Uncle Hideyoshi and question him about the truth. Your Hempel's raven is valid. Unless the witch side counters this move, the existence of the magic that supposedly controlled Kirie has been denied. What did you say? They did find evidence. I deny it. Anyway, I deny it. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. She's also... It wasn't me. I wasn't. It wasn't Eva. Eva was sleeping in a room. This is also like one of the most transparent murders they're using. But this arc's been fairly easy. If you assume that, if you, from like the first murder, noticed that Eva was clearly acting suspiciously during all the murders, then it's like really obvious that she's a killer, but I don't think that was the point of this. The point was, of those scenes, was supposedly to set up for this part, which is fine.
Oh, yeah,
Try saying it. You can't say it. You can't say it this time either. Repeat. At that time, Ushiromiya Eva did not take a step outside her room. What the hell's that? I'm the one who's attacking, right?
の?
Why am I'm feeling so attacked right now. I'm rephrasing that.
いつの間に攻守が逆転してるのよ.
When did offense and defense get reversed? Ah, yes, very European-friendly times. Very.
問い詰めてるのは私なのよ.
No one questioning you, right? Sorry, this isn't court.
この魔女である私が
We don't have separated examination and cross-examination. The witch meat. Why?
繰り返す。
Again.
要求。
Repeat.
後ろ宮エヴァは部屋を出ていない。
Shiromiya Eva did not leave the room.
言えるわけがねえんだ。
There's no way you can say it.
チェックメイトだ。
It's a checkmate.
魔女側受けて
Does the witch side have a move in response?
あるわけがない。
There cannot be
虚
one.
実にて着飾った偽りの魔女に受けられる真実など
There is
あり
no
はしない。
truth that can be accepted from a false witch dressed up with truths and falsehoods. But she's supposed to get the same time we did, right? The panic time?
本当の魔女、貴様に名乗る資格はない。
You aren't qualified to call yourself a real witch. They may not give her that time to panic though.
貴様は黄金の魔女じゃない。
Making the scene a little bit faster. You aren't the golden witch. You aren't qualified to call yourself a real witch.
貴様は人
You're a
間。
human.
後ろ宮エヴァだ。
Shiromiya Eva. Time to depower her. Oh, there we go. She actually is getting a depowering scene. The witch howled. Her entire body was burned with the tremendous heat that denied her own magic and existence, and she let out a howl like a dragon. Her body flickered repeatedly, flashing as though Ava's figure and the witch's figure overlapped. There were some really obvious hints this time. Basically, anyone can become a witch here. I mean, for the purposes of this trial, a witch was just the person committing the killings, right? Or the killer, right? So yes, anyone can become a killer. Anyone can become a witch on this island. All you have to do is start murdering people and blaming it on magical powers to become a witch. Or in the case of her, find the gold, which is her excuse for becoming a witch. However, that yell was sucked into the flicker, making it return to the original form of the cruel witch. Alright. Next response.
いいわ.
Think the Higurashi people would love this place? You don't say. Sure.
私のことを後ろ宮エヴァと呼びたければ呼べばいいのよ。
You want to call me a Shiromiya Eva? Go ahead and do that.
そうよ。確かに私は後ろ宮エヴァが犯人であることに対する察し手のすべてを撃退することができない。
All moves related to Shiromiya Eva being the culprit.
私は黄金の魔女を引きずり下ろされ。
I may have been dragged down from the position of
今
Golden
や
Witch.
後ろ宮エヴァと呼ばれているかもし
You
れな
might
い。
call me a Shiromiya Eva now.
でもね、だからって魔法と魔女の存在が否定されたわけじゃない。
But it by itself doesn't mean witches and magic have been denied. Oh boy, here we go. Are we going into the disappearance of George and Kraus now?
私が今から教えてやるわ。
What did you start again?
私が後ろ宮エヴァなどではなく、人間などではなく、
I'll teach you I'm not Ushiromiya Eva nor a human.
本当の魔女であることを
But a real witch. Okay,
今から教えてやるわ。
Okay,
見なさい。
see-
この赤き真実を。
Look at this red truth. When the witch clapped her hands, time advanced in the world of the game board. Battler and Ava dashed to the front of the parlor, calling out Jessica's name. They were searching for Jessica because they'd gone to the servant room, found Nanjo's corpse, and didn't know where Jessica was.
それが
What's your
どうし
point?
た。何が言いたい。
What are you trying to say?
まさか
Couldn't be.
まずい。
Oh no. Beato went pale. In other words, the move the evil witch was about to make was bad enough to make even Beato go pale.
今度こそ
This
言い
time,
逃れのできぬ致命的な一手をあなたに。
I'll give you a fatal move you won't be able to talk yourself out of.
いいえ、あなたを応援するすべての人間どもにくれてやるわ。
I'll make this move against all humans who support me.
心して聞きなさい。私の一手を。
Listen carefully to my move.
やめよ。その一手は。
ベアト、下がれ。
Beto, stay back.
俺は受けるぞ。
I'll take it.
エセ魔女め。
Bring it on, fake witch.
Jessica 負傷後、
After Jessica was
エヴァ
injured,
は常にバトラの監視下にあった。
Ava was constantly under Battler's supervision.
バトラは犯人でもなく共犯者でもない。
Battler is neither the culprit nor an
よっ
accomplice.
て、エヴァの完全なアリバイを証
By
明で
this,
き
we
る。
establish a perfect alibi for Ava.
何？
Ooh, the red text. Gary,
あんたを、
I'll
人
seal you.
間を、
And humans as well.
絶対に逃れられぬ赤き結界にて封じて殺す。
In a red barrier that most certainly cannot be escaped from. A good use of red text, honestly.
さらばだ人間どもよ。
Farewell, lowly
出
humans.
口なき絶対の魔法密室にて永遠に眠るがいいわ。
Sleep for all eternity in an absolute closed room of magic with no exits. They were together the whole time, establishing a solid alibi. Nanjo is dead. Jessica went right. Nobody has died. Why do I care? Oh, Nanjo died. Right, Nanjo died. So the question is, who killed Nanjo? The question is, who killed Nanjo, right? As Jessica isn't dead. So this is her saying, who killed Nanjo? If not Ava. I mean, does this preclude Jessica going berserk and killing him? Does this preclude Jessica killing Nanjo? That'd be the easiest question. Did Jessica kill Nanjo? We don't want it, but she's pretty fucking temperamental and blind. And we didn't see Nanjo's body. So let's look at Nanjo's body.
さあ、
Listen carefully.
赤き真実を。
Listen to the red truth. Okay, she's gonna overuse red
この
truth.
島には19人以上
There are
の
no more than
人
18 humans
間
on
は
this
いな
island.
い。謎の怪人物が隠れていて犯行を。などと
Throw
いう
away foolish
愚
thoughts
か
of
しい考
mysterious
えは捨
people.
てなさい。
Hiding and committing crimes.
でもこういう言い方をすると動物の犯人も疑え
Why
る
do I
わ
think
ね
it。that way? You might suspect animal culprits.
殺人を仕込んだオランウータンは人間にはカウントされてないなんてへりくつを言われちゃかなわない。
I couldn't stand to hear some irrational theory about how an orangutan trained to commit murder wouldn't count as
な
a
らこう言
human.
い換えるわ。
I'll change to this.
人間以外の生命は一切このゲームに関係がない。
No life forms other than humans have any connection to this game. Curious how you want to phrase that? Alright.
というわけで
That's how it is.
次にこの島に存在する18人の状況をすべて説
By
明
the
す
way,
る
that
わ。
was like a really dumb move of Beatrice, as now she has to... Now furniture can't exist. Now furniture can't exist, right? She did just claim that furniture doesn't exist, which is curious. Next I'll explain, like, the 18 people was questionable because I wasn't sure if people counted as, or furniture counted as people. Now I'll explain the situation of all 18 people who exist on the island.
金蔵は死亡してい
Kinzo
る。
is dead.
クラウスは死
Kraus is
夏日
dead.
は死亡。
Natsuki
秀
is
吉
dead.
は死亡している。
Hideyoshi
ジ
is
ョージ
dead.
は死亡し、
George is
ルド
dead.
ルフは死
Rudolph
亡
is
し、
dead.
キリエは死亡してい
Kyrie
る。
is dead.
ローザは死亡してい
Rosa is
る。
dead.
マリアは死亡している。
Maria is dead.
ゲンジは死亡している。
Genji counts among the 18 people on the island. There is no furniture. That means there is no summons. She just fucked up, man. She just fucked up seriously because she's basically claiming... If she claims that her furniture if she ever claims that her furniture kills someone in this arc, she cannot use that claim. Isn't Maria supposed to be a witch too? Nah, she's like a witch in training. She's a person. And she got murdered. But the important bit is that she fucked up and said the 18, she's defining all 18 people. And she defines them, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Genji is a person. 11 Shannon, 12 Cannon, 13 Goda, 14 Kumasawa, 15 Nanjo. She defined furniture as she defined the 3 pieces of furniture as people. Therefore, the summons can't be real. That's a really bad call on her part. As there is some ambiguity whether or not furniture counted as people, but they just included the 3 pieces of furniture that Kinzo made as people. So that's a bad argument, unless you want to claim that they're like fundamentally different life forms. Basically, she's saying that like the butler doesn't exist on the island, which is curious. Or the 7 sisters of Purgatory, as they're also classified as like furniture. All right, they're all dead, and yeah, it's that they count as people. Maybe they count as people too. That might be the way to put it. They count as people too, but they count as people and their furniture. Whereas, like, the summons also count as furniture and sort of act as actors and people, so I'm thinking it means that there's, like, can't be real stuff, but whatever. The summons can't be real, but whatever. Battlers are alive. Ava's alive. Jessica's alive. We never got read about what furniture is. Correct, but we did get told specifically that people includes Genji, Shannon, and Cannon, who all claim to be furniture. Everyone is dead? Yeah, the body count's pretty high right now. The body count's pretty high. We have Beatrice, Ava, Battler, and Jessica left alive. Time is frozen. And Meta Battler is arguing about these people. George got murdered. In exchange for his soul, the witch gave 8 numbers, 07151129. If you say it, a small golden land will be opened. He dead. Do we have any extra dialogue for Canon? No. Okay, cool. No extra dialogue for him. Nanjo, we haven't read his dialogue though. Corpse found in the hallway in front of the mansion's servants' rooms. The weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. Just a little longer and he probably would have managed to return alive. However, in the end, the witch did not permit that. Interesting. Nothing too useful to be gained there, but alright. Cause of death assumed to be strangling with a rope-like object. A stake-shaped weapon was sticking out of her calf. Do I have to follow the epitaph in the first place? Why? Is this a game? So it wasn't that stupid epitaph, I wouldn't have needed a stake, what a pain. Cause of death seemed to be strangling with a rope-like object. A stake was sticking out of his thigh. Okay, pretty boring. That's everyone, all 18.
よって最後の犠牲者である南條の死亡時
Which means when the last victim, Nanjo, died.
バトラとエヴァとジェシカの3人だけが生きていたことはわかるわよね
Battler, Ava, and Jessica were alive, right?
No.
What did you say? You told me. Gotta suspect one of the 3 people, and Battler and Ava aren't guilty?
エヴァはあなたとずっと一緒
Ava
に
was
い
with you the
た
whole
わ
time.
だから犯行は不可能
Committing a crime was impossible for her, and she defined that other people were dead.
もちろんバトラ君は犯人じゃ
Of
ない
course, Battler isn't the
アリ
culprit.
バイ偽装なんてしてないし彼女が犯人の可能性も考慮していたからその行動は用心深く
She
見張っ
took
て
the
た
possibility she was the culprit into account, watching her actions carefully. Okay.
彼女には不審なことをできるあらゆる可能性が存在しなかった
existed for her to do anything
つまり犯行時の使用人室には南條とジェシカしかいなかったのよ
In short, at the time of the crime, only Nanjo and Jessica were in the servant room.
となると読めてるわよ
I know what you're thinking. Jessica's the killer.
あなたの一手はこうよね
Your next move will be this, right?
ジェシカが犯人の可能性も
There's
あ
a chance
ると
Jessica's the culprit.
しかし残念ね
I'll slice
先に
it up
赤で
anyway.
叩き切ってあげるわよ
Yep.
後宮ジェシカは殺人を犯していない。
That's specific. Ushiromiya Jessica has not committed murder. Awesome. Manslaughter. She specified murder. It could be manslaughter, which would be anything that results in the accidental death of a person.
南條殺しに関わってい
She
な
was
い。
not involved with Nanjo's murder. That's more specific. No involvement in Nanjo's murder, so Nanjo's murder is completely independent.
彼女の目は完全に塞がれている。
Her eyes were completely
そ
covered.
の彼女に殺人を行うことは不可能よ。
It's impossible for her to carry out a murder like
さら
that.
におまけしてあげる
And a
わ。
bonus.
エヴァとバトラも南條を殺していないし、関わってもいない。
Neither Eva nor Battler killed Nanjo, nor were they involved.
ちょっと待ち上がれ。
Suicide. This proves... Did he have a weapon? Suicide.
それじゃおかしいじゃねえか。
Doesn't make sense.
3人しか人間がいなくて、それで殺人が起こって、その3人が関わってないなんて、
There were only
そん
three
なのおかしい。
How did he die? How did he die? I know we just read it, but I'm gonna read it again. Nanjo. Weapon used on him is assumed to be a gun or spear-shaped object. Red web, a tough one to untangle because that rests super close to the witch's heart. I see, I see. I see, that's what the webs mean, alright.
はっきり断言してあげるわ。南條を殺した犯人はバトラでもエヴァでもジェシカでもない。
The culprit who killed Nanjo was neither Battler nor Eva nor Jessica, and she stated the status of every other person on the island as dead. Suicide. That's the easiest answer, actually. The easiest answer is suicide. We'll see if they come up with something else. I'll state it clearly, the culprit killed him was none of
つ
them.
ま
Yep.
り生存者の中にはい
In
な
other
い
words,
と
it
いう
wasn't
こ
one
と
of
よ
the
ね。
survivors.
お分か
Suicide.
り？
Accidental
い
death.
や、その
That's fine.
二重人格とかどうだ。
Multiple personalities?
もともとお前がエヴァおばさんのもう一つの人格であっ
Like
た
you,
ように。
how your original another personality of Eva's. You went to the less likely. You went to multiple personality disorder instead of or mental breakdown. Not guilty by insanity of committing murder.
例えば、ジェシカにもう一つの魔
Let's
女
say
的人格があ
Jessica
って、
had another witch-like personality,
それがジェシカ以外を名乗って南條先生を殺したとか。
which took the name of someone other than Jessica and killed Dr. Nanjo.
愚かね。
Moron.
すでに赤で語っている
Already
わ。
said in
ジェ
red.
シカの目は完全に塞がれていて、彼女に殺人は不
That
可
one doesn't
能。
work. Jessica's eyes were covered and murder was impossible for her. It said murder was impossible. Now, it said murder was impossible. So, again, but she did say that, like, she can't have she had nothing to do with the death, actually. I believe the next line was she had nothing to do with the death, so Jessica's completely off the table. It's just
彼女にどんな人格が憑依しようとも、彼女の肉体では殺人を行えないの。
no matter what kind of personality she was possessed by, murder could not be carried out with her body.
それとも、こう言えば満足するかしら。
I wonder if he'd be satisfied if I say it this way.
ジェシカの体が起こしたいかなる動作も、南條の殺人には関係影響しない。
No actions caused by Jessica's body had a relation to or influence on the murder of
こ
Nanjo.
の適用
That
を
works, that works.
バトラとエヴァにも広げるわ。
Also applies to Battler and Eva.
つまり、どうあがこうが解釈しようが、
In other words, no matter how you struggle in
ジェ
interpreting,
シカとバトラとエヴァは南條を殺した犯人ではない。
neither Jessica nor Battler nor Eva is the culprit who killed Nanjo. Dude, this is there's such a short list of things you could possibly have it. If none of them are directly, or sorry, did they say directly? Hold up. No actions caused had any relation to or influence on the murder. Hey, there's like an easy solution and it's suicide. I don't mean kill yourself, but in real life, but like, you know, to this puzzle, the solution is suicide. Alright. That's the easiest one, right? You gotta be kidding me. Answer with suicide. He gave up because he figured he was gonna be killed and wanted to go out on his own terms, okay?
だって 他はもう全員確実に死んでるじゃねえかよ。
Correct, everyone else should be dead.
なら
And all the
あとは
flesh.
残るのは南條先生の自殺説だけじゃねえ
It's
か。
the Dr. Nanjo suicide theory, right? Either he killed himself intentionally or unintentionally.
あとトラップ説。
In the trap
犯
theory.
人はすでに死亡しているが、過去に仕掛けておいたトラップが発動して。
Culprit was dead, but a trap that was already spread was. I think trap theory fails based on her previous dialogue, right?
南條は他殺よ。
Nanjo's death was a homicide.
もちろんトラップではなく直接的な殺害方法
And it
よ。
was with a direct method of murder and not a trap.
凶器を構え、それにて真正面の至近距離から殺した。
A weapon was readied and he was killed with it from point blank range in front of him.
犯人は南條の目の前に堂々と現れ、そして互いに顔を見合わせながら殺害したのだ。
The culprit appeared openly before Nanjo's eyes as they both looked in each other's faces. The culprit killed him.
だから待てよ。
Wait a minute.
生存者は3人しかいない。
There are
そ
three
れ以外は
survivors.
全員死んでることはお前が
Said
赤
in
で
red,
語って
everyone
る。
is dead.
つまり18人全員の生死が確定してる。
You confirmed the life and death status of all 18 people.
しかも19人目は存在しないとあらかじめ赤で否定済みだ。
Of a 19th was already denied in red.
つまり生存者3人以外には存在できない。
In other words, no one exists but the three
なの
survivors.
にその3人以外の4人目が南條先生の前に現れてる。
And yet a fourth person other than those three appeared before the doctor.
19人目は存在しないのにどうして俺たち以外の人間が現れて
How could
南條先生を殺害できるんだ。
How could a person other than us appear and murder Dr. Nanjo when no 19th person exists?
おかしい。
Insane.
お前は嘘をついている。
You are lying.
赤字で嘘をついている。
Lying with the red?
赤は真実のみを
The
語
red only
る。
tells the truth in red.
それを疑うことはすなわち貴様の後ろで私に怯え萎縮し、その背に隠れるその魔女の名誉を裏切ることになるわよ。
Isn't doubting that the same as betraying the honor of the witch who's behind you, shriveling up in fear of me and hiding behind your back? Damn it, that's a tough one. Okay. That's a very tough one to solve.
はっきりと
Right now.
今こそ言い切るわ。
Yeah, after episode 2, a lot of people thought it was too hard, so Ryu made this episode easier, hence Ava Culprit and Brown Tube analogy. And then he ends the episode like this. Truly a troll in action. I mean, here's the question. So why didn't Beatrice do this in the original Beatrice do this in the first part, where she just walks up to him and says, here's the status of everyone, here's absolutely where they were, and none of them had an impact on his death, they died, it wasn't me. It was me. Like everyone else, like, why doesn't she do that? Why doesn't she do that? There's gotta be a trick, right? Okay, so none of them had any involvement, direct or indirect, in his death. It was not a trap. He was murdered. He was pulled up on by someone. And it wasn't anyone in the group because they were all confirmed as dead. I'll say it clearly. The one who appeared in front of Nanjo is me. A witch.
18人の人間では説明できない黄金の魔女なのよ。
The golden witch who can't be explained away with 18 humans.
ワルギリア
Orgilia?
ロドベ
Run
状
away.
況は矛盾していないのか。
Isn't there a contradiction in this
奴は
situation?
本当に赤で真実を語っている
Is
の
she
か。
really telling the truth with red?
はい。
Yes.
赤き真実、有
The
効で
red
す。
truth is valid.
なんという緻密かつ
An elaborate
精
and
密な
precise
罪。
cornering. How do I make a move against that? Are there any moves? It's very specific.
私には
I cannot think of anything.
何も思いつきません。
What are they? Alright, so it's a homicide. The person pulled up on them. No one else was in the room. They were shot point blank. Why didn't Beatrice just do this? There's gotta be an obvious weakness to this, right? However. My apologies. However, in these last 1,000 years, I would have said like they mistakenly shot him or something, or like they decided to kill him or something. But this is a tough one. That clearly didn't happen because they were excluded from having any influence on his death. In these last 1,000 years, I've never seen such an elaborately beautiful game board layout. Why does Beatrice not just pull up on someone, cap them, and then call it a day to instantly win this duel with Battler? There has to be a reason why you can't do this. I hate to admit it. It's beautiful. What a beautiful checkmate in red. The witch's teacher and the demon butler were both stunned, and an expression of ecstasy rose to their faces. Forget surrendering. They were impressed at this perfect checkmate, which simply had to be admired. When people accept defeat from the bottom of their hearts, it gives rise to neither regrets nor humiliation. Nothing is born except feelings of respect. I no longer knew what was what anymore. There were absolutely no weak points in her red. She said in red all 15 people had died. She said in red that no people existed other than the 18. In other words, more than 3 people, me, Jessica, and Aunt Ava, existed. Even though none of these people were the culprit, Dr. Nanjo was killed. Without a doubt, Nanjo's death was a homicide. He was murdered by that person openly from in front of him. And she's saying that person's a witch.
Nanjo を殺した犯人は動物などの類ではないわよ。
The culprit who killed Nanjo was not an animal or anything of the sort.
人間以外は一切考慮から外しなさい。
Everything other than people has been completely removed from
ロ
consideration.
ボットなんかもダメよ。
Even things like robots don't work.
人間以外の一切の要素はこのゲーム版に関与しない。
Absolutely no factors other than humans participated in this game board.
ゆえにこうも言えるわね。
Therefore, I can also say this.
南條を殺したのは確かに人間である。
The one who killed Nanjo was definitely a human.
地に足のついた人間が凶器をかざしそれにて殺した。
A human with their feet on the ground held up a weapon and killed him
眼
with it.
前にて。
Right before his
ただ
eyes.
し、その人間は魔法が使えたか
However,
も
the
しれ
human
な
may
い
have been
わ。
able to use
そ
magic.
れはすなわち魔女だったということ。それがつまりこの私。
Okay, so the three people on the island explicitly had no influence. How is that not contradictory? The 3 people on the 3 survivors were not involved. The person involved pulled up a gun and shot them. It was not a suicide, it was a homicide. There was an entity directly before them.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェ。
The Golden Witch Beatrice. Even as Battler ground his teeth, his knees hit the floor with a thunk. His soul still refused to surrender. Like, I'm really confused why Beatrice didn't just do this earlier to solve the game. Just like walk up to someone, blow them out, and then just red text spam him to death. By just saying the positions and involvement in the death of literally every character. It seems like the most straightforward path to victory, so why not do this in the first murder? She clearly knew the move before Ava used it, yes. Like, Beatrice clearly knows she can do this move, but why did she not do it? It seems like the easiest way to victory, especially before she really cared about Battler. I suppose we'll see. His soul still refused to surrender, however, his knees had already started accepting surrender.
ひざまずいたわね。
Did you kneel?
そ そうよ。あなたはもう理解し
Right,
始
you're
め
already
てい
starting
る。
to understand.
黄金の魔女が存在するこ
The
と
Golden
を。
Witch does
そ
exist.
してその黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェが私であることを。
Beatrice is me.
さあ、たたえなさ
God
い。
praise me.
本当の魔女の復活を今こそたたえなさい。
Praise the resurrection of a true witch.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェの復活を今こそたたえなさい。
Praise the resurrection of the Golden Witch
第
Beatrice.
9の晩に魔女はよみがえり、誰も生き残れはしない。
On the ninth twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Lots of red webbing. What do you got for us, battler? Damn it! Come on. I don't
わから
understand.
ねえ。ここまで徹底的に赤でがんじ
Being
がらめに
so
されたら
thoroughly immobilized by the red.
俺にはもう
I don't have a clue anymore.
バ
Battler,
トラくじけるな。
don't lose
わ
heart.
らわとそなたは再び戦い合う約
We
束を
promised
交わ
we'd
した
fight
では
each
ない
other
か。
again, right?
ここでそなたは
Will you
屈服
surrender
す
here?
わらわと再び戦う前に
Will you disappear in a
こ
place
の
like
ような
this
ところで消え去るのか。
before fighting me again?
その約束を破りたくは
I
ね
don't want to break that
え。しか
promise,
し俺には奴を否定する手
but
が
I can't think of a move to
全く
deny
思い
her.
つかねえ。これはそもそも問題にさえなってない。
In the first place, this isn't a puzzle.
容疑者以外は存在せず、その容疑者は全員白。
Nothing exists outside the suspects. All the suspects are innocent.
赤で白だって言われてんだぜ。
I was told they were all innocent
そ
in
れでい
red.
てしっかり他殺で
was a
犯人
real
は人間で
homicide.
ちゃんと目の前に現れて南條先生を殺したという。
The culprit was human. They appeared before Nanjo's eyes and killed him.
もうお手上げだ。
There's nothing that can be done. I give up.
頼むバトラ
I don't give up.
諦めるな、くじけるな。思考を止めれば自動的にそなたの負けとなる。
If you stop thinking, it automatically becomes your loss. The culprit is human. There are no more than 18 humans on the island. All of them were dead. But it's not a contradiction. He named off all 18 humans, their locations, and positions. Isn't it a mistake to say that it's human?
頼むから
I'm begging you, don't lose heart.
わらわも応援しておる。
I'm cheering you on, don't lose.
もう何も思いつかねえんだ。
Can't think of anything anymore.
どうせあいつは魔女だから魔法とかでやったに違いない。考えるだけ
I
無駄
find
だぜっ
myself
て
thinking
思っ
she's
ち
gotta
ま
be a
う。
witch. She must have done with magic. It makes all thinking pointless.
ダメだ。
Worse.
頭が痛い。脳が
My
疲
head
れる。
hurts, my brain's tired.
考えたって無駄だからやめ
I'm
ちまえ
starting
っ
to
て
think thinking's pointless, so I should just
考
stop.
えちまう。
バトラ
Adler,
チェ
listen.
スというゲームは相手を任そうと互いが尽くすから一回のゲームに長い
It's
時
a game
間を
of
かける。
chess. Both sides do all they can to make the other lose, so a single game takes a long time.
どちらかが最初から勝ちを捨て
You don't like
自分
Beatrice's
にそんな
haircut?
手を
Really?
進んでさせばあっという間にゲームを終えるのだ。
However, if one side throws away victory from the beginning and makes moves harmful to themselves, the game can end in the blink of an eye. Called
フ
a
ール
fool's
ズメ
mate.
イトという。
A fool's mate simply puts a strange way of playing chess in which the fastest methods of losing are considered opening the area in front of your own king and inviting the opponent's queen in. Even though the average game time in chess is several hours, a game can be resolved in a scant 4 moves. In other words, if both sides try to win in a fight, they're compelled to take a painfully long period of time. Okay, okay. Oh, you're gonna level that bar? Nice, nice. You can't be worse than your ex. You're aware that she's an endless witch who murders and resurrects people for their own amusement, right? She will literally torture you to death for her own amusement hundreds of times. But better than your ex? Damn, alright, dude. You got a bad ex. Like, you will literally live forever in the most... The worst hell she can devise for you, as she can also make you live forever. Like, that's gonna suck, dude. Alright. If both sides try to win the fight, they're compelled to blah blah blah. Okay, the game can be ended too easily anytime if one side decides to lose.
人間側は
When the human side
思
stops
考
thinking,
を
it
停止
hands the
させるこ
problem
とによって
before its
目
eyes
の
to
前
the witch.
木からリンゴが落ちることさえ
And suddenly even an apple falling from a tree can be resolved as the work of magic. It's the same for the witch's side. Witches use red truth, and by using that, they can explain the true form of magic with humans and immediately lose. You don't have to tell me that. You're telling me not to stop thinking, right? But how do I counterattack this person's perfect bright red move? For me? For humans? It's not possible. Is it? Impossible? Is it really impossible for you, Battler? Right. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see what's the trick. Sorry. I reached my limit. It wasn't a trap. Battler scratched the floor, crying heavily. Beato watched that with a distressed face. And then she stood and spoke to the witch. I'll make a move as counter to yours.
この完璧なるチェックメイトにあなたはどう切り込んでくれるというのかしら。
How you plan to cut up this perfect checkmate?
人間には決して破ることのできないこのチェックメイト。
Oh dear God! What day is it? Oh my God! It's a Friday. You embrace the maximum amount of toxicity. LFR in the middle of the night. It's LFR on the weekend. It's a mixed bag. It's better than LFR on Mondays before reset. The worst time to do LFR is once everyone else has done it and you're all left with the bads in the middle of the night. The best time to do LFR if you're playing Warcraft is right after the patch launches and literally everyone, including top tier raiders, are farming LFR for gear and other random materials they need to complete quests. Because then you get god tier groups because everyone's overgeared. Everyone's overgeared, everyone knows the fights, and the random idiots that don't just die and you don't have to care about them because it's LFR and half the team is in fucking heroic gear or mythic gear. So they just crush it. So how do we cut up this perfect checkmate, one totally impossible for humans to break? How can it be defeated by Beatrice? The likes of you? Beatrice, you don't need... Indeed. If a human can't make a move, I'll attack you with a move I can use precisely because I am a witch. A move you use because you're a witch? Okay. What are you planning to do? I'll use the red. To deny witches? Okay. Beatrice, milady. Witches don't exist. Teacher and the butler were both startled. I'm also immediately realized what it meant. Use the red that only witches could use. To use the red to deny witches was like using your own sword to slit your own throat. What are you saying? Deny witches with red? You're talking like an idiot. You do that, you won't get away unscathed either? You're not a witch. And I'm not a witch either. The road to becoming a true witch is difficult and I have much, much further to go. Very well then. Right here, right now, there have never been any witches in the first place. I'll strip this deception away myself. Aren't both of us real obvious witches? Maybe. Being able to use red's proof of witches? Okay. I don't know what the definition of a witch is to you. If you think you alone are gonna get away unscathed, then
勘違いなどしているものか。
How can I make much
それで
mistake?
良いの
I don't care. What did you say?
ですって。
わらわはもとより魔
I
女にな
never
ど
did
なれ
manage
て
to
いな
become
か
a
っ
witch.
た真の魔女になるためによう
I've
や
done
くそ
nothing
の
more
道のりを歩き始めたにす
And
る。
finally begin walking down the road to becoming a true witch.
もし
If what I am right now is a
今の
witch,
それは力に溺れ
then
た
I'm
だ
a
け
false witch like you, one who's merely
そ
drunk
な
on
た
power.
に同じ偽りの魔女にそのようなみすぼらしい姿な
Rather than existing in that shabby
ら未
form,
練などない。
I'll erase this form of mine along with
そ
you
なたもろとも
without regret.
わらわの
正気
Are you insane?
やめなさい。私はまだ魔女でいたいのよ。人間は
I still want to be a witch. I hate being human.
魔女様、どうかご着席を。
Witch Sama, please return to your
人
seat.
間側の受け手をどうかご着席の上お受
Please
けくださ
receive the
い。
human side's counter from your seat.
何をするの。
What are you doing?
その女に赤を使わせないで。
Don't let that woman use the red.
やめさせて。
Make yourself.
離せ。
As the witch stood from her seat and tried to spring upon Beato, Ronove pressed down on both her shoulders, forcing her back into her seat. Yeah, okay. And Kido was the first time you threw a gorilla because he felt fun. Yeah, and Kido's pretty great, dude. Even after that, he didn't remove his hands from those shoulders. Denying wishes was the same thing as denying magic. That included demons such as Ronove. However, instead of running away, Ronove chose to act as the facilitator for the game and to carry out that duty for his master's sake.
ベアトリーチェ、後悔はない
You
の
have
で
no
す。
regrets, right?
お嬢様こ
Oh, that's my line.
そごめん。
Sorry, TJ.
いっぱい楽しい魔法や幸せな魔
You
法を
taught
教
me
え
so
て
much
もら
about
った
fun
のに
magic and magic that brings
全
happiness.
然上手に使え
I
なかった
wasn't able to use it well at
だ
all.
から
So
ゼ
I'll
ロから
study
修
from
行
square one
やり直してくる
and start over
そ
again.
のバカ弟子の不始末に巻き込んで
I'm truly sorry. You had to suffer for your
本当にすま
stupid
なかった
disciples' misconduct.
良き弟子よ、最後にモテました。
I had a good disciple in the end.
あなたの信じるままに
Do what you
お
believe
行き
in.
なさい。
Go.
お前らが
I
何
don't
の
have a
話
clue
を
what
し
you
て
guys
る
are
のか。
talking about.
だがこれだけはわかる。
But I do
そし
understand
て
one
言え
thing.
る。
I can say
ベア
this.
ト。何をしようとしてるのか知らねえが、
Beato, I don't know what you're trying to
これ
do.
からやろうとしている
But
ことを
stop
や
trying to
め
do
ろ。
it.
そなたに手はない。
You have no moves.
しかし
I have one.
わらわにこの一手逃せばあやつは魔女として真の意味で復活し今度こそこの島の全てを支配する
If we let that move get away, she'll be revived as a witch in the truest sense, and this time she'll control the whole island.
全ての悪夢はあの女の自由自在となり
All nightmares will be hers to do with as she
この
pleases.
島は永遠に邪悪なる魔女の妄想を繰り返す無限地獄に落ちるだろう
And this island, all nightmares will be hers to do with as she pleases, and this island will fall into the deepest hell of the evil witches repeating delusions for all eternity.
そなたは
Can you really permit that?
親しい家族たちが永遠にあの魔女の悪夢にもて
Don't you
遊ばれ
care
て
if
も
your
よいと
dear relatives are toyed with for all eternity in that
そうい
witch's
うの
nightmare?
か
だが、お前が犠牲になることなんてないだろ。
Sacrifice yourself.
これは俺と奴のゲームだ。
The game between me and her.
お前が身を犠牲にして手を刺すことなんてない。
You shouldn't have to make your move and sacrifice yourself.
俺が考える。
I'll think of
起死
something.
回生の一手を必ず
Surely a
考えるから
miraculous move.
だから早まるな。
A master stroke. Digot, don't rush into it.
ちくしょう。絶対に思いつくから。
I'll think of one, don't rush into
だ
it.
から早まるんじゃね
このゲームは
This game is
す
cruel.
でにそなたの兆候に制限時間を使い
The
切って
time
お
limit for your
る
consideration has already run out. I'm the
わ
only
ら
one who
わ
can
し
do
か
it.
おらぬ安心せよ
Calm yourself,
バカ
battler.
わらわが撃つ
I'll beat her.
あの残酷なる魔女を
I'll beat that cruel witch with my own
わらわ
hands.
が自ら
待て、ベアト。
It
や
bad.
めろ、よせ。
Stop it. Stop
お
it.
前が自分を犠牲にする必要なんて何もない。
There's no need for you to
わ
connect
らわを
yourself.
否定するためにそなたは戦っていたのだ
Oh,
ろうが
weren't you fighting to
お
deny me?
かしなやつだ
A strange person.
あの子の好きに させてあげて
The
くださ
child do
い。
as she
そ
likes.
してどうか見
Please
届けてやってくだ
watch
さ
her
い。
until the end.
しかし、
バトラー、
Battler.
一つだけ
Just one thing I ask.
頼みがある。耳を塞いでくれぬか。
Cover your ears?
耳を
My
ど
ears?
うして
Why?
わらわはこれより赤
Starting
にて
now,
魔女
I'll
を
deny
否定す
witches
る。
in red.
あやつの赤で敷き詰めた盤面を
I'll slice up the game board she laid out with her red.
さすれば
By doing
わ
that,
らわもま
I'll probably lose my
た魔
form
女
as a
の
witch as
姿
well.
そなたもわらわが語る赤き真実を聞けばわらわの正体を理解することにな
If
る。
you hear the red truth I speak, you'll understand my true form.
そなた一人が耳を塞いだところで真実は何も変わら
If you alone cover your ears, the truth will not change at all. But
ん。それでも
even so, I want you
そ
to
なたに
change
だ
your
けは
cover your ears.
そなたの前だけでは
I at least want to be a witch in your eyes.
魔女で頼む。
Please, please.
ベアトリーチェ様、
Beatrice
魔女
sama.
側問題ありません。
There are no problems on the
どう
witch
ぞ
side.
察してよ。
Your move?
あんたもただじゃ済まないのよ。
I won't let you get away with this either, okay?
あいつおかしいわ。私たちを巻き込んで自分も死ぬ気よ。
You plan on dying and take us with you?
否定しないで。
Stop it, don't deny it.
やめて。
仮にも黄金の魔女が見苦
How
しいぞ。
unsightly for a golden witch.
さあ、良いか。
Ready?
バトラの代わりに。
I'll remove your
そ
check
な
in
たのチェ
Battler's
ックメ
stead.
イトを外す。15人が死に。3人しか残らぬチェス盤にて。
What happened on the
何が起こ
chessboard
っ
where
た？
15 died and only 3
わ
remain?
らわがこれより赤にて暴く。
Starting now, I'll expose it in
そ
red.
の赤き真実にて。
With
偽
that red
りの魔
truth,
女2人
I
を
will pierce and kill both
共に
fake
貫
witches.
いて殺す。
Beto turned around and smiled at Battler. Most likely no one would believe the witch who'd gone to the limits of cruelty would try to leave a smile as the last expression she showed Battler. And that smile signified her last wish. She wanted him to cover his ears. Denying witches in red is the same as knowing her shabby form. Battler put both his hands against his ears to protect her final bit of honor as a witch. He put his hands against his ears, rejecting the truth. And he howled so that not even a bit of what she was saying would slip into his ears. After that was a world where Battler could hear nothing. Beato was saying something in red, and even the evil witch covered her ears at those bitter contents. It was the red truth, words of power that denied her own existence, unique words that only witches could use, which denied witches. Beato spoke, and with the red truth she cut up the bright red game board that the witch had released. Alright. She explained difficult problems that could not be solved by humans with moves that could only be solved by witches, and began cornering the witch. The truth that Battler was now permitted to hear. If Battler had broken his promise and sneakily eavesdropped, in an instant Battler would have been able to become the victor in his game with Beato. He would probably have understood all the riddles on the island, all the magic and tricks, the closed rooms, spells, curses, legends, and this entire tale of anger and sadness. However, Battler would only learn what that was when he reached the truth himself. Yes. From the beginning, Beatrice had wished that Battler would reach the truth alone. It was something one shouldn't reach by being told it. It was truth that Battler would have to drag himself to by his own power. A brilliant light gathered with Beato and the evil witch at the center and gradually grew stronger. The power of truth. Its heat and brilliance, like the sun, shone on all the falsehoods that hid in the darkness, trying to deceive and burnt them to nothing.
なぜあんたは死ねる
How
の
can you die?
こんなすごい力を持ち得ながら
Why throw away your life
ど
when you
う
have
し
such
て
incredible
命を
power?
捨てられるの黄金も魔法も全てを自在に操れる
You who hold
力
the
を
power
持つあんたが
Control gold, magic, and all things at will.
どうしてそれをあっさりと投げ出せるの
I so readily throw that away.
山をなす黄金であろうと
Learn that even with a mountain
海を
of
裂く
gold,
魔法であろうと
even with a magic to
手
split
に
the
入
sea,
らぬものがあるこ
there are
とを
some
知
things
れ
you can never obtain.
さあ 姿を現すが、その正体を表せ。後ろ宮エヴァ
Show your true form, Ushiromiya Eva. Ooh, fade to white. When the sun exploded and blew everything away, Eva could be seen there holding a gun. You're the culprit.
Eva-oba-san!
Aunt Eva.
気づくのが遅いわよ。
Took you long enough to notice, Battler-kun. She's the culprit. Bam, and Battler's gone. Without any hesitation or mercy, Eva raised her gun and pulled the trigger. As an explosive sound rang out, Battler's heart was shot through and he fell to the floor. After going into convulsions for a short time, with blood dripping from his mouth, Battler died. But in his last moments he realized without a doubt she was a murderer, and not just for killing him. There have been many murders and I don't have a clue how they were carried out. However, while my ears were covered, Beato exposed all of them with red, blasting away all the magic. In other words, even though I didn't understand it, was that nothing more or less than proof that magic can all be explained with humans? Beato made me cover my ears, so I myself don't know the whole truth, but now that it's been denied in red, I can only see one fact, which is extremely unfair for us, that it is possible to deny all magic. So in other words, I must not think of that. If I do, the time I spent covered my ears will be made pointless. If I'm gonna regret, I can only regret my own actions. If in that time, if I'd thought of some move to spin things around and counter the witch's final move, there would have been no need for Beato to sacrifice herself. If there was my own worthlessness that brought about this conclusion. That might have been avoided. Well, I guess we'll have to wait until chapter 8 then. Even though it was a pitch black world where nothing could be seen, for some reason I felt Beato's presence right next to me. So I tried calling out to her. Does Battler count as dead here? Nope, he does not count as dead. You can exchange words with someone whether they're a human or a witch. Even in a world where witches have been denied, I should be allowed to talk to her.
Beato.
Beato. Battler, is it? It's done. I did it. I didn't hear it. But I watched you until the end. I definitely saw you boldly stand up to that evil witch. I wonder if there's death screens for everyone else here. Can we swap to the unholy stuff? Nope, nobody's dead here. Definitely saw you boldly stand up to that evil witch. With this, I'm no longer a witch. I'll definitely become a witch again. And then, I'll make it so I can be called the Golden Witch once more. And once again, return. So I can be accepted as your opponent. No. You were a witch. I saw it. And you took that evil witch and blew her away with that awesome magic, exposing her true form. I saw it with my own eyes. But the red... Nope, it was magic. You were definitely the Golden Witch. Even if you deny it yourself, I'll acknowledge it. You're definitely the Golden Witch. He said she's the Golden Witch, not that magic was real. He's okay. When Battler said those words, in the world that had been dark, there was suddenly a single grain. A small grain of gold like a wheat seed shone brightly, and even though it was small, it had a strong, gold-colored sparkle. And then it shone on the two of them sitting with their backs together. They became aware of their own form. They did not exist only as consciousness, and became aware they had bodies and definitely existed. Or perhaps we should say they had each been given an existence called a body. When Battler looked at his own form, he wasn't surprised. When Beato looked at her own, she was a little startled. From Battler's perspective, she looked like normal, but for a short while, she was surprised by that form. What? What's going on? The sparkle from that grain of light, it's getting stronger. The grain of wheat was no longer simply gold-colored, but was like the light of the sun. And it softly began to approach Beato's chest. When the grain of the sun was sucked inside her chest, the world was wrapped in a deep blue sky, and a deep blue ocean spread out below them. Welcome back to Rokkenjima, boys. An island rose up, trees spread and created a forest, walls surrounded us, and a ceiling swallowed us. It was adorned with more and more things, made to be like the hall in the Ashiromiya mansion. In the middle of the fantastic hall, where many gold butterflies beat their wings, many tables were set up with white tablecloths like it was a party, and beautiful cooking and fruits were set out, and over there were a great many shapes. Everyone was talking together and smiling. Everyone? There was Dad and Kirei-san, Uncle Kraus, Aunt Natsuhi, Aunt Rosa. There was George, Aniki, Jessica, wait, even Maria, even Shannon, Kanon, Goda, Kumasawa? Everyone was at the party clapping their hands and celebrating our return. Well, alright then. Why? Even though everyone was dead, why are they alive?
黄金鏡では全ての死者の魂を蘇らせることができるの
The
です。
souls of all the dead can be revived, and you made it to the Golden Land because you accepted she was a witch?
お帰りなさい、ベアトリ
Welcome
ーチェ。
back, Beatrice.
そしてようこそ、バトラ君。
And welcome, Battler
黄
King.
金鏡へようこそ。
Welcome to the Golden Land.
わらわ
I made it?
黄金鏡への扉に
I made it?
至ったのか。
To the door of the Golden Land?
はい、お嬢様はついに全員を黄金鏡へお招きできたのです。
Lady, you finally managed to invite everyone here.
ようこそバトラ様、黄金
Welcome,
鏡へ。
Battler, to the Golden Land.
バトラ、ようやくここへたどり着いたか。
You finally made it this far.
じいさま、
Grandfather?
俺は
Where in the world am I?
一体
お前はわしの魔法と相入れぬ血を最も濃く受け継いでしまったのだ。
Blood, incompatible with magic, runs most deeply in your veins.
この黄金鏡にお前だけがたどり着けず、ずっとベアトリーチェはそなたを探していたのだ。
You were the only one who could not reach the Golden Land, and Beatrice has been searching for you this whole
そ
time.
なたをここへ連れてくるためにあらゆる手を尽くして。
なんだって。
What did you say?
さあ、バトラ様もお席へ。
Adler, if you would take
今
your
宵の
seat.
料理はこのゴーダメの最高傑作を尽くしました。
Tonight's dinner is my best
どう
work.
かぜひご賞味ください。
If you would, please relish it.
あんた公園本当は私が全部食べるところお情けであんたらの分も残してあげてるんだからね。
To be honest, normally I'd eat all of it, but I left you some out of gratitude.
七食いの
The
Nachons.
seven steaks, Nachons?
黄金鏡では意志ある者すべてが公平だ。
In the Golden Land, all those with minds are
ここで
equal.
我ら家具とて人間とて魔女とて区別はな
Here
い。
there is no distinction between furniture, witches, and humans.
バトラ様お待ちしておりました。
We're waiting for you.
そしてようこそ
Welcome to the
黄
Golden
金鏡
Land.
へ。
シャノンちゃん、
Everyone's here.
上司の兄貴。
Very peculiar and very interesting. I do want to play out this scene, but it's getting really late. And I think I need to take a break. So I'm afraid we're going to have to finish this. Even though it might be the final scene of the chapter, we're going to finish this in probably the tea room next time.